The boy never could have imagined that a strange door would appear out of nowhere right in his own room. It hovered above his bed with nothing behind it. He reached out and turned the handle, trying to open it. The next second, he fell straight through. To his shock, the other side was an entirely different space. A dark, deep corridor stretched out before him. He called out, asking if anyone was there, but all that came back was a bone-chilling crunching sound from within. A massive three-eyed skeleton lurched into view, its eyes glowing green and fixed on him with unmistakable menace. The sudden sight sent him trembling from head to toe. The giant skeleton lunged at him, and the boy screamed and bolted. At the very last second, he burst back through the door, slammed it shut, and shouted, "Sorry for the intrusion. Hope you have a wonderful day. Goodbye." Then the strange door simply vanished before his eyes. Right at that moment, a voice echoed inside his head. "Congratulations, human. You have awakened the power of Link Realms. I have finally found you." The sudden voice left the boy completely bewildered. He looked around but saw no one. Then the voice spoke again. "Don't panic. I'm trapped in another world and reaching you through thought alone. Time across realms is limited. If you want to live, do exactly as I say. First, open your bag and find a strange idol inside." The boy did as he was told and opened his backpack. Sure enough, there was an idol inside. The voice told him it was the curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits. Someone had deliberately placed it near him, using it to cast a curse meant to kill him and claim his soul. What made no sense was that he was still alive. Those words triggered a sudden flood of memories in the boy's mind. He was not the original owner of this body. The body belonged to a middle schooler named Shane Yates. Shane Yates' soul had already been destroyed by the idol's curse. That was when I, having worked myself to death from overwork, had my soul cross over from Blue Star and seamlessly taken over Shane's body. The voice continued, "Human, when a curse like this fails to kill its target, it reverses and grants the target the enormous power it has accumulated over millions of years of soul harvesting. Now, summon the door again." As the voice faded, the idol crumbled to pieces right before Shane's eyes. Then the door reappeared before him. "From this moment on, this door belongs to you. It is your power of Link Realms." Then a gray evaluation tag materialized before him. The voice returned. "Because of how politely you conducted yourself when you entered that door, you have been awarded the evaluation tag, Chivalry. Equipping this tag grants the following effect. When you act with courtesy, others will think slightly more highly of you." Then the voice seemed to hit some kind of interference and broke up as it continued. "My power is almost gone. Human, be very careful. Whoever used that curse idol against you will come for you again the moment they find out you're still alive." Shane called out, "Wait, who are you? Why are you telling me all this?" "Because I need you. The world you stumbled into today is called the Nightmare Realm, the very place that holds me captive. Keep growing stronger and then come find me in the deepest part of the Nightmare Realm to set me free. When you do, I will repay you well. Until then, don't you dare die." And then the voice was gone. Shane quickly grasped how serious his situation was. Someone wanted him dead right from the start, yet the original Shane's memories held no trace of any enemy. He had no way to defend himself. His only option was to go through the door and see if he could earn more tags. He turned the handle without hesitation. There was a terrifying giant skeleton in there, but he had no choice. He had to try. He had made up his mind to talk things out with the skeleton. Communication was the cornerstone of human civilization after all. A skeleton was a dead person, and a dead person was still a person. With Chivalry's bonus, maybe he could turn the skeleton into an ally and have it protect him from whoever was after his life. But the moment he came face to face with the giant skeleton again, his heart nearly stopped. Shane forced himself to stay calm and greeted the skeleton as politely as he could. "Hello, my name is Shane Yates. Thanks to the Chivalry tag." The giant skeleton paused for a moment, visibly caught off guard. Shane pressed on, "I'm truly sorry for interrupting your meal earlier. I was actually hoping we could be friends." But he never got to finish. The giant skeleton shot out a bony claw and swiped at him. Shane barely dodged the strike. He scrambled back through the door immediately. The next second, the giant skeleton brought its hand down and smashed the door to pieces. The shockwave sent Shane flying onto his bed. "That was way too close," he gasped. When the door was destroyed, it disappeared. He was right to suspect that the gray tag was practically useless. What new tag might he earn this time? But then a notification appeared. "Evaluation tags can only be earned once per day. Today's attempt has been used. Please try again tomorrow." But Shane had no intention of giving up. He summoned the door again. A killer could show up at any moment and he had no time to waste. He opened the door with his most disarming smile and called out warmly, "Sorry to bother you again, it's me." But before he could say another word, the giant skeleton bit the door clean in half. To its surprise, the next second Shane appeared through a door on the other side, still smiling. "You can't get to me," he told it. "I can move freely between both worlds. The only thing we can do is talk." The giant skeleton was not impressed and smashed that door as well. And then Shane appeared again. "Excuse me, do you have a moment to hear me out?" The giant skeleton was stunned into silence. It turned and walked away without a second glance. Shane panicked. "Please, don't go. I noticed earlier that you're injured. When you were eating, new bone was slowly growing at all the fracture points across your body." Those words stopped the giant skeleton in its tracks. "I can't let you eat me, but our world has plenty of things that could really help your bones. If we became friends, I could help you heal. What do you think of my offer?" Shane looked at the giant skeleton with hopeful eyes, but the next second his expression shifted to alarm. A sphere of violet light had gathered in the skeleton's bony claw. Shane quickly stepped back through the door. "Seriously, still not working? I need a different approach." Just then a contract materialized before him. Shane let out a long breath. "A contract. So it worked after all. Congratulations. You have received a contract. Signatory the Dark Mother of Bones, Queen of Ghouls, fallen servant of the ruler of the underworld Micteta Kasiwa, field collector of the 5th Battalion of the Skeletal Legion. Shane was speechless. The title started off sounding impressive, but it turned out to be some low-ranking field errand runner. He had actually thought he had stumbled into something big. Contract terms, equal exchange. I recall that 7,000 years ago, humanity, through its gifts in culture, art, and invention, produced 12 resonances within the fabric of eternal fate, a sight that even the gods turned to witness. Human, I ask that you help me restore my strength. I have never entered into a contract with any being outside of the divine, so you would do well to understand the value of what stands before you. This is a fair contract. Should either party become unsatisfied, it may be dissolved at any time. Sign your name on the line below to make this contract binding. Shane did not hesitate for a single second. He signed his name, and a description of him appeared automatically beneath it. The human who triumphed over the curse of the ruler of fallen evil spirits, gatekeeper between nightmare and reality, the soul manipulator realms. Shane stared at the description, slightly embarrassed. He had no idea he carried that kind of weight. The moment his signature was down, the contract was sealed. From that point on, the fates of Shane and the giant skeleton were bound together. The next day, Shane was discharged from the hospital and returned home. His parents fussed over his health and had bought all kinds of supplements, especially the calcium tablets he had specifically asked for. Their care moved Shane deeply. In his previous life, he had grown up an orphan. Just then the doorbell rang. 2 police officers stood at the door. They were handling Shane's case. After going over the details, Officer Dunn apologized with visible awkwardness. Incidents like this happened every year, he said. There was nothing they could really do. Anyone who ran into something like this just had to consider themselves unlucky. The fact that Shane had made a full recovery was more than anyone could have hoped for. Hearing that, Shane said nothing. Only he knew the truth about the original Shane. The real Shane had been killed by the creature summoned through the curse. He looked up, his expression heavy, and asked, "So the next time this happens to someone, they just have to accept their fate?" His words left both officers momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Chief Leo Fletcher spoke quietly. "I understand how you feel, but there's something I need to tell you. Authorization has already come down from above. That hospital will be shut down and sealed off. No one will be allowed inside again. There won't be any more victims, I can assure you of that." It was only then that Shane really looked at Chief Fletcher. 3 stars on his badge. This guy was a chief and he looked young. Still, Shane kept his worry in his voice. "Thank you for telling me. I'm just afraid this might not have been random. Someone might have been specifically targeting me." Chief Fletcher replied evenly. "You're a middle school student. Your social circle is small and simple. We found no indication that anyone had a reason to want you dead. That covers everything on our end. We have other matters to attend to. We won't take up any more of your time." The 2 officers turned to leave. Watching them go, Shane sank into thought. The curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits was clearly something at a very high level. Even the police wanted nothing to do with it. But who would use something that powerful against a middle schooler? A few minutes later, Chief Fletcher came back. He held out his card to Shane. "If anything feels off," he said as he left, "call me directly." The card confirmed what Shane had already guessed. Chief Leo Fletcher. He turned it over in his hand and thought, could he trust Fletcher? And even if he could, would Fletcher be able to do anything for him? It was clear Fletcher was acting on his own instinct, rather than following orders. But if the government itself had no answer for this, what could one police chief possibly do? On top of that, the fact that he was still alive was no longer a secret. Whoever sent that killer would not stop there. His family could end up getting dragged into it. That thought brought him to his feet in an instant. He could not just sit and wait. He had to move, and he had to grow stronger. He summoned the mysterious door. He knew that right now, the only help available to him lay on the other side. He opened the door and put on his most winning smile. He held up a bag full of calcium tablets and called out, "Hey, big guy, you in there?" The next second, the giant skeleton dropped into view, hanging upside down in front of him. With the contract already signed, Shane felt no fear this time. "These calcium tablets will help you heal. I brought them for you." But the giant skeleton pointed at Shane's pocket. Shane pulled out the tonic he had stashed away. "This? You want this?" Before the words were even out of his mouth, a glow of green light gathered in the skeleton's bony claw. It condensed into a green crystal. A notification followed. The skeleton desired the tonic for its superior effects. As a field collector, it had selected this relic from among captured enemy spoils and wished to trade it for the tonic. Beginner's Nightmare Crystal, an artifact crafted by a high-ranking member of the elves, capable of directly transferring knowledge, skills, or information into the user. Shane was thrilled. A crystal that could directly impart skills and knowledge was exactly what he needed right now. Without a second thought, he crushed it in his hand. The next second, it shattered and dissolved into his body. Skill acquired, Moonlit Deer Stride, the primary movement technique of elven soldiers. Moonlit Deer Stride had been forged in the fires of an ancient and unrelenting war between the undead and the elves. To stand against the relentless advance of the undead, the elves developed this technique as their answer on the battlefield. This technique allows the user to dodge, advance, and sidestep. Shane was overjoyed after reading through the skill. He had traded a single tonic for an elven movement technique. It was a massive upgrade to his ability to protect himself. Then the boxes of calcium tablets flew out of the bag one by one and landed in the giant skeleton's hands. The giant skeleton then slowly retreated into the depths of the corridor to tend to its injuries alone. Shane watched it go and muttered under his breath. Seriously? Disappearing into the dark like that? We signed a contract and you're still being all mysterious. Whatever, I'll figure out the technique I just got. Mom and Dad will be back soon anyway. Better head back to my room. But then came a frustrating notification. The first move of the technique was dodge, which required 3 agility points. He only had 2. He was 1 point short. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. You're still alive? How is that possible? Shane stiffened instantly. He spun toward the sound. A figure dressed in black was hanging upside down just outside the window, apparently having appeared without a sound. The figure fixed him with a murderous glare and said, "This is very interesting. Let's see what you've got." The next second the figure drew a blade and came at him. Shane dropped into a crouch and barely escaped the strike. He immediately backed away, putting distance between himself and the attacker. The killer had not expected Shane to react so quickly. "Not bad, kid." While the killer paused, Shane scrambled to steady his shaking legs. His mind raced. He had not expected the killer to come this soon. Shane quickly activated the chivalry tag and forced a smile. "Good afternoon, sir. Is there something I can help you with?" It did absolutely nothing. The killer pressed forward without a pause. "What an idiot, just die already." A notification appeared. Skills and equipment in the Nightmare Realm have quality tiers, ranging from lowest to highest: scrap gray, basic white, excellent green, remarkable blue, unique purple. Higher tiers produce stronger effects. Your chivalry tag is currently rated scrap gray. It was only then that Shane realized his tag was the lowest tier possible. No wonder it worked so inconsistently. And to make things worse, he still could not use Moonlit Deer Stride. Growing frustrated with the lack of results, the killer threw all pretense aside and drew a gun, clearly intending to end this quickly. Shane's heart sank. He was done for. Then another notification appeared. Reminder, consuming a tag grants attribute points. Higher tier tags yield more points. Shane immediately chose to consume his chivalry tag. Tag consumed. 1 attribute point gained. He put the point straight into agility. It went from 2 to 3. Moonlit Deer Stride first move dodge was now unlocked. Shane exploded off the ground. He appeared behind the killer in an instant, immediately summoned the door, pulled it open, and dashed through. The killer did not hesitate for a second. He shoved the door open and charged through after him, but what he saw on the other side left him completely stunned. What the hell? How is there a passageway this deep in here? Shane appeared behind him, still smiling. "Goodbye, sir. Hope you enjoy your stay." Then he shut the door. By the time the killer realized what had happened, it was too late. Without warning, a massive skull appeared directly in front of him, jaw wide open. The giant skeleton clamped down on his neck, and that was the end of it. Crunching sounds echoed through the corridor. Before long, the killer had been completely consumed, and the fractured bone along the skeleton's arm began to slowly grow back. Shane, having just escaped with his life, was gasping for breath. That was too close. There will probably be more killers coming. He had to find a way to protect himself, and fast. Just as he said it, the contract appeared before him. A system message followed. "Your offering has greatly satisfied the other party. In accordance with the principle of equal exchange, the other party has presented items in return, approved by the contract." He received 2 green tier pieces of equipment from the giant skeleton. Palm Shadow Crown, excellent tier green equipment. It holds a permanent high-level shadow enchantment from the depths of the abyss. Anyone who wears it can disguise themselves as a member of the elves. Masterwork of the Undead, Silver War Emblem, a mark of battlefield honor among the spirit forces of the Nightmare Realm, awarded only to soldiers who have rendered distinguished service. Wearing it allows the user to teleport to the territory of the elves. Shane could barely contain his excitement. He put the crown on immediately to see what it would do. The next second, he had transformed into an elven man so striking he would have turned every head in a room. Shane stared at his reflection in his phone screen, absolutely floored. Who even is this guy? This is insane. Then a bold idea formed in his mind. Once his tag ability refreshed the next day, he would head into elven territory and see what he could find. Just then came a knock at his bedroom door. His chest tightened. Who was it? Another killer? Then a voice came from outside. "Shane, you home? Thank goodness you're okay. It's me, Howie Cook." Shane dropped the disguise and went to the door. Howie Cook was the original Shane's closest friend. Shane had gone to the hospital that day to visit him. Howie threw his arms around Shane the moment the door opened, completely overwhelmed with emotion. "Shane, I was so scared. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. You almost died because of me." Just then, Shane's mother came home. "Oh, Howie, coming to check on our boy?" Shane looked past her into the hallway. "Mom, where's Dad? He went to see your grandfather to see if he could get his hands on some tonic." Howie's eyes went wide at the mention of tonic. "That stuff is incredibly rare. Even people with serious money can't always get their hands on it. Shane, your family is something else." Then he turned back to Shane. "Your parents really love you. You have to get better soon and come back for the entrance exams." Hearing that snapped Shane back to something he had almost forgotten. The original Shane was a middle schooler, right in the middle of the high school entrance exams. Because of the curse, Shane had been in the hospital when the first exam took place. He had missed it. Howie's guilt flared up again. "You were top of the grade. You would have had no problem getting into a top high school. This is all on me." Shane's mother quickly stepped in to comfort him. "Don't blame yourself, Howie. He missed the first strength exam, but if he performs well on the second agility exam, he can still get into a decent high school." That reminded Shane that the entrance exams in this world were nothing like those he had known on Blue Star. On top of academic subjects, they also included physical tests measuring strength and agility, but he was a target. Going to school meant stepping out into the open. The thought left Shane torn. He did not want to walk away from the exams, but he could not ignore the risk. His mother watched him, her eyes full of worry as she noticed his trembling. She opened her arms. She pulled Shane into a hug. "If you don't want to sit the exam, that's perfectly okay," she said softly. "All we want is for you to be safe and well." Those words hit Shane somewhere deep. This was a warmth he had never known in his previous life as an orphan. In that moment, he made up his mind. "Relax, Mom. You know what I'm capable of. I'll be back at school tomorrow for the review sessions." Seeing her son pull himself together, his mother finally let herself breathe. If he had chosen to give up on the exams, she would have accepted it without a word of complaint. But he could not let that happen. Shane's inherited memories kept surfacing. His grandfather and the family he came from were clearly people of considerable standing and reach, but his parents' relationship with the grandfather and the family had always been strained. They had never once asked for help. They built their life entirely on their own. It was a modest life, but they made it work. There was no way they could afford the tonic on their own. His father must have swallowed his pride and gone to the grandfather, hat in hand, to beg for it, but their real son was gone. "From this moment on, I am their son. I will not let their sacrifice be for nothing." The next day, Shane arrived at school early. He looked over the textbooks on his desk with genuine curiosity. The subjects here were unlike anything he had studied before, including physical form, mental awakening, and strength conditioning. With this many people around, a killer would think twice before making a move in broad daylight. And if he could get into a top high school, there would be far more capable teachers around who might be able to protect him. While he was lost in thought, a classmate came over. "Shane, Zoe Bryce is looking for you. She's waiting in the hallway." 1 minute later, Shane found Zoe in the hallway. From the original Shane's memories, she was someone who had been constantly seeking him out to study together. "Zoe, what did you need?" Zoe answered, "I heard you were back to prepare for the exams. I did well on the first one, and I'm confident about the rest. I should be able to get into one of the top provincial schools." Shane smiled and congratulated her, but Zoe hesitated, as if there was something more she wanted to say. After a few seconds, she finally said it. "I just wanted to say, please stop coming to find me from now on." That set off a wave of whispers among nearby students. "Drama incoming! Is she actually cutting him off?" Shane stood there looking genuinely baffled. Then Zoe continued, putting on a gracious tone that did not quite match the sharpness underneath. "What I mean is, Shane, we're heading in different directions. Sooner or later, the gap between us would leave us with nothing to talk about, so there's no point in things going any further. But we can still be friends. I've already deleted your contact. I hope you take care of yourself going forward." Shane was at a complete loss for words. He thought to himself, is she serious right now? I've already missed one exam and she's choosing this exact moment to pull this? That's low. He replied in a calm, flat tone. "As I recall, you're the one who has always come looking for me. I've never once gone to you. Zoe, I never wanted to be your friend in the first place. The exams are coming up. I hope you mean what you say because I'd appreciate you not bothering me again. I have studying to do." Shane's words sent a ripple through the growing crowd of onlookers. Back when Shane was top of the grade, Zoe was always chasing after him. Now that he's missed an exam, she's publicly cutting ties? That's rough. Zoe's face went red. Her best friend Lena stepped forward, furious. "That's how you talk to her? She's given you plenty of gifts. You're a real disappointment." Zoe turned away, tears beginning to fall. "Shane, I thought we were friends." Shane felt his stomach turn. She's playing the victim to keep me here, he thought. She wants to walk away on top. But she clearly underestimates what I'm capable of. He kept his voice steady. "Zoe, yes, I accepted your gifts. But accepting a gift doesn't mean I owe you anything beyond that. If you genuinely cared about me, you wouldn't use gifts as leverage. I have every right to pursue better things in life. I have nothing more to say to you. If you want your gifts back, I'll replace them. But don't expect us to be friends." He turned to walk away. That set Lena off completely. "Shane, you're absolutely terrible." The crowd started piling on. What a jerk. Zoe was so devoted to him. Does being smart give you the right to humiliate someone like that? Zoe wanted to call after him, but she held back. This was not how she had pictured this going at all. Everyone seemed to be on her side, but she had come here to reject him, and somehow she ended up being the one who got rejected in front of everyone. She would never live this down. At that moment, a broad-shouldered figure stepped into Shane's path. "Stop right there," he growled. "Zoe hasn't dismissed you yet." Shane recognized him immediately. It was Sam Mix, third in the grade. "Class is about to start. Move." Sam's anger surged. "You've been out for days, so you're clearly behind on the news. My strength score has gone way up. You're not number one anymore, Shane. Apologize to Zoe right now, unless you want a few broken bones." Shane put on a helpless expression. "Sam, you've got it backwards. Zoe was the one who called me out here. I wasn't bothering her. But fine, if it'll help, I'll apologize." He turned to Zoe and gave a deep bow. "Zoe, I'm sorry. You win. Feel free to keep coming after me. Hope that's good enough for you." Then he put on his most wounded expression and made a show of running off in tears. The crowd stared in stunned silence. "Oh my God, is he actually crying? He looks devastated." Zoe completely lost her composure. "Wait, that's not what I meant at all. Don't listen to Sam." The second the words left her mouth, she wanted to take them back. "What am I even saying? Why did I just say that?" Sam completely scrambled my head. Sam snapped and charged straight at Shane. "I came here to back Zoe up and it's turned into this mess. You're going to pay for that." Just as Sam's fist was about to connect, Shane used his arm as a pivot and launched himself into the air. With everyone watching in disbelief, he pushed off the top of Sam's head executed a clean backflip, and landed perfectly on the ground. The crowd erupted. Did you see that? What was that? His speed looks way higher than his agility scores ever showed. What Shane had just used was the elven technique, moonlit deer stride. At that moment, a teacher's voice cut through the noise. What is everyone doing standing around? The practice exam is about to begin. Everyone to the field, now. The crowd scattered in an instant. Sam shot Shane a look full of venom as he walked away. This isn't over, Shane. I'm warning you. Everyone made their way to the field. Howie found Shane warming up and nudged him. The testing is going to take forever with this many people. They won't call our names for a while. There's a new shop that opened up behind the school. Want to take a look and come back? Howie's words actually reminded Shane of something. He still had not gotten today's tag. This was his window. He clutched his stomach and told Howie he needed to use the restroom, asking him to hold his spot in line. Then he made straight for the restroom. What he did not notice was that a figure had been following him. The figure slipped into the restroom right behind him, a ballpoint pen in one hand, eyes sharp with intent. But a second later, the figure went still. Shane was nowhere to be found. Shane had already activated the palm shadow crown and taken on his elven form. He had stepped through the door, but the giant skeleton was nowhere inside. Then he spotted the gun the previous killer had left behind. This could come in handy. One more thing to protect myself with in elven territory, even if I've never fired a gun in my life. Once he was ready, he took out the Silver War emblem, but just before the teleportation took effect, the mysterious voice reached him once more. Human, there is nothing more I am able to do for you. Take this. It is a token of humanity. Then Shane vanished from the corridor. The next second, he stood in the territory of the elves. The token the mysterious voice had given him turned out to be a short sword. He was still puzzling over it, when a voice behind him suddenly called out, "Who's there?" 3 figures emerged from the undergrowth. "Farron, what are you doing here?" Hearing that, Shane confirmed the identity he was playing Farron. The 3 continued, "You finally showed up. Took you long enough. Another minute and we were going to call the mission a failure and report back." Shane quickly explained that he had run into a complication and was delayed. At the same time, he noticed that all 3 wore the palm shadow crown on their heads. They were not real elves either. "Alright, never mind, you're here now. We've already earned this tribe's trust. We move tonight. Kill their chief and take their valuables. Farron, are you ready?" Shane reached up and adjusted his crown as he answered, "Of course. I've been itching for this." That sent all 3 into a near panic. They shouted at him to keep his hands away from it. They shot quick glances around them and tore into him in hushed, furious tones. "Are you an idiot? You never touched the palm shadow crown? If our true identities as undead get exposed, we are all finished." That confirmed everything. Shane now knew exactly who these 3 were. He cursed the giant skeleton under his breath. The Farron they were talking about was the skeleton all along, and it had dumped its own mission on him. The group made their way toward the elven village. Shane pushed himself to his limit just to keep pace with the other 3. These undead were on a completely different level. By the time they reached the village, night had fallen. One of them issued the order. Shane would carry out the assassination while the 3 of them stood watch outside. Shane felt the blood drain from his face. "You're joking. Me? Kill the chief?" The 3 turned cold in an instant. "That's right, you got a problem with that? Are you backing out?" Shane reversed course immediately. "Back out? Absolutely not. My blade has been waiting for this. Leave it to me." All 3 gave him an approving nod. "Now that's what we like to hear." Shane was screaming on the inside. If he had said no, those 3 would have taken him out on the spot. The group presented their Silver War emblems. The elven guards checked them over and, satisfied, waved them through into the village. Elves they passed greeted them warmly. The young elven women in particular had Shane completely dazzled. They soon arrived at the door to the chief's chamber. One of them clapped him on the shoulder. "Go on in, brother. We'll rest here and wait for you." Shane knew exactly what that meant. They were making sure he had no way to run. Watching the door slowly swing open, Shane thought to himself, this is a nightmare. He had been dragged into a conflict between the undead and the elves for no reason at all. On the bright side, if the assassination actually succeeded, he might walk away with a powerful tag. He stepped inside. What he saw stopped him cold. An elven man sat reading a book and looked up the moment someone entered. He closed it. His eyes settled on Shane. "Welcome, soldier from the front lines." Shane's eyes went wide. A system message appeared. "Your door carries a built-in evaluation ability, allowing you to view the tags held by other beings." What he saw next nearly stopped his heart. The elven chief in front of him had 6 unique purple tags, each crackling with energy. Shane had 1 tag to his name, and it was scrap gray. Shane completely fell apart inside. He had been deluding himself. No wonder those 3 undead outside, each far stronger than him, did not dare face this chief directly. Chivalry going up against soul of the infinite forest, heir of the ancient tree throne, nature's sovereign conqueror of thousands, grandmaster of arcane arts, guardian of the nightmare realm, and 5th of the realm's leaders. Was this guy serious? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Skeletal Farron. He made a mental note of that name. Just as Shane was trying to figure a way out, the elven chieftain suddenly spoke to him. "Young and courageous soldier, we thank you for your sacrifice. Please, rest in our village." The next second, a teleportation circle appeared beneath Shane's feet. He was instantly transported to a seat in the banquet hall. His 3 accomplices told him to eat something first and wait until their target let his guard down at the banquet before making a move. Shane's mind was racing. He knew that sitting around and waiting was as good as waiting to die. He had to do something. Just then, a young elven girl appeared behind him. "Excuse me, sir, would you honor me with a dance?" She said shyly that it would be the greatest honor to dance with a hero from the front lines. Shane agreed. agreed without hesitation. The two of them began to dance, and watching the girl's bright, joyful expression, Shane felt something stir in his chest. What a shame, he thought. He was about to walk into his own grave. If it weren't for this whole assassination mess, dancing the night away with a beautiful elven girl like this would have been a dream. Unacceptable. He had to think of something. When the dance ended, the girl noticed that Shane seemed troubled and asked what was wrong. Shane laughed it off and said he was a terrible dancer and hoped he hadn't ruined her experience. He asked for her name. She told him it was Lanny. Shane then told her he wanted to perform a magic trick as a thank you for the dance. Lanny's eyes lit up with excitement. She took off her bracelet and handed it to Shane as a token of appreciation for the trick. Shane stepped up onto the table. He called out for everyone's attention, announcing that he was about to perform a one-of-a-kind magic trick. He was going to transform himself into a human, right before their eyes. The crowd was immediately intrigued. His three undead accomplices, however, were completely lost. What on earth was Farron doing? Shane raised his hand and placed it on his crown. The next second, the crown flew off and Shane returned to his true human form. The silver war emblem sailed through the air toward Lanny. "This is for you, the lovely and gracious Miss Lanny." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, but what Shane said next brought the room to a dead silence. "You see, the reason I was able to transform is because I removed that silver war emblem." He then pointed to his three accomplices. "My three companions here can do the same trick. All they have to do is remove their silver war emblems, and they'll reveal what they truly are. The undead." The room exploded. Every pair of eyes turned toward the three with murderous intent. Weapons were drawn in an instant, and the three were surrounded. Shane summoned the door. "Once my three brothers have done their transformation, I'll be right back and turn into an elf again. Farewell, beautiful Miss Lanny." He vanished before anyone could grab him, and the door disappeared right after. All the elves charged at the undead with a roar, all except Lanny, who kept her eyes fixed on the spot where Shane had disappeared. Thick vines coiled around the undead and a voice rang out. "I was hoping to play with you a little longer, but what a shame, you thought you could infiltrate my village. What you didn't expect was that a human had already infiltrated your ranks and was pulling the strings the whole time." The irony. The speaker was none other than the elven chieftain. The bound undead still tried to talk their way out. "There must be some misunderstanding, we have badges." But the next second, a crown was ripped off, and its true form was exposed. The elven chieftain spoke. "The silver war emblem still carries a high-level shadow enchantment from the darkest depths. That was unexpected, I'll admit. The undead had spies in every village. Now that we have this in hand, we can find its weakness and counter it. Human boy, I owe you a great debt this time." Everyone turned to look at the spot where Shane had vanished. Lanny stood quietly, wondering if she would ever see him again. Back in the passage, Shane let out a long breath. That had been way too close. He told himself to never forget that lesson. Then he spotted the giant skeleton up ahead. He stormed over, furious. "You stinking pile of bones. I was out there fighting for my life in elven territory, and you're here having a comfortable feast?" Shane's outburst startled the giant skeleton. It stared at him in disbelief. "How are you still alive?" That only made Shane angrier. "Oh, so you can talk. You miserable piece of work. You handed me that pale shadow crown on purpose. You were trying to get me killed, weren't you? How did you survive? Tell me everything, in detail. I'll pay you fairly for the information. This isn't about payment. You almost got me killed, and I'm not the forgiving type." Before Shane could finish, a contract materialized in front of him. Acting in good faith and on the principle of equal exchange, the other party had prepared a powerful undead technique as compensation, valued at. Shane cut him off with a curse. "You think throwing something out there is enough to buy me off? You're insulting my dignity." The giant skeleton sighed and explained. "The reason I gave you the pale shadow crown was because you're human. The elves and humans are allies, so you had a chance of making it out alive. If I had gone in your place, death would have been the only outcome." A glowing purple orb formed in its hand. As a gesture of apology, going beyond equal exchange, the other party decided to gift him a Legacy Nightmare Crystal. Legacy Nightmare Crystal contains 3 top-tier evolvable undead talents. Choose one to merge with your soul and make its power your own, the giant skeleton explained. This Legacy Nightmare Crystal is the foundation of the undead's existence. It's beyond precious. The only reason I'm still standing is that they want this crystal and the talents inside it, so they've kept their hands off me. It let out a dry, rattling laugh. They never would have guessed I'd hand it over to a human. Shane softened a little, though he tried not to show it. "I'm a man of principles, but given how sincere you're being, I'll let it go this time. Just remember, there won't be a next time." As Shane crushed the crystal, the skeletal king appeared before him, seated upon a throne. 3 orbs of light blue, green, and yellow flew toward him. The skeletal king's voice was deep and hollow. "Choose. From these most ancient inherited talents, select one and make it yours." Dark whispers, basic, upgradable. Bound by the body, the dead must answer your call. They will crawl up from the depths and tell you everything they know so that their souls may finally rest. Death is the deepest form of education. Body of the sacred, basic, upgradable. Any force capable of killing you will trigger a force transformation into the body of the sacred, temporarily placing you beyond the reach of death for 5 seconds. Resets after 1 day. Those who seek to control your life and death will face dire consequences. Undead resurrection, basic, upgradable. Conjure a soul flame and place it upon a fallen undead warrior. The flame will merge with the body and bring it back to life. Among all resurrection techniques, this is one of the most masterful, a fundamental arcane art capable of restoring the undead, the core essence of the undead. Shane thought carefully about all three. Undead resurrection was useless to him right now. Body of the Sacred only lasted 5 seconds, after which he'd be just as dead as before. Dark Whispers seemed like the weakest choice on the surface, but it was exactly what he needed most. Intelligence was the fastest way to track down whoever was trying to kill him. Without another second of hesitation, he chose Dark Whispers. As the crystal shattered, waves of energy surged into Shane's body. In an instant, the talent was his. He could already sense faint whispers from the dead brushing against his mind. The giant skeleton looked genuinely surprised. "I didn't expect you to pick that one." "Why? Is something wrong with it?" "Not at all. It just doesn't build combat strength quickly. In all my years, every undead lord who faced this choice picked the third. A rare few chose the second. No one has ever chosen Dark Whispers. Now then, can you tell me what actually happened? It matters to me." Shane then recounted everything that had gone down in Elven territory. The giant skeleton was quiet for a moment after hearing it all. "The original assassination target should have been a female Elven priestess. The man you described is the most powerful high priest among the elves. Those 3 nightmare knights from the undead have been captured by the elves. They can no longer watch me or threaten me. This is my only window." With that, it turned and crawled deep into the passage without looking back. Shane had no idea what the giant skeleton was up to, but he didn't try to stop it. He had his own problems to deal with first. The system then notified him. "Opening the door this time has earned you the evaluation tag, Insider." Insider, green tag, excellent. Equipping this tag grants the following effect. When you say, "Hey, I'm one of you," to a target, they will treat you as one of their own. Lasts 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the target will forget everything that just happened. This tag can only be used once per day. The target's total attributes must not exceed twice yours, or the tag may be resisted. Shane was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected a green tag. The system chimed again. "You have obtained the Nature Blessing Bracelet. Accessory, green, excellent quality, rare. Wearing this bracelet will slowly increase your mental energy." It was only then that Shane remembered this was the bracelet Lanny had given him. Green, rare quality. That was quite a find. Shane headed toward the school grounds, muttering to himself as he walked. Not bad at all. A short sword, a green evaluation tag, a green bracelet, and a handgun. Quite the haul. Better keep all of this out of sight. Out on the grounds, Howie. Cook was in the middle of his agility test. The test began. Jets of liquid shot up from holes in the ground at rapid intervals. As the frequency picked up, Howie got hit square in the face almost immediately. The examiner announced his score, 71. "Be glad this isn't the real exam." Next up, Shane Yates. Shane got into position. The examiner called out, "Begin." Shane shot forward like an arrow, weaving through the jets of liquid with ease. The students watching were stunned. He was so fast. The paint couldn't keep up with him at all, and the way he moved so unhurried like he was gliding on ice. What none of them knew was that Shane was barely applying any elven footwork techniques. That alone was more than enough. Every move Shane made was being watched by a very interested pair of eyes. "This kid's footwork is something else. This is our top student of the year. He missed the first exam, and I thought it was too great a loss, so I called you down to take a look, see if there's any chance of giving him an opportunity. He's clearly gifted in movement. If his mental energy score is also a perfect score, then giving him a chance isn't out of the question." Principal Holt was caught off guard. A perfect score in mental power? Director Moan, isn't that setting the bar a little high? He knew full well that Shane's mental power was nothing to write home about. By then, Shane had already finished the agility test. The examiner announced a perfect score. The examiner looked almost emotional. "Shane, if only you hadn't missed that first exam. Thank you for your concern, sir. I haven't given up on the exam yet." Shane turned down Howie's invitation to go grab food afterward. He headed back to the classroom alone to think. The math and sciences were manageable since they lined up with what he knew from his original world. But the language and science curriculum here were a whole different story. The historical figures, events, and literary works of this world were completely foreign to him. It felt like 2 sets of memories were fighting each other inside his head. While he was still wrestling with that, someone suddenly kicked his desk clean across the room. It was Sam Mix, Zoe Bryce's most devoted follower. "Shane, I told you I'd be back." Shane didn't flinch. His voice was calm. "Zoe sent you, didn't she?" Sam insisted Zoe had nothing to do with it. He simply wanted to beat Shane up himself. He told Shane his strength had broken through to 2 points, and if Shane didn't want to get hurt, he should get on his knees, apologize, and lick his shoes clean. Shane looked at the group advancing on him and immediately activated the insider tag. "Hey, I'm one of you." The next second, Sam and the others went blank-eyed. Sam scratched his head awkwardly. "Look, what can I say? Zoe came to us in tears and begged us to help her out. Yeah, none of us wanted to go after our own guy. It's just hard to say no to her. Forget it, we're all on the same side. I'm out." But the moment 10 seconds passed, they forgot everything and were back to threatening to take Shane out. Shane immediately decided the tag was more trouble than it was worth, especially with a 1-day cooldown. He chose to consume it on the spot. Consumption successful. Consuming this green tag has granted 3 attribute points. Reminder, in addition to the 3 attribute points just earned, you may also reallocate 1 attribute point previously assigned to agility. Would you like to transfer it to strength? Shane dumped all 4 points into strength without a second thought. His strength shot from 1.2 all the way up to 5.2. In that brief moment, someone grabbed Shane from behind and locked his arms. "Don't try to run like last time, Shane. Fight Sam like a man." Sam channeled every bit of his strength and swung hard, fully expecting to crack a few ribs. The punch landed square in Shane's stomach, but Shane didn't react at all. Sam, on the other hand, looked like he was about to be sick. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Every single finger had snapped out of shape, completely broken. Shane shrugged off the hold on him without any effort. He spun around and dropped the guy who had grabbed him with one punch. The rest of the group stood, frozen in disbelief. He took Sam's punch head-on without a scratch, and broke free from Maven's hold just like that? Was this guy even human? In their eyes, Shane looked like something out of a legend. Shane looked down at Sam writhing in pain and spoke evenly. I already missed one exam, and you still came for me. With the final exams right around the corner, you all got together over some petty jealousy and tried to ruin someone's entire future without a second thought. If it had been another student, or even who I used to be, they'd be seriously hurt right now. Sam, dangling in Shane's grip like a rag doll, had lost every bit of his earlier bravado and was begging to be let go. Shane's voice was ice cold. You came here to destroy my future, and now you're asking me to let you off. Don't you find that a little funny? With that, he hurled Sam across the room like he weighed nothing. The sound of crashing and screaming echoed through the entire school. The exam teachers rushed to the classroom shortly after, and what they saw left everyone speechless. Shane was leaning against the chalkboard wall, surrounded by several students sprawled across the floor in every direction, blood smeared all around. The moment Shane saw people arriving, he put on the most pitiful expression he could manage. Teacher, you're finally here. They were bullying me. That threw everyone off completely. What did you just say? You beat them all into this state and you're calling it bullying? From the crowd, Zoe watched the scene unfold and felt her stomach drop. She hadn't counted on this. All of them together, and not one was a match for Shane. She quickly typed a reply on her phone to someone. It's done. Beside her, Lena leaned in. Zoe, Shane's actually that strong. Do you regret it? The question left Zoe quiet for a moment. What if, when she had called him to the stairwell, she had encouraged him to keep going instead? What if they had made a promise to stay in touch after high school? Would things have turned out differently? But she pushed the thought aside just as quickly. There was no going back now. He had made such a scene, injuring 7 or 8 students. His exam results would almost certainly be disqualified. Her goal had been achieved. Shane was finished, and her future was wide open. She turned back to Lena's question. I only wish I'd seen through him sooner. Then she noticed Sam staring directly at her, and panic began to creep in. What was that idiot doing? Why was he looking at her like that? He wasn't about to drag her into this, was he? Stop it. Don't look at me like that. Don't you dare open your mouth. Keep it shut, you fool. But no matter how desperately she willed it, Sam called out her name anyway. Zoe, it hurts so bad. Every eye in the room turned to Zoe. Zoe's performance kicked into high gear instantly. Tears poured down her face. She burst into sobs and ran off, already pulling out her phone to call the police. Sam, I can't believe Shane did this to you. I'm calling the police right now. Shane almost had to admire the performance. In one move, Zoe had distanced herself from the whole thing and managed to throw him under the bus at the same time. The teacher dismissed the onlookers and told Shane to follow him to the office. Meanwhile, Principal Holt was in the middle of pitching his school's top students to Director M1 from the Mortal Martial Arts Group. A teacher came rushing in, out of breath. Principal, Shane and Sam got into a fight. The police are already here. Principal Holt waved it off. You're coming to me over a student fight? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? But before he could finish, the teacher pulled up the video and hit play. Both men snatched for the phone at the same time, eyes wide as they watched. On Shane's end, the police were watching the same footage. One of them turned to him. Mr. Yates, you had your phone recording from the very beginning? Yes, sir, Shane answered honestly. I was afraid they might kill me. The officers exchanged a look, each thinking the same thing. If anything, it was the other way around. It turned out Shane had been thinking ahead. The moment Sam's group made their intentions clear, he had quietly positioned his phone and started recording. The officer told him that despite the footage, Shane still needed to come in with them. The outcome would depend on the medical assessment of the injured. The teacher jumped in immediately. The student already missed one exam because of an incident beyond his control. If you take him in now, he'll miss another one. There's video evidence right here. What else is there to investigate? While the teacher and the police went back and forth, Shane quietly cycled through his attribute settings, getting his body used to the shifts as quickly as possible. Principal Holt walked in. Mr. Yates, it's a good thing you had your phone recording everything. With injuries like that, you'd have been expelled otherwise. Ralph followed up. Exactly. Your physical stats are far beyond theirs. Fighting them was hardly even a contest. He walked over and handed Shane a business card. I watched the footage. I could tell you were holding back. Shane nodded. I was. I didn't want it to kill anyone. Shane looked down at the card. Regional Director, Mortal Martial Arts Group, Ralph M. Moan. The Mortal Martial Arts Group was a powerhouse of an organization. They held the rights to martial knowledge traditions of all kinds, along with an extensive catalog of combat techniques and proprietary martial arts. For an ordinary person, getting into the Mortal Martial Arts Group was essentially a leap from one world into another. It was the path out of the common ranks and into something far greater. Shane looked back up at Ralph. Something was immediately clear. Just standing there, the man gave off no openings whatsoever. No matter how Shane ran the numbers in his head, no combination of attributes would be enough to land a single scratch on him. Ralph spoke first. Mr. Yates, the neural analysis system puts your strength at a minimum of 4.5. If you don't mind me asking, what is your exact strength attribute? Still processing just how powerful this man was, Shane answered. 5. The entire room went silent. Even Ralph looked genuinely impressed. A strength of 4.5 at the middle school level already clears our recruitment threshold. A 5 is a different matter entirely. At that level, you can operate certain combat class battle armor and handle scrap and basic grade ancient weapons. And with a perfect score on the agility simulation, that's more than enough for me to use my nomination. Join our group. I'll arrange a retake for your strength assessment. Shane blinked. He hadn't expected a retake to even be on the table. Normally it isn't allowed, but to make sure talents like yours don't fall through the cracks, our group has the authority to recommend that the education board arrange a reassessment for certain candidates. Shane could hardly contain himself. He agreed on the spot. Ralph then added, almost as an afterthought, by the way, what's your mental energy score? Purely out of curiosity. Your strength and agility already clear the bar, so this won't affect anything. Shane answered without hesitation. 3. He figured not everything could be off the charts. A 3 seemed reasonable enough. What he didn't expect was the look on Ralph's face. The man's cigarette dropped right out of his mouth. Everyone else in the room looked equally shaken. 3? That high? Wasn't his mental energy supposed to be average? Ralph's expression turned completely serious. Mr. Yates, could you demonstrate? A mental energy of 3 should allow telekinesis. Move that chair. Shane adjusted his attributes and brought his mental energy up to 3. The chair lifted effortlessly into the air with a thought. Everyone present looked like the ground had just shifted beneath them. The officers who had come to investigate the fight quietly called it. They were done here. They knew. From this point on, the boy named Shane Yates was headed somewhere far beyond their reach. Someone like this was no longer in their jurisdiction. Even the director of the Mortal Martial Arts Group couldn't hold back. He'd struck gold. Shane's strength was at 5, his agility at least 4, and now his mental energy at 3. A talent like this, one in tens of millions, walking right into his lap. He didn't even dare think about what kind of reward was coming his way. He lit a cigarette and asked everyone else to leave. Just him and Shane. He exhaled slowly and looked at Shane. So, Mr. Yates, what do you want out of life? Shane's answer caught him completely off guard. Director Moan, my dream is in your name. Money. Mountains of it. Ralph stared at him for a moment. That's just the basics. What I want to know is what you truly want most. Shane's mind went back to the assassination attempt. If he was being honest about what he wanted most, it was simple. To never be pushed around again. To have the strength to protect himself and the people he cared about. Good, Ralph said. Then right now is the closest you've ever been to that dream. Come on, attack me. Shane pointed at him and said flatly, you greasy, overgrown creep. Ralph nearly choked. I meant a physical attack. With your fists. Shane caught himself and quietly shifted all his attribute points into strength. My apologies, Director Moan. He channeled everything into his fist and was a split second away from throwing it when Ralph's eyes snapped wide open. Shane was frozen in place by an invisible force, unable to move a muscle. This is a technique, Ralph said. It locks down the attacker. Master it, and you can protect yourself with it. Interested? Shane's eyes lit up. That's incredible. I want to learn it. But Ralph wasn't done. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. To Shane's horror, he pressed it against his own head and pulled the trigger. The bullet stopped in midair right beside his head. This is another technique from the group's private archives. It can deflect any projectile attack, up to and including a sniper round. Shane's mind went completely blank. He was actually seeing this with his own eyes. Speed truly was the ultimate defense against anything. Ralph straightened up. I'm now formally inviting you to join our Dragon's Awakening project. It's the group's Supernova training program. We will recommend you for 3 of the finest high schools in the world. Before that, there will be a rigorous entrance examination. Not the standard exam. Each of these 3 schools sets its own test, and ordinary people never get a shot at them. The noble clans have had a monopoly on access for generations. The noble clans are ancient bloodlines that have existed since the age of the old gods. They hold knowledge, artifacts, and blood packs passed down from that era, and their martial heritage runs even deeper than ours. At the mention of the noble clans, Shane thought of his grandfather. The Yates family had once been one of them. Ralph continued. The Dragon's Awakening project exists to find talents like you from outside those circles. We'll support you in getting into the highest tier institutions. And even if you fall short on the exam, we'll guarantee you a place in a top-tier high school. If you do get into one of the 3 schools, the group will back you fully, resources, mentorship, career path tailored to your strengths. And when you've pushed yourself to the absolute ceiling, you come back and work with us. The compensation will match your level. Think it over, Mr. Yates. Shane understood completely now. This was a world where strength decided everything. He accepted without a moment's hesitation. He thought about how his family had once been part of the noble clans, and how his father had been cast out by his grandfather for reasons he never fully understood. Because his family had no standing when the incident happened. The police hadn't been willing to put themselves on the line. His parents had gone door to door trying to get their hands on a single tonic, something that would have been completely trivial to his grandfather's noble clan. And today, he had put several people in the hospital and walked away without consequences, simply because his potential was high enough that the rules of this level no longer applied to him. Ralph then pulled out a digital document. If everything looks good, sign here and add your fingerprint. Shane read through it carefully, then signed. Ralph was pleased by how quickly Shane committed. Since Shane was still a minor, he still needed a guardian signature. He got Shane's home address and said his goodbyes. He needed to move fast. He couldn't let another organization swoop in and take his prize. The moment he stepped out the door, he was gone. Vanished from the hallway in an instant. The speed left Shane stunned. One blink and the man was gone. He really was something else. Principal Holt came rushing over the moment Shane stepped out. Well, what happened? I signed, Shane said. Director Moan is on his way to talk to my parents. The principal and teachers erupted in celebration. This is going to put our school on the map across the entire city. Just then, Shane's phone rang. He answered, puzzled by the unfamiliar number. The voice on the other end spoke. Mr. Yates, this is Leo Fletcher. I found something. I'd like you to come down to the station. Shane arrived at the station shortly after. Leo led him to his office. Something felt off to Shane the moment he walked into the building. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something wasn't right. Leo showed him a photograph. It had been taken by chance. On the rooftop of the building across from the hospital, on the day of the incident, there was a suspicious figure. Shane said he didn't recognize the person. Leo continued. According to our forensics experts, this individual appears to have been attempting to activate something. Shane, were you carrying anything unusual that day? Shane knew exactly what the man in the photo had been activating. The curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits. But Leo clearly hadn't caught the man yet, and the idol was already destroyed. He couldn't breathe a word about it. Everyone else had died from the idol's curse, and yet he had survived. That alone was strange enough to invite the wrong kind of attention. Saying anything now would only cause problems. To be safe, Shane told Leo that he hadn't been carrying anything out of the ordinary. Leo went quiet. Then he looked at Shane with a searching expression. That's strange then. No sense of suffocation, loss of control, or blacking out? No, Shane answered. But something nagged at him. The questions Leo was asking felt like they came from someone who already knew more than he was letting on. And since stepping into the office, there had been this persistent unease, as if something was lurking just out of sight all around him, and one word from him would set off something that had never happened before. Just as Leo began to raise his right hand, Shane spoke up. Actually, I just remembered something. My bag was open when I found it, but I know I zipped it up before I left school. Leo's hand stopped. He leaned in and lowered his voice. Did you check the bag? No, Shane said. I really should take a look. But his mind was elsewhere. What was Leo about to do when he raised that hand? It looked like he had been about to make a move. Shane immediately shifted all his attribute points into agility and braced himself. Whatever happened next, he was getting out of there first. His nerves were wound tight. He quietly shifted his weight, ready to move at a moment's notice. He was under no illusion that Leo's stats were far beyond his. If he couldn't dodge in time, he'd summon the door beneath his feet and kick it open to fall through. Just as the tension hit its peak, the phone on the desk rang. Shane nearly jumped out of his skin. His heart was pounding. He had been a breath away from opening the door. Still, this was his chance. Detective Fletcher, I'll step out while you take that. Leo told him to stay put. Then the voice on the other end of the phone came through. Leo Fletcher, you're about to die. The moment the words landed, a ring of red energy appeared across Leo's chest. Shane's mind went blank. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be the target? Why was this aimed at Leo? And the technique being used, it matched exactly what Ralph had described. Hit by the technique, Leo sensed immediately that the attacker was somewhere outside the station. He burst straight through the window. The alarms blared. Attacker detected. Attacker has breached the station perimeter. All non-combat personnel find shelter immediately. Shane then saw something that stopped him cold. Outside the window, the world had become a sea of red and a field of graves. What was going on? He was supposed to be in the middle of the city. Standing atop one of the gravestones, a man in floral pajamas called out, Leo Fletcher, you've killed many members of our order. I'm here to make you pay. Leo told him whatever it was could wait. I'll give you an answer later, he said. I'm busy right now. But Pajama Man had no intention of backing down. He raised his staff and activated a technique. Your life, he said, is the only answer we need. Shane felt a massive surge of energy bearing down on him. But a moment later, everything outside the window returned to normal. How did it snap back? Both men were gone. Captain Fletcher had most likely been pulled into that ocean of blood. Shane was now alone in the room. That strange, unsettling feeling crept over him again. Could there actually be a ghost in this office? Ghost or not, whatever was in here needed to show itself. He activated his undead talent on the spot. Your undead talent, Dark Whispers, has been activated. Now that your call has been made, bound by the body that lies here, that soul must return to its flesh and answer your questions. Should it refuse, it will never find rest. Shane immediately realized there was a corpse hidden somewhere in Captain Fletcher's office. Then a hollow, eerie voice sounded behind him. Thank you, Shane. Shane spun around. The voice was coming from inside the cabinet. I never expected to return to my body. I'm using what remains of this flesh while it still holds to answer your questions. The voice was strangely familiar. Wait. Could this be? His hands trembling, Shane pulled open the cabinet door. The next second, Captain Fletcher's corpse was right in front of him. A hunter killed by his own prey, the dead man said, and then worn like a costume. How pitiful. Shane's voice shook. Captain Fletcher, what happened? Goggles man from the photo killed me. He was an assassin. I was a specialist, split evenly between strength and agility. I needed proper equipment to fight at full strength. All he needed was one unguarded moment. At the critical moment, my weapon failed me. After I died, he took my appearance and lured you to the station. What was his goal? I don't know, but he was clearly looking for something, some kind of answer. Shane immediately understood. The curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits had never failed to kill before. He must have wanted to know why Shane alone had survived. Fortunately, the lunatic who attacked the station threw a wrench in the assassin's plan. Shane pressed on. Captain Fletcher, the killer who was impersonating you was dragged off by some guy in a ridiculous pair of pajamas using a technique. The area outside the station turned into a sea of blood. It went back to normal shortly after, but the fake Captain Fletcher and the attacker never came back. Ha! The prey dressed up as the hunter. not knowing a far greater threat was lurking behind him. What you're describing isn't a technique, that was an anomaly. An anomaly is when another world suddenly links to ours, surrounding, corrupting, or consuming an area, or pulling living creatures into it. Above that, there is something far worse, known as a catastrophe. Then what exactly is a catastrophe? Shane asked. A catastrophe is when powerful creatures from another world force their way into ours by some means. The devastation that follows is almost always catastrophic. You've heard of South River City? Shane said he had. They say an unprecedented earthquake leveled the entire city. That earthquake story is what they tell ordinary people. It was actually the most textbook catastrophe on record. All 13 million people in that city died. Not one survived. We're running out of time. That anomaly was the weakest kind, the type with a time limit. The assassin could be back any moment. Shane tensed up immediately, so he was still in danger. Leo then recited a long string of passcode numbers to Shane. Go to the weapons vault on the 3rd floor right now. There is a silver wall outside the vault door and a special marker nearby. Write the passcode on the wall. Report everything. Do that and you will be protected. Time is short. This is your only way to keep yourself safe. Go. With that, Captain Fletcher's corpse fell silent. The soul had told you everything it could. It was gone. Shane stared at Captain Fletcher's body in grief, unable to speak. No wonder none of the other officers wanted anything to do with his case. Even the captain had paid for it with his life. In this world, if you weren't strong enough, you were at everyone else's mercy. Should he expose the killer? No. There was no point. There could be more of them right here in the station, and with that man's abilities, killing Shane would take no effort at all. The only thing he could do was follow Captain Fletcher's last words and get to the 3rd floor. At his current level, he didn't even have the right to think about revenge. Shane slammed his head against the cabinet. He hated how utterly powerless he was, but he made a silent vow to himself. He would make this right one day. Captain Fletcher, I will give you peace. Just then there was a knock at the door. Shane, right? There's been an anomaly. Everyone needs to come downstairs for inspection. The door swung open. It was Officer Dunn. Shane, come out. There's been an attack. Everyone needs to be scanned by the neural analysis system immediately. There was no answer from inside. He turned to the junior officers behind him. Head downstairs. I'll speak with Shane on the captain's behalf. I know you're scared, but Captain Fletcher was the only one taken. You're safe. We're all officers here. We'll take care of you. When he reached the cabinet, his expression darkened. Someone moved the body. Was that you, Shane? In the next instant, he pushed off the floor, darting through every corner of the room. But no matter where he looked, Shane was nowhere to be found. He must have already fled. He couldn't help but curse the other two. All that bloodshed, and they still managed to underestimate a 15-year-old kid. Failing over and over like that, what an embarrassment. I'm nothing like those useless idiots. He immediately issued the order. All units, listen up. I have strong reason to believe Shane is connected to today's incident. Issue a warrant now. Apprehend him on sight. He then left the room. Moments after he was gone, a door materialized out of thin air in the middle of the room. Shane cautiously peeked out. The coast was clear. Just as he suspected, the assassin had accomplices inside the station. He ran to the broken window. He could stay hidden in the nightmare realm until things settled down, but that would mean letting the killers walk free. He refused to just sit there and wait to die. He had to get to the 3rd floor and report everything. Shane made it to the 3rd floor. Right in front of him was the silver wall Captain Fletcher's body had described. He grabbed the marker and started writing the passcode on the wall. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Funny, I thought I heard something up here. It was Officer Dunn, dagger in hand. Well, Shane, what exactly are you doing up here? Shane's mind went into a panic. My exams are coming up and my teacher left me some math problems to work through. I'm trying to get ahead. He was screaming at himself, internally. Write faster! Write faster! Officer Dunn's eyes narrowed. That wall was the emergency activation panel linked directly to the world government's central command, and this kid had the passcode. He hurled the dagger without a second thought. Who gave you that code? Stop what you're doing right now! But a door materialized out of nowhere, blocking the dagger mid-flight. Officer Dunn stared in disbelief. What is that, your talent ability? Then he charged. Shane's heart nearly stopped. The force behind that throw was terrifying. Thank goodness the door adapted to its surroundings. A regular door would have shattered and left him headless. Officer Dunn flew at the door with a flying kick and roared, "You're dead!" He drove the door hard toward Shane. Just before it could hit him, the door vanished. Officer Dunn lunged at Shane again and crashed headfirst straight into the door, splitting his forehead open. He howled in pain. "You little rat! That summoned door can be anchored to the ground too?" At that moment, Shane finished writing the last digit of the passcode. An alarm blared. Passcode verified. I am Kent, the world government's supreme AI. Initiating emergency assessment. Scanning the entire station now. Body of Leo Fletcher located. Fraudulent identity of Major Crimes Unit Captain Wayne Shores confirmed. Dispatching the nearest senior operative. Regional Manager Ralph M1 of the Mortal Martial Arts Group has been deployed. Given the severity of the situation, immediate termination has been authorized. The individual posing as Captain Shores will be executed in 30 seconds. Half of the imposter's disguise had already peeled away. He sneered. Kill me. Keep dreaming. 30 seconds is more than enough time to finish you and walk out of here clean. Shane instantly summoned the door in front of him and tried to slip through it to safety, but the imposter grabbed him and drew back his fist. Did you really think I'd let you run? The fist was an inch from Shane's face when the imposter was obliterated by a single punch. Shane stood frozen. What just happened? It was Manager M1 who had arrived just in time. Shane, nice punch, right? Nice! That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Thank you, Manager M1. Shane was then brought to the National Security Bureau. I can handle everything else, Manager M1 told him, but you need to be straight with me about that passcode. Captain Fletcher gave it to me in advance. He said he was being hunted, and that I should use it immediately if anything happened. Manager M1 quickly worked it out. Captain Fletcher must have drawn the attention of the Silent Church, a bunch of genuinely unhinged fanatics. The captain probably crossed them during one of his investigations. Shane's expression fell. Captain Fletcher deserved better than this. It really is. I didn't know him long, but I could tell he had a genuine sense of justice. And that sense of justice is probably exactly what got him killed. You're remarkably lucky. You should have been killed by the man impersonating Captain Fletcher, yet here you are. Kent has already identified the assassin sent after you. He belongs to the Assassin's League. They only accept contracts, online, so they have no idea who hired them. Shane caught the critical detail immediately. If this assassin was capable of killing Captain Fletcher, his skills and his fees must both be extraordinary, which means whoever hired him has serious money. Manager M1 agreed. But why would someone like that spend that kind of money to kill an ordinary middle schooler? The group is still looking into it. Shane had another question. What exactly is Kent? The one that appeared after I entered the passcode. Why didn't Captain Fletcher call on it to deal with the assassin himself? Kent is the world government's central AI. It was Kent that assigned this support mission to me. Normally it won't lift a finger for something this small. It only acts directly for you if you have a passcode it is personally granted. As for why Captain Fletcher didn't call on it, it's because he had no idea his weapon had been compromised. At that moment, a woman brought in Captain Fletcher's weapon. This is Captain Fletcher's cybernetic arm, his weapon. Someone planted a virus in its system that prevented it from activating. The moment he died, the system restored itself. This was deliberate sabotage, and whoever did it knew him well. Kent has given us our assignment. We'll keep digging. Shane stared at the weapon. No wonder Captain Fletcher had mentioned it being broken. A fighter of his caliber, and he died without ever being able to draw his own weapon. It was heartbreaking. Manager M1 turned to Shane. Shane, you're one of us now. Let me give you your first lesson. I want you to remember this. Never stop watching for people with bad intentions. Sometimes people are far more terrifying than any monster. Shane took those words to heart. He would carry them with him for the rest of his life. As the two prepared to leave the station, Shane asked why Manager M1 hadn't stayed to deal with the two figures from inside the anomaly. Manager M1 shook his head. Don't ever think like that. I want nothing to do with the Silent Church or that anomaly. I once heard about a man who walked out of an anomaly caused by the church looking completely normal. But all that was left of him was a hollow skin. Underneath was a creature never seen or recorded before. It wiped out nearly half a city district before anyone found a way to stop it. Suddenly, something seemed to cross his mind. He quickly called one of his people and told them to look into someone named Mira Fisher and find out what her connection to Captain Fletcher was. When the answer came back, the color drained from his face. He muttered under his breath, "This is really, really bad." Shane was puzzled. Mira Fisher? Who was that? She clearly had some connection to Captain Fletcher. Shane went home, and his parents finally told him everything. Shane, you actually come from one of the noble clans. Your father was originally a branch member of the Yates family of the Three Kingdoms. Shane recalled reading about them. The Yates family of the Three Kingdoms was one of the few clans in history to possess both a divine inheritance and an artifact. Your father was once a rare talent, but he lost everything when a misstep in his training destroyed his abilities. Heartbroken, he left and came to this city, and that's where he found me. When your grandfather arranged a marriage for him, he refused for my sake. That decision enraged your grandfather, and the family cut him off completely. Then we had you, and we built a quiet, contented life together. Shane watched his parents being all lovey-dovey and could barely keep a straight face. Are you two seriously showing off your relationship to me right now? His father turned serious. Shane, the talent you've shown goes beyond anything ordinary. If we go back to your grandfather now and reclaim your place in the family, he would almost certainly agree. You'd become a formal member of the clan, with access to resources and the kind of clan inheritance most people will never even dream of. But the choice is yours, the Mortal Martial Arts Group or the Noble Clan. Whichever path you take, your mother and I will be behind you every step of the way. Shane thought back to the visits he remembered from childhood. Every time, his grandfather had nothing but cold looks for them. The other relatives were even worse. The only good memory he had from those visits was running around with a few kids his age from the other families. A clan as cold-blooded as theirs was something he could live without. After a long pause, Shane spoke. Mom, Dad, I've made up my mind. I'm joining the Mortal Martial Arts Group. His mother hesitated. Are you sure? We could go to your grandfather. If he agrees, you'd never have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Shane shook his head firmly. No, I'm not going back, and I won't have you begging anyone for anything. You and Dad built this family on your own. I can do the same. Trust me. His parents were moved to tears. Our boy has really grown up. This is your life, Shane. We respect your decision. Shane signed his contract with Manager M1. Shane, welcome to the Mortal Martial Arts Group. Manager M1 then took Shane back to the group's headquarters. Shane had the entrance trials for the top 3 academies coming up in 2 days, so he would be staying at headquarters in the meantime. The group had arranged the finest treatment for him. A dedicated butler was assigned to attend to his every need, and his room was the most lavish presidential suite in the building. They had even tracked down Jade Lin, the celebrity the previous Shane had adored most, and arranged for her to record a personal personal message of encouragement for him. Every detail had been tailored to his personal preferences. Shane couldn't help but be taken aback. The group had gone this far for a new recruit. He stepped out of the room and stood on the open air terrace on the 105th floor, looking out over the entire city. Who wouldn't want to live above the clouds? Who wouldn't want to ride the wind all the way to the top and see what the world truly looked like from up there? But he knew all of this came from their belief in his potential. He made a firm decision to keep getting stronger. He couldn't afford to be eliminated in the entrance trials the day after tomorrow. Tonight at midnight, he would enter the nightmare realm again and go for a solid new tag. Midnight arrived. Shane summoned the door without hesitation, but the moment he stepped through, he froze. The ground was covered in fragments of the giant skeleton's body. He scrambled back out immediately. He needed to understand the situation before going in. Rushing in blind could affect his tag evaluation. Then the giant skeleton's voice came through, weak and fading. Shane, help me, I'm dying. Do you have any more of those tonics from last time? Just a few more. Shane told him to hold on. He was going to figure something out right away. The giant skeleton waited and waited. 2 hours slipped by. Just when it started to feel like Shane had given up on it, the door finally appeared. Again, Shane was drenched in sweat and had a massive bag of supplies, but the gate wasn't wide enough to fit everything through. He had bought an enormous fish tank and filled it entirely with liquid calcium and mineral supplements. It had cleaned him out completely. Just then the passage began to collapse. The giant skeleton panicked. No, no, no. The humans and the elves are breaking through. This is a secret passage. Our undead lines are right outside and they're under heavy assault. It shoved a ring toward Shane. Take this. It's a spatial ring. Put it on quickly. I have to hide. The giant skeleton chanted a short spell and was drawn into the spatial ring. A massive explosion ripped through the passage. Shane dismissed the gate in a hurry. The blast failed to reach him. He spoke to the ring. Are you in there? I am. A spatial ring normally can't hold living things, but I happen to not be living. I'm undead. Shane stored the fish tank into the ring as well so the giant skeleton could soak in it and recover. Once that was done, Shane said, so how are you going to repay me this time? Here's the deal. I'm going into your world today and I need your full support. The giant skeleton groaned contentedly from inside the tank. It explained it was just a field collector, nothing more. Whatever truly powerful treasures had existed were seized by the enemy when their owners fell in battle. Shane asked if there was any undead soldier gear available, ideally the kind that could mask a human's presence. The giant skeleton tossed out a pile of equipment from inside the ring. Shane sifted through the pile and groaned. What is all this junk? Are you a scrap collector? He managed to piece together a passable outfit from the scrap and even found a token that would let him summon a skeletal warhorse. The giant skeleton then handed Shane a skull mask. This is a centurion's visor. It radiates a high-level death aura. Wear it together with the rest of that gear and no undead will be able to see through your disguise. The moment Shane put on the mask, he looked every bit the part of a genuine undead warrior. He started letting his imagination run. If he rode in on a skeletal warhorse, played the part across the undead lines, and bolted the moment things got dangerous, surely he could pull off a tag like Nightmare Knight. Full of anticipation, he pushed open the door. The moment he saw the violent energy churning inside, that optimism vanished. This trip was not going to go smoothly. The passage had been reduced to complete rubble. He pulled out the sword he had gotten during his last visit to the Elven territory. It would come in handy as a backup weapon. After a great deal of effort, he finally clawed his way out of the collapsed passage. The next second, several spears were leveled at him from all directions. He looked up to find a group of human soldiers glaring at him. Captain, we've got a lone undead here. Finish it. Shane yanked off the mask in a panic. Easy, easy. I'm one of you. I'm human. But the captain wasn't listening. He raised his sword and swung for Shane's neck. A traitor who serves the undead. You're done. Shane drew his short sword just in time to block. The captain's eyes locked onto the blade, and he stopped cold. Is that Nightfall? Nightfall was a short sword exclusively used by human scouts. Basic grade, primary trait, keen edge. It was a blade designed for assassinations, and it also carried a blessing placed on it by humanity known as Silent Sanctity. Silent Sanctity meant that only a human scout, whose soul had never fallen, could wield this sword. A bearer of Nightfall was considered completely trustworthy among humans, and was recognized as a dedicated intelligence carrier. The captain pulled Shane to his feet and turned to his soldiers. This human carries Nightfall. He's trustworthy. Get back out there and hunt down the remaining undead. He then turned to Shane and flashed a hand gesture. Brother, do you need our assistance? Shane was thrown off completely. That gesture was the sign language for, I love you, back on Blue Star. Dropping that on someone the moment you meet them? Did the Nightmare Realm have entirely different social customs? Then he noticed the captain kept eyeing his visor. That gesture clearly carried some kind of hidden meaning here, and the visor must have carried significance too. Shane returned the gesture without overthinking it. Play along first. Ask questions later. As you can see, my situation is not ideal. If there's anything you can offer, I won't say no. The captain nodded with complete seriousness. Understood, I'll give you a solo field kit. Shane took the kit, barely believing it had worked. Thank you, tell me your name, I'll find a way to return the favor. I'm Roman. At that moment, a squad of soldiers arrived, shouting, Clear the way for the Baron! A man in a red coat pulled up in front of Shane and barked at Roman. You've been standing here this whole time. Are you trying to cost us this battle? Not at all, sir. I encountered a scout outside the ruins of the passage. The Baron immediately declared Shane a suspected undead spy and ordered his men to seize him. Roman stepped in quickly. He's carrying Nightfall, sir. I know what Nightfall means. Anyone who can carry it hasn't sold their soul. But I want to know what his mission is. Shane felt his patience run thin. Who are you exactly? What gives you the right to question my mission? The Baron puffed himself up with full arrogance. I am Baron Warren of the Southern Eagle Castle. A lowly scout like you daring to ask my name? I'll have your armor stripped off, 20 lashes across your back, and then we'll see what little secrets you're hiding. Shane stared him down. You're out of your mind, Warren. I won't forget this. Then he summoned a door directly beneath his own feet. Just as the Baron's men reached for him, Shane was gone. The Baron looked around in disbelief. How did he just vanish? The ground was solid, no hidden tunnels, no trapdoors. Roman spoke up calmly. Word has it that some operatives from the shadows have joined this campaign. People who keep their identities buried. He looked at the Baron with barely concealed amusement. They specialize in disappearing and in killing. Warren, I have to say, what you just did there was genuinely bold, giving your full name and title like that. The Baron broke into a cold sweat. He was on a battlefield. If that person came for him in the chaos, he would be dead before he knew what hit him. That thought alone was enough. He waved his men in close and ordered a retreat. He was not about to die in a dump like this. Meanwhile, Shane had already passed back through the door into his own room. He collapsed to the floor. Baron Warren, throwing hands the second we meet. I won't forget you. Good thing I had that door ready under my feet, otherwise that could have gone very badly. A notification appeared. Tag earned for this gate session, Insider. Green tag, excellent grade. Evaluation as an ordinary human, the highest tag you are eligible for is basic. However, in an environment where you were outmatched by everyone present, you used others as leverage, resolved a life-threatening situation, and made it back safely. That is the fundamental reason this tag has been granted to you outside standard eligibility. Shane stared at the screen. Another green insider tag? Seriously? Attention! This is the second time you have received this tag outside standard eligibility. Special event now active. If your next tag is again a green insider, you will earn a special honor tag for being an ordinary person who has received the same out of eligibility tag 3 times in a row. This honor tag will trigger a powerful resonance that calls forth a hidden ability. Shane's eyes went wide. So if the next tag was also Insider, the hidden ability would unlock. But if it wasn't, that chance would be gone forever. Based on the tag's description, the condition was to use others as leverage in a desperate situation to escape. He thought carefully back over both times he had earned Insider, whether in the Elven village or on the undead battlefield. He had been in someone else's territory, on the edge of life and death both times. And in the end, he had gotten those people to lower their guard, even willing to help him. That had to be the unlock condition. The bar was impossibly high, and there was only one shot at it, but push your luck too many times and it catches up with you. If things got too dangerous, survival came first, even if it meant letting the hidden ability go. Just then the doorbell rang. The butler's voice came through the intercom. Mr. Shane, you have a visitor? She says she is a member of Captain Fletcher's family. Her identity has been verified by the group. Would you like to see her? Captain Fletcher's family? Shane thought. The captain had died because of the investigation tied to Shane's case, and even after death he had saved Shane's life. There was no way he could turn away his family. The visitor was a striking young woman with blue hair, a long sword in hand. The moment Shane laid eyes on her, his eyes went wide. Above her head was a purple tag, clear as day, Great Swordsman. Hello, my name is Mira Fisher. I'm Leo's younger sister. I came here because I have some questions for you. Shane was stunned. Manager M1, as powerful as he was, had no tag at all. Yet this girl had a purple tag that rivaled even the Elven High Priest. One tag or not, that was extraordinary. No wonder she had made Manager M1 go pale just hearing her name. Mira spoke directly. My brother tracked down Goggles Man, the assassin sent to kill you. His weapon failed during the fight and he was killed. The ones who sabotaged his weapon were 2 of his colleagues, driven by jealousy over his achievements. I killed all of them. Shane's eyes went wide again. Why is she telling me this? She isn't going to take it out on me, is she? Mira continued, her voice steady but tight. My brother was the person who was always there for me from the time we were children. And in the end, he was betrayed by cowards, his body bound and stuffed inside a cabinet. Shane went quiet. He had no idea what to say to her. Why aren't you saying anything? Does someone getting to hurt him mean I'm not allowed to avenge him? Shane quickly waved his hands. No, I was just thinking about whether killing people like that is going to get you in trouble. My brother was a member of a noble clan. He died at the hands of assassins in the most humiliating way imaginable. I acted on behalf of the Fletcher family to demand justice for him. No one is going to say a word. The reason I came to you is this. Do you have any idea who ordered the hit on you? Any suspects? Even a vague guess? Give me a name and I'll handle the rest. Shane admitted he had absolutely no idea who was behind it. But you've already killed the ones responsible. Doesn't that count as justice for your brother? A sharp killing intent flared in Mira's eyes. It's not enough. I'm going to find whoever hired that assassin to come after you. Anyone willing to kill my brother will answer for it, including the one pulling the strings. A razor-sharp flash of light tore past Shane in the next instant. The clouds above split clean in two. Mira had already sheathed her sword. Shane broke into a cold sweat. She was terrifying. He hadn't even seen her draw the blade. Mira turned back to him. Think carefully. Is there anything else you might have missed? You're connected to the Yates family. Have you ever had any conflict with members of other noble clans? Don't let their strength or influence stop you from looking into this. You can come to me anytime. Shane explained that his family had a strained relationship with the Yates family of the Three Kingdoms and almost no contact with them. The few times he visited as a child, he had just played with a handful of kids his age. He hadn't offended anyone. Then something clicked. Actually, when I was first attacked, I think I heard panic screaming from somewhere inside the hospital. There might be a witness. Mira straightened immediately. I'm going to look into that right now. She left her contact information and then departed. Manager M1 appeared behind Shane almost immediately. That was a terrifying strike. When she first showed up, I was genuinely worried she might go after you. Turns out it went fine. She's the most outstanding member of the Fletcher family in this generation, and she holds her own even among the other noble clans. She's also sitting for her high school entrance exams this year, same as you. Don't let it get to you, though. Noble clan members are trained from early childhood with access to secret inheritances. It's only natural they're far ahead of their peers. Shane said he wasn't bothered. He just wanted to go back to his room and sleep. But the moment he was back inside, he felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Noble clan members really were on a different level. The noble clan sat at the very top of all of human civilization. If one of them truly wanted him dead, that was not a problem he could solve easily. He called out to the ring quickly. Do you have any more nightmare crystals? The kind with skills? The giant skeleton replied. Everything I have is undead-based. You're not undead, and without soul flame energy you can't use any of them. The moonlit deer stride I gave you before was something I stumbled onto by chance. That hit Shane hard. He felt urgency building inside him as he tried to think of ways to get stronger quickly. Then his eyes landed on the solo field kit Roman had given him. He dug through it eagerly. Field rations, a first aid kit, nothing exciting at all. But then he actually found a nightmare crystal buried inside. Shane crushed it immediately. Please let it be a good skill. But what came out was a message. The Shadow Hand Brotherhood. Intelligence drop points have been established in areas where the main forces are camped. If you find a tent marked by 3 upright short swords, you may deliver your report there. The Shadow Hand awaits your word. Shane's face fell. No skill. Still, he decided to head through the door again. He had already earned his tag for the day, so returning to the Nightmare Realm wouldn't give him a duplicate. He might as well use the time to explore. He asked the giant skeleton for a set of human soldier gear from the border region known as the Rhine Territory. The tower shield bore the emblem of a fierce hound, the symbol of the Rhine Territory. Every human there had been wiped out by the undead. Shane passing himself off as a survivor would raise no suspicion. There was also a nightmare crystal containing a distress letter from the Lord of the Rhine Territory. It would serve as a token of proof. Something useful once he got outside. Everything was ready. Shane summoned the door and stepped through without looking back. The Nightmare Realm had just come through a major battle. Bodies of the fallen covered the ground in every direction. Human soldiers moved among them, tending to the wounded and clearing the field. Shane slipped quietly into the shadows and held his position. He didn't want to run straight into the same group as before. If any of them recognized him, things would get complicated fast. Besides, with this many bodies around, he had a perfect opportunity to gather some intelligence. Shane slipped quietly past the soldiers clearing the battlefield, careful not to draw attention. He moved to the side of a fallen undead giant and activated dark whispers. Hey, wake up! I've got some questions for you. Do you know where this visor came from? The giant said it had no idea. Shane moved on to the next body immediately. He questioned several more corpses in a row, but none of them knew anything about the visor. Shane dropped to the ground, exhausted. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Then he noticed a werewolf corpse lying right beside him. Perfect. Werewolves have an incredible sense of smell. Maybe this one can help. Good boy. Have you ever seen or smelled anything like this visor before? The werewolf obediently sniffed at it. I've seen that visor. It belonged to a centurion. He's over that way. Only one arm left. And I'm a wolf, not a dog. Shane made his way to the severed arm. Just an arm. Would dark whispers even work on this? Anyone home? Against all expectation, the arm actually began to move. It flashed him the hand sign for I love you. Shane's face lit up. That was the Shadow Hand Brotherhood signature gesture. He had the right person. Can you tell me anything? The arm pointed forward. Shane looked up. Not far away lay a single fallen boot. Shane forced himself to pick it up despite the smell. Something was inside. He tipped it upside down and out fell a letter and a badge. A system prompt appeared. You have discovered enough special items to unlock the auxiliary ability identify item. You can now read the description of special items. Night Shadow Badge. Blue. Remarkable. The badge is etched with an intricate array of arcane runes capable of activating a specific weapon. Without its matching weapon, it is worthless. Shane suddenly thought of his Nightfall blade. The moment he drew it, the Night Shadow Badge floated up on its own. Then it embedded itself directly into the blade. Item upgraded. Nightfall has evolved into Night. A short sword exclusive to human assassins. Blue rank remarkable. Traits, sharp penetration, bleeding, all at advanced level. A blade designed for assassination, blessed by the Shadow Hand Brotherhood with Shadow Blessing. Only high-ranking assassins may carry it. Shadow Blessing. This sword radiates a unique energy signature that marks your identity, allowing you to complete missions within the Shadow Hand Brotherhood and claim the rewards you are owed. The Shadow watches over all who stand for justice. Shane then opened the letter. Notice urgent investigation into undead movement. Brothers and sisters, the Human Empire and the Elven Kingdom have jointly issued a large-scale mission. Any intelligence gathered on undead movements can be exchanged for substantial rewards. Take to the battlefield. The survival of our people depends on every one of us fighting with everything we have. May the Shadow protect us all. the shadow hand. Shane thought back to the crystal Roman had given him. The information inside had led straight to the shadow hand's location. Roman must have been a member himself. He had seen the visor and decided to lend Shane a hand. Getting rewarded just for intelligence on undead movements sounded almost too easy. Shane activated dark whispers and started questioning the fallen undead around him. He questioned dozens of them one after another, but they all said the same thing. They were ordinary soldiers. They had their battle orders and nothing else. Shane let out a quiet sigh. Ordinary soldiers were useless. This was going to be a problem. Just as Shane was running out of ideas, the giant skeleton's voice came from inside the ring. You know, I could actually give you some intelligence. Shane's eyes went wide. I almost forgot about you. There's been a perfectly good source right here the whole time, but hold on, you're undead. Why would you willingly sell out your own kind? You're not trying to set me up again, are you? The giant skeleton let out a dry laugh. They're my kind, sure, but every single one of them has had it out for me. You remember those 3 undead who disguised themselves as elves? They all tried to have me killed. So what kind of intelligence are you looking for? Something earth-shattering or something more low-key? Shane said he was just an ordinary person. Something too explosive would only attract unwanted attention. Low-key was fine. The giant skeleton then shared a piece of intelligence. The undead have upgraded their artillery components. Their soul flame cannons now hit 20% harder and fire 10% faster. Shane felt uneasy. Isn't this too valuable? Won't it draw attention? The giant skeleton said it wasn't that significant. As the war dragged on, the human leadership had likely already suspected something along those lines. It just hadn't been confirmed yet. Shane made up his mind. This was the one. Valuable enough to earn a reward, but not so explosive it would put a target on his back. Shane soon spotted the human military camp. The Shadow Hand's mission drop point was somewhere inside, but getting in was the problem. He noticed some soldiers searching for survivors. He could fake an injury and let them carry him in, but he needed to be fully prepared before doing anything. What's the standard of battlefield medicine like among humans? He asked. The giant skeleton told him that human holy healing was the best there was, better even than the elves. The only catch was money. Pay enough and you could regrow a lost limb. What about the undead? Don't you need healing too? We can be healed, but it's a hassle. Usually we just leave the ones who are almost gone outside and let them fend for themselves. For proper recovery, we need to use a special ritual to materialize a sacrificial altar. It restores us instantly, but it consumes the life force of other living beings. Only the highest-ranking undead have access to that. After hearing all that, Shane decided human healing was the better deal by far. Too bad he was broke. I have money, the giant skeleton said. Shane stopped hesitating. He walked over to the undead giant's massive hammer. He dumped all his attribute points into strength and strained to lift the hammer upright. The giant skeleton went quiet for a moment. What are you doing? Shane let go. If I can't make any noise afterward, figure something out for me. The hammer came down on him with full force. Shane coughed up a mouthful of blood. That hurts way more than expected. His hands were shaking as he picked up a rock. He banged it against a nearby shield. Help! Someone help me! Is anyone there? Please! The soldiers clearing the field heard him immediately. Listen, someone's calling for help. They waved others over at once. Shane was brought to the human camp shortly after. A human priest chanted a spell and began healing him. With each surge of life energy flowing into Shane's body, his injuries visibly began to close. 3 finely dressed figures entered the tent. The one at the front addressed the priest. You may leave. Someone will see to your payment shortly. He gently helped Shane sit up. You're safe now, son. This is a human camp. I am Prince Norton. The shield you were carrying bears the emblem of a fierce hound. Tell me, are you one of the Rhine Lord's men? Shane pulled out the crystal and put on his most desperate expression. I finally found you. The Rhine territory has been overrun by the undead. Please, you have to send help. This is a message from the Lord. One of the older men took the crystal and recited a spell. A voice and text emerged from the crystal. To the lords of the Empire, I am Lawrence, Lord of the Rhine territory. Whoever brings soldiers to our aid, I will pay 300 gold coins and a generous land deed. Please, someone come and save us. The older man confirmed it. That was Lawrence's voice, and the crystal showed no signs of tampering. Prince Norton looked at Shane with sorrow. So you truly are from the Rhine territory, but there is something I must tell you. The Rhine has fallen completely. The undead have taken the land. You may be the only one who made it out. Shane threw himself into the performance. What? My family, they're all gone? Father, mother, grandma, Zelus, hey, Lulu, none of them made it? No, this can't be real. Prince Norton stepped forward to comfort him. Son, what you've been through to get here was extraordinary. To have survived a blow from an undead giant's hammer, that alone is remarkable. You are the Rhine territory's last surviving flame. Rest now. Don't think about anything. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to be taken to safety deep within the Empire. Shane's heart sank. He still needed to find the Shadow Hand's tent and complete his mission. He couldn't be sent away now. Thank you, Your Highness, but please, let me stay on the battlefield. Prince Norton was visibly moved. Child, why would you want that? Shane raised his voice with as much emotion as he could manage. I want revenge for everyone I lost. I will not let a single one of those undead go free. I'm going to fight and drive every last one of them out. Everyone in the tent was moved. Looks of grief spread across their faces. After a long silence, Prince Norton nodded with quiet approval. You have real courage for someone so young. The Rhine Lord must have chosen you to carry his message for a reason. What can you do? Shane recognized it as a test. I'm fast. Faster than anyone my age in the whole of the Rhine territory. He made a silent call at the same time. Consume tag insider. All attribute points to agility. Consumption successful. The green tag has been consumed, granting 3 attribute points. Applied to agility as directed. Agility is now 9.9. They all stepped outside the tent. Your Highness, let me show you. The moment he finished speaking, he exploded forward. He covered 200 meters and came to a dead stop. Then he reversed direction in an instant, and was back at the starting point before anyone could blink. He caught his breath and looked up. Your Highness, can I stay at the front? Shane's display drew praise from everyone watching. Prince Norton was visibly impressed. Your speed is truly remarkable. Just then, the female elf beside them grabbed Shane's hand. Child, where did you get this bracelet? Prince Norton leaned in for a look. That appears to be elven. Shane nodded. An elf named Lanny gave it to me. The female elf chanted a spell and touched a finger to the bracelet. A young elven girl materialized from the bracelet. Who is using an elven technique to summon me? Lanny, I am Udria, Grand Mage of the Royal Court. How did your bracelet end up on a human boy? Shane jumped in right away. Hey, Lanny, that trick worked out pretty well, didn't it? Lanny's face broke into a wide smile the moment she saw him. It really is you. When are you coming back to visit our village? The Grand Mage cut them off. Lanny, answer my question. Lanny straightened up. A while back, undead spies infiltrated our village. This boy exposed their plot. The High Priest owed him a debt of gratitude because of it. The High Priest has actually been looking for him ever since. The Grand Mage dismissed the connection with a wave. Understood. I'll be in touch later. She turned and placed a hand on Shane's shoulder. Prince Norton, this boy is young, quick on his feet, has survived more near deaths than most soldiers see in a lifetime, and has ties to the elven people. I recommend sending him to study in the imperial capital. Prince Norton agreed without hesitation. It is rare for the elves to take notice of a human. Consider it done. Have someone prepare his identification papers and send word to the Imperial Military Academy. He then asked Shane what his full name was. That question stopped Shane cold. He had no idea how names worked in the Rhine territory. Blowing his cover was not an option. He went with the only play he had. He grabbed his head. It hurts. The older men stepped forward to examine him. Likely a concussion from the undead giant's hammer. It's caused some memory loss. Prince Norton gave Shane a gentle pat on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. Rest for now. We'll meet again. Boy who cheated death. A system prompt flashed. You have gained a measure of renown. There is a chance you will receive a custom tag, Boy who cheated death. Shane stared at it blankly. What kind of tag was that? He didn't even have a lightning scar on his forehead. Was there any way to stop this tag from fully forming? An unformed tag requires continued exposure. It must spread through the world consistently before it fully takes shape. If you wish to prevent this tag from forming, there are 2 options. First, become a hermit. Let time erase you from people's memory, and the unformed tag will fade with it. Second, do something that directly contradicts what the tag represents. People will stop seeing you through that lens, and the tag will shift accordingly. Shane had no good options. He said his goodbyes to the group, and quietly decided that once all of this was over, he would need to lay low for a while. What Shane didn't know was that he had become the subject of a conversation the moment he left. That boy was something else, the older man said to the Grand Mage. Did you notice something? She replied. He was carrying a high-ranking shadow hand token. At his age, reaching that level is no small thing. Prince Norton nodded. I saw it too. That was Knight, something only high-ranking assassins carry. To stumble across a talent like that out here is a rare stroke of luck. I'm going to put in for a commendation medal in his name. Meanwhile, Shane had found the Shadow Hand's tent. He stepped inside and called out a greeting. The man inside ignored him completely. Shane reluctantly flashed the hand gesture. May the shadow protect us both. The bald man turned around and returned the gesture. Brother, what have you got? Shane tossed the intelligence crystal over. I pulled this from the undead soul flame artillery position. You've probably noticed their firepower is heavier than it's been in past battles. The bald man looked it over. Good. This has real value. What do you want in exchange? I can promise you'll be happy with what I've got. Tactical disguise dagger coated in a special poison. 1 lick and you'll drop into a convincing death. Perfect for assassins on the battlefield. Shane wrinkled his nose. Anything else? The bald man let out a sharp whistle. A powerful horse appeared at the tent entrance the next second. Then it let out a grunt, rolled its eyes, and dropped stiff as a board right in front of Shane. This horse can play dead. 1 look from you and it goes down. Shane didn't even have the energy to react. So the horse and the dagger are set, I take it. Anything else? The bald man reached under the counter and pulled out a pair of glasses. Nothing's won you over. Guess I have to bring out the real prize. X-ray glasses, fitted with 2 shadow crystals. Whoever wears them can see through clothing to spot any valuables or treasures a person is carrying. Shane took a breath and chose not to say what he was thinking. Do you have any nightmare crystals? I want to learn some skills. The bald man said the fighting had been intense lately. He only had 2. The first is a beginner bloodletting crystal. It causes your opponent to bleed without stopping. Works with blades, swords, daggers, all kinds of weapons. The second is a beginner kick technique called Frostwind. A knockback move. Sends enemies and their weapons flying. Which one do you want? Shane was still weighing his options when that mysterious voice returned in his head. Human, take Frostwind. Shane froze. That was the same voice that had guided him before and given him the Nightfall Blade. Why Frostwind? He asked silently. The mysterious voice answered, because it does not belong to this world. After this, find a way to obtain the Undead Technique, Shadow Technique, and the Beast King Tribe's Thunderclap. Once you have all of them combined with your Moonlit Deerstride and Frostwind, you will unlock a true secret. Then the voice was gone. Shane stopped hesitating and chose Frostwind. He crushed the crystal. In the next instant, every movement and detail of Frostwind flooded into his mind. The bald man then said, Frostwind is just a basic technique, but the value of your mission reward was higher. Is there anything else you need? Shane said there wasn't. The bald man handed Shane a bag of gold to make up the difference in value. Shane left the tent and asked the giant skeleton, can you get your hands on the Undead Technique, Shadow Technique? The giant skeleton tossed him a purple crystal without much hesitation. It's the most basic illusion type technique there is. Nothing special, you just need enough agility and mental focus to use it. Shadow Technique. Requires 3 points of mental focus and 5 agility. Description. Release a dark phantom to deceive your opponent. Shane allocated his attribute points and crushed the crystal. He slipped into a nearby patch of forest, checked that no one was watching, and activated Shadow Technique. A dark phantom shot out from his body. It dissolved after traveling barely 2 meters. Shane stared at the empty air. That Shadow Technique? All it does is give someone a fright. He now had Moonlit Deerstride, Frostwind, and Shadow Technique. Only Thunderclap remained. He was genuinely curious what would happen once all 4 were in place. Just then a soldier tracked him down. There you are, boy who cheated death. Congratulations. For your display of courage, His Highness Prince Norton has awarded you a commendation medal, a letter of recommendation, and a sum of coins. Shane bowed. Please give His Highness my deepest gratitude. I will work hard and do everything I can to serve the Empire. Shane was satisfied with everything he had gained this trip. The coins were more than enough to sustain him in this world going forward. The gold from the Shadow Hand could go back home to help with family expenses. Every goal from this trip had been accomplished. It was time to head back. After returning from the other world, Shane had the gold from his mission exchanged. Mr. Shane, the gold has been converted to a total of 65,444 yuan and transferred to the designated account as requested. He pulled out his phone to check his messages. He had been in the Nightmare Realm long enough to miss an overwhelming number of congratulations from people about joining the Mortal Martial Arts group. Among them was a message from Zoe Bryce. It was all my fault, Shane. Please forgive me. Let me take you to a movie tonight. She had attached a photo of herself. Shane felt his heart skip a beat. Zoe really was stunning. What a shame. He typed back, face it, Zoe. I'm the one who got away. Then came a message from his good friend Howie Cook. Congrats on signing with the group, man. Want to celebrate tonight? Shane's first instinct was to take Howie out for that stir-fry they had talked about more than once. But he caught himself. He was still a target of the Assassin's League. Stepping outside the group without reason was too risky. At the same time, Howie was reaching out with nothing but good intentions. The original Shane was gone, but the genuine friendship he had shared with Howie was something Shane had never experienced in his previous life. While he was still thinking it over, Howie sent another message. Hey, can you give me a tour of the group today? It's literally my dream place. I just want to see it, even for a minute. That worked. The group allowed outside visitors and the building itself was safe. It would satisfy Howie's curiosity and give them a chance to celebrate. Shane told him to come over and that he'd be waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Shane headed downstairs. A group of people had gathered in the lobby. He stopped. There was something about these people. Their presence was entirely different from that of ordinary people. These must be the professionals, manager M1 had mentioned. One of them, a heavyset man, glanced over at Shane. He walked over. New recruit this year? Shane tensed slightly. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to stare. The man turned out to be surprisingly easygoing. Don't worry about it. When I first came in as a new recruit, I stood right here watching the professionals too. Were you imagining your future? Shane asked. The man's expression shifted into something unsettling. No, I thought they were arrogant. I wanted to tear every single one of them apart. Shane wasn't sure how to respond to that. So this was what a professional was like. Raw power and a personality to match. The man noticed a woman approaching and immediately lit up. Winnie, you're on duty today? Dinner tonight? Winnie pulled out her gun and pressed it against his face in one motion. Back off. You bother me one more time and I'll peel you like I did that creep last week. The man shuffled away looking wounded. Fine, forget the dinner. No need to be like that. Winnie turned to Shane. There's a guy named Howie Cook asking for you. His ID checks out. Do you want him let in? He's a friend of mine from school. Please let him in. Winnie moved to go get him herself. Shane stepped forward. You don't need to do that. I'll go bring him in. Winnie shook her head. Not happening. Manager M1's orders. You've got some trouble on your hands right now and we're keeping you safe. Shane accepted it and waited. Howie was brought over shortly after. He was barely containing his excitement. Shane, you've really made it. This place is unreal. I don't even know where to look first. Signing with the Mortal Martial Arts group straight out of nowhere. You have no idea how much everyone at school is talking about it. Shane smiled. Anytime you want to visit, just find me. Shane started leading him toward his room. As they stepped into the elevator, Shane's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Mira Fisher. When you were attacked at the hospital during the anomaly, there was indeed a nurse who witnessed everything. She has since disappeared. I found a badly disfigured body, but it wasn't her. We're still working on identifying whose it is. I also found this. Take a look. A video followed. I believe this person was silenced because of you. Several photos came through next. So I ran a fresh investigation on everyone around you. Shane's eyes went wide when he saw the photos. The person in the photos was Howie. His movements at school yesterday morning were highly unusual. He appeared to be searching for something. Shane glanced sideways at Howie. Was he looking for me? What was I even doing yesterday morning? Right, the nightmare realm. So that was why the footage showed Howie going through the entire building without finding him. The question was what Howie had needed him for so urgently. Howie caught Shane looking and turned. Something wrong? At the same moment, Mira's final message came through. If you run into him, be very careful. The elevator reached the 105th floor. Howie was still buzzing with excitement. He urged Shane to take him to the room. He couldn't wait to see the view from up there. The moment they reached the room, Howie spun around and fired a hidden weapon straight at Shane. It struck him dead between the eyes, but Shane made no sound. His figure slowly faded and dissolved. The imposter's expression darkened. A phantom? How? Since when does this kid know techniques that advanced? A foot slammed into his face with full force. It sent him flying. Shane landed and put distance between them instantly. You allocated attribute points in rapid succession and activated 3 techniques simultaneously: Moonlit Deer Stride, Shadow Technique, and Frostwind. On the basis of this, you have temporarily activated the Moonlit Technique, Frost Moon Shockwave. Incomplete. Effects. First, guaranteed knockback on the enemy. Second, your Shadow Technique Phantom takes your exact form, making it far more convincing. Third, your movement speed increases by 30% for 10 seconds. Shane's voice was flat and cold. You're not Howie. Where is he? A system prompt appeared alongside it. Through the successful use of Frost Moon Shockwave. Incomplete, your body has undergone extraordinary conditioning. Strength increased by 0.1%. Agility increased by 0.1. The assassin's disguise was half torn from his face by the kick. He broke into a twisted grin. He's dead. You'll be joining him soon enough. He charged at Shane. Shane raised his right foot and activated Frost Moon Shockwave again. The assassin blocked it with one hand. That kick? I can stop that with one hand. Then the unexpected happened. He was hurled backward with no control over his own body. The passive effect of Frost Moon Shockwave had triggered. A guaranteed knockback. No exceptions. Shane drew his gun and opened fire. The assassin dodged every shot with terrifying speed. When the last bullet was gone, the assassin smirked. Sneaky, I'll give you that. Too bad your aim is terrible. An alarm blared through the building. Alert! Gunshots detected on the 105th floor. All professionals respond immediately. Shane tossed the gun aside without a hint of panic. I wasn't trying to hit you. Several combat helicopters appeared outside the building. Before the assassin could react, all 4 of his limbs were broken. Winnie had arrived. Damn human skin technique. It fooled even me. I checked him thoroughly and somehow missed that he was using a pen as a weapon. She pressed her weapon against the assassin's throat. Talk. Who sent you and why is Shane the target? Say nothing and I'll make sure you can't live and can't die. The assassin knew it was over. He bit down on the poison hidden in his back teeth. You'll get nothing from me. He was dead before another word was spoken. Winnie slammed her fist down. He bit the poison in his molar. I should have knocked him out first. I've never heard of anyone taking human skin technique to this level. He fooled the security system and he fooled me. Now he's dead and I'm the one who finished him. All we can do now is wait for the autopsy and hope there's something useful. The assassin's body was taken to the morgue for an autopsy. The technical team has completed the examination. No evidence of the assassin's identity was found anywhere on the body. Kent's database also returned nothing. We failed you, sir. Manager M1 put a hand on Winnie's shoulder. This isn't on you. His human skin technique was extraordinary. Even the group's security system failed to detect his real identity. Let's go. There's nothing left to find here. Shane told them to go ahead. He wanted a moment alone. Manager M1 didn't ask. He figured the kid had some kind of sensitivity to death. Maybe he could pick up on something the rest of them couldn't. The moment they were gone, Shane activated Dark Whispers. Get up. Answer my questions. The dead body actually sat up. A hollow voice came out of it. You can speak to the dead. Interesting. Won't matter though, I'm not telling you anything. If a soul refused to speak the truth, it would be dragged into the deepest hell and pinned to a burning iron slab. Countless vengeful spirits would swarm over it, then the flames would come, burning until nothing remained but char, then it would be slowly restored, only for the entire process to begin again. The burning alone would last 100 years, and that was only the beginning. What followed were 36,000 varieties of punishment, each lasting 100 million years, one after another, until the soul finally spoke. All of that time existed only for the one being punished. 10 billion years to the one casting the ability was nothing more than a single breath. The assassin's soul broke. Enough. Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The scene returned to the morgue. Shane pulled out his phone and made a call. He held it toward the corpse. Tell me everything you know. Leave nothing out. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the school's girls' dormitory, Zoe was exchanging messages with someone. A person going by Mr. Hansen asked how things had gone. Everything was done as you instructed, but Shane didn't fall for it. He's been signed by the Mortal Martial Arts Group. I'm just a middle schooler. There's nothing I can do that makes a difference. Tonight, at 8, Maple Forest Hotel, West District. Don't be late. Zoe was still deciding whether to go when her phone rang. Really? I've been guaranteed a place at a top high school? Thank you so much, thank you. She hung up with tears in her eyes and typed back her reply. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. I'll be there tonight on time. At that moment, Mira appeared directly behind her. Give me the phone. Who were you just talking to? Zoe nearly jumped out of her skin. She spun around. Who are you? Are you insane? Standing behind someone like that, this is my business. Why would I tell you anything? Mira drew her sword without a word. She laid the blade against Zoe's throat. Zoe, I know the thing you're most proud of isn't your grades, it's your face. I'll say it one more time. Give me the phone, or I start with your nose. Zoe threw the phone over. At that moment, Mira received a call. She answered it while scrolling through Zoe's messages. Shane, what have you got? I've got an assassin here. In the middle of questioning him, he's already talking. On Shane's end, the assassin began his confession. We're assassins from the Assassin's League. Not long ago, we took on a joint contract. The objective was to kill you, but make it look like an accident. We staged what looked like a catastrophe at the hospital. I killed Howie first and took his appearance to lure you there. Once it activated, you should have died in that hospital. Instead, you walked out, and there was a witness. That forced us to expand the mission. We still needed you dead, but we also had to figure out why the technique failed and recover the lost item. But a police officer named Leo Fletcher had picked up on their trail. He was too young for his own good. We used him. Once we found out he had a connection to you, we turned that against him. We killed him at the station, put someone in his place, and tried to extract information before finishing you off. Every attempt failed. So today I came myself. Shane's expression had gone completely dark. You hid Captain Fletcher's body in the cabinet at the station. Where did you hide Howie? I hid his body in the school drainage tunnel. Mira confirmed it on the other end of the line. Shane, the body I mentioned earlier was found in the drainage tunnel at your school. Shane's grip crushed the phone screen. He was shaking with rage. Tell me, who hired you? The assassin told him only the mission's head coordinator had access to the full picture. Who is the coordinator? Where is he? He goes by the Skin Reaper, a highly regarded killer in the underground world. The human skin technique on me was his work. He went to Maple Forest Hotel in the West District. The nurse who witnessed everything was hiding there. He went to silence her. What kind of killer is the Skin Reaper? Any weaknesses? His strength is beyond measuring. I couldn't identify a single one. If he's that powerful, why didn't he come after me himself? Someone of his standing in the assassination world personally taking out a middle schooler would be a stain on his reputation. He felt that quietly orchestrating the entire operation was already generous enough to whoever commissioned the job. There must be something. Tell me everything you know. If I had to name one thing, he has a particular obsession. Cannibalism. Shane and Mira both went silent. Mira said she was going to pay the Skin Reaper a visit and ended the call. The assassin broke into a disturbing laugh. I don't know who that girl on the phone was, but she won't fare well against the Skin Reaper. He has a taste for women, young ones especially. The next second, Shane's fist ended the conversation permanently. The body flew off the bed. Don't answer questions I didn't ask, Shane said coldly. Get out. The assassin's soul dissolved. Meanwhile, inside the five-star Maple Forest Hotel, a man and a woman were seated at a candlelit dinner. The man appeared very pleased with the meal. Smooth on the palate, a faint sweetness when chewed slowly, but a hint of bitterness at the finish. All that time spent in hiding added quite a bit of stress to you, didn't it? I'm sorry for that. He raised a glass of deep red liquid and drank. This blood cocktail balances out the bitterness perfectly. How delightful. I haven't tasted quality like this in a very long time. You have truly moved me, my dear nurse. Just as the man was about to indulge further, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Mr. Hansen. We are hoping you will personally handle the elimination of the target, the man typed back. I can do that, but what are you offering in return? Mr. Hansen replied with 2 words. A girl. The man scoffed. I have standards, you know. I'm not interested in just anything. Mr. Hansen skipped the back and forth and sent a photo of Zoe directly. The man's nostrils flared. A sick flush crept across his face. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, a disturbing sound escaping his throat. What a beautiful little lamb. Just looking at you, I can already imagine the taste. Thank you for arranging such a wonderful encounter. You have genuinely touched me. I will personally deal with the boy. Mr. Hansen told him the girl would arrive at 8. The man glanced at his watch. Not much time. I need to prepare properly. Tonight deserves to be unforgettable. He headed to the bathroom, humming to himself, intent on being at his absolute best when Zoe arrived. He stopped and looked back. Almost forgot the most important thing. He opened his palm and thin threads crawled out from his fingertips. They wound themselves around the nurse. I'm sorry. Our time together has come to an end. Her body was cut apart in an instant. I can't have you frightening my next guest. Back on Shane's end, he stood before a glowing orb and entered a command. Strike swift, strike far, leave no trace. The orb dissolved. A sleek motorcycle materialized in front of him. Manager M1 clapped Shane on the shoulder. What do you think? Nice ride, right? And that's not all. It's fitted with the signature Angel Wing flight system. Switchable between auto and manual. Flight mode lasts up to 30 minutes. Shane was barely holding himself together. And if the green isn't your style, it can shift to a striking red. Looks even better at full speed. Shane pulled himself together. It's incredible, but I was kind of expecting something more like a training manual. Manager Munn shook his head. Kent assessed your situation as highly dangerous, so it arranged the latest model for a fast getaway when you need one. Once the full electric boost kicks in, it moves like a missile. Faster than you can imagine. It could save your life. Shane pushed back. If Kent thinks I'm in danger, it must know who's trying to kill me. Even if it does, it won't get involved over something this small. Kent's focus is the survival of human civilization. Unless you prove yourself worth its attention, you're on your own. Shane went quiet. That was the truth of this world. If you had no value, whether you lived or died was nobody's concern. Captain Fletcher had learned that the hard way. So had Howie. He wondered how Mira was doing. Had she already run into the Skin Reaper? The scene shifted to Mira. She and Zoe had arrived outside the hotel. Mira's expression was grave. She could feel it clearly. The entire building was soaked in killing intent. She turned to Zoe. You said this person online supplied you with pills and supplements that boosted your performance and arranged a guaranteed spot at a top high school, is that right? Yes. All I had to do was get the others at school to turn against Shane, damage his reputation, make his life difficult. Do that, and everything would be provided. Shane is signed with the Mortal Martial Arts Group, Mira said flatly. That means your part in this is a complete failure. Do you understand what that means for you? Zoe bristled. You kidnapped me. What do you think is going to happen to you? Mira didn't bother arguing. She looked at Zoe and thought, this is just an ordinary girl from an ordinary background. To her, what she did to Shane was nothing more than a transaction with a payoff. She had no idea that transaction was leading her straight into the abyss. So be it. She gave Zoe two options. First, you stay nearby, and when I'm done in there, you come forward as a witness and tell everything you know. Second, as far as tonight is concerned, you never met me. You walk in there and meet your contact. I won't acknowledge you either way. Zoe hesitated. Then she made her decision and walked toward the hotel without looking back. Mira didn't stop her. She closed her eyes. What a waste. She drew her sword. You can't reason with someone walking toward their own end. She made her choice. Now she lives with it. Zoe was escorted to the man's room by a butler shortly after. The man heard her arrive and turned eagerly. He produced a single rose and spoke with polished charm. At last we meet. Zoe, if I may call you that, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, and clearly one of the most gifted. I would be honored to personally recommend you for the top provincial high school. I would even be willing to fund your entire education. Zoe flushed from the barrage of flattery. So this was Mr. Hansen? He was warmer in person than she had imagined. She lowered her eyes shyly. Thank you so much for everything. I really don't know how to repay you. But about Shane. Don't worry about Shane, the man said smoothly. I will take care of that in due time. As they passed a window, a sharp gust of wind blew it open. Zoe seized the moment and grabbed his arm. It's so cold. The man stepped in front of her to block it. He felt it immediately. This was no ordinary wind. Embedded within it was a razor-pure sword intent, and it was aimed directly at him. He gently draped his coat over Zoe's shoulders. Someone is watching me, he thought. I need to move faster. This perfect evening will not be ruined. He guided her forward. Zoe, I've decided. I'm going to recommend you for the entrance exams of the world's top 3 academies. Would you like that? Zoe stopped walking. The world's top 3? Is that real? Are you serious, Mr. Hansen? Years ago, I made a significant contribution during an archaeological expedition. Kent rewarded me with a special passcode. Anyone I designate as my successor in research earns the right to sit the joint entrance examination for all 3 academies. He had her enter her information into her phone. A confirmation appeared. Zoe Bryce has been granted eligibility for the joint entrance examination of the top 3 academies. Zoe threw herself at him in a wave of emotion. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Thank you so much. The man smiled. Are you happy, Zoe? Zoe was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. The man watched it all with a twisted smile. He had built to this moment carefully, and now it had arrived. In the next instant, he quietly took Zoe's head. He pressed his lips to it tenderly. Zoe's face still wore that expression of pure joy. He always chose the moment when a girl's emotions peaked. Then he preserved her, frozen in that moment. In his mind, it was the greatest form of art. He sank to his knees in front of her, tears running down his face. Just looking at you moves me to tears, so perfect, so beautiful, captured at the very moment the flower bloomed. At that moment, a flash of sword light cut through the room. It passed through the weeping man, and split the entire building apart. In an instant, Mira was at Zoe's side. She looked at what remained of Zoe and let out a quiet sigh. One step too slow. I thought the sword intent I sent through the window would give him pause. I underestimated how far gone he really is. Suddenly, countless red threads shot out from the smoke and dust, followed by the man's furious roar. Don't you touch her, she's mine! He burst through the debris and came straight for Mira. Mira met his charge with cold eyes and swung her sword. She brought the blade to rest against Zoe's neck. The man froze. He stepped back immediately. Enough. Don't damage her. Whatever you want, you can have it. Just don't harm her. Tell me who hired you, Mira said, or I destroy this right now. The man steadied himself. That's the Fletcher family's ripple blade technique. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one they talk about. The finest of the younger generation. Mira Fisher. Take a look around you. My threads have you completely surrounded. Trust me, breaking through them is not something you can do. Return Zoe to me and stand down. Out of respect for the Fletcher family, I'll let you walk away. The next second, his expression shifted. The answer was the ring of a drawn blade. Then let's find out. Between you and this body, let's see which one can take my sword. The man actually started to cry. My Zoe. We only just met, and already we must part forever? Such a perfect masterpiece, and I haven't even had a taste of the finest part of you. A massive puppet emerged. Since I can't savor Zoe anymore, Mira, you seem even more appetizing. Can I have you instead? Though I doubt you'll go as happily as she did. Ah, which only confirms it. Zoe truly was the perfect one. The man's face had twisted into something barely human. Enough of this. I'm going to consume both of you. Mira had clearly underestimated just how far gone he was. Neither threats nor the prospect of death were going to get anything out of him. Let's make a deal instead, she said. Tell me who hired you, and I won't just return Zoe to you. You can try to kill me as well. My body is yours to do with as you please. I could kill you without any deal and still get what I want. You can feel my strength. You might win, but if you don't agree to this, you won't get me in one piece. And I give you my word, win or lose, I will not call on the Fletcher family. No one comes after you for revenge. The man fell silent. The red energy around him faded. Are you serious? Mira held his gaze and nodded. The man pressed a hand to his forehead and laughed. What a headache. Betraying my employer means breaking the Assassin's League's most sacred rule. They'd come after me too. Mira pushed the needle. What's this? The Great Skin Reaper is afraid? Afraid? Never. For you, my dear, I would make any sacrifice. The thought of holding you close, of giving you kiss after burning kiss, it thrills me beyond words. Mira was revolted to her core. Rest assured, she said coldly. My sword will reduce you to pieces. The man gave her a gracious bow. That would be beautiful in its own way. Even just hearing your voice excites me. What a magnificent evening. 2 perfect masterpieces in one night. Allow me to express my gratitude. He cradled Zoe's remains. The excitement was consuming him. The moment I speak the name, what is between us truly begins. But first, allow me to put her somewhere safe. After that, every moment belongs to you, my beloved. Meanwhile, Shane stood on the rooftop lost in thought. He was worried about Mira. The dead assassin had been completely certain she was no match for the Skin Reaper. What do you think Mira's odds are against the Skin Reaper? He asked the giant skeleton. True or false? The truth is Mira loses. I don't know the killers of your world, but the Skin Reaper carries the curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits. His experience and power far outclassed that little fisher girl. The giant skeleton's words hit hard. He thought of everyone who had died because of this. I tried to use Mira's strength to uncover the truth, and instead I pulled her into danger. Her brother is gone. Howie is gone. The witness is probably gone too. How many more? She's the only one still fighting for any of this. I can't let her die too. A call cut through his thoughts. Unknown number. Not Mira's. He answered. A young girl's voice came through. Are you Shane? My mom said if I couldn't reach her I should call you and we'd go to the police together. Who are you? My mom is the nurse who saw what happened to you that day. Shane understood immediately. The witness's daughter. Where is your mom right now? She told me to go to Maple Forest Hotel in the West District. She said she'd be waiting there, but I can't get through to her now. Shane told her to stay where she was. He was coming to her right away. He ended the call and tucked the motorcycle into the spatial ring. The giant skeleton grew anxious. You're not actually going, are you? This could be a trap. The girl's mother is probably already dead, Shane said. I'm not letting her get caught up in this too. Trap or not, I have to go. If things go wrong, I've got the ghost fire and the door. I can get us all out. The giant skeleton broke into a cold sweat. This is reckless. And if you die, what happens to me? Shane was calm. I won't die. And based on how these assassins operate, Dark Whispers is the only way to get anything out of them. Which means if I want the truth, I'm the only one who can go get it. He walked to the edge of the 105th floor terrace, pushed off with one foot, and stood to the very top of the building. He redistributed all his attribute points to agility. As directed, attribute points have been fully allocated. Current agility, 10.1. He looked up at the overcast sky. Some things you just have to do, he said quietly, and leaped. The cold wind tore past him. As he fell from the top of the 105th floor, he shifted his body mid-fall, summoned a door ahead of him, dove through it and rolled to absorb the impact, then summoned another door, burst through it, and kept repeating the sequence, door after door after door, until the final one opened, and he stepped out onto solid ground without a stumble. He got on the motorcycle immediately, and pushed it to its limit toward the destination. He arrived outside a restaurant not long after. He pushed the door open. A young girl was inside. Were you the one who called me? Yes, she said. Have you seen my mom? I can't reach her. Her mother was the nurse who had witnessed the anomaly at the hospital the day Shane was attacked. Shane picked up his phone and tried to call the police. He tried several times. No one answered. He made a decision. Get the girl somewhere safe first, then go to room 707 at Maple Forest Hotel himself. He gave the ghost fire its instructions. Take her to the Mortal Martial Arts building, then come back for me. The girl climbed on. I'm scared. I want my mom. He spoke gently. Don't be scared. Where you're going is very safe. I'm going to find your mom, and then we'll both come find you. Can you wait for us there? She nodded quietly. The ghost fire pulled away on its own with the girl on board. You're really going to look for her mother? The giant skeleton said. This girl has nothing to do with you. She could become a liability. I genuinely don't understand why you'd help her. Her mother was innocent. Everything that happened to her was because of me. I can't just walk away. The giant skeleton let out a gruff sound. You're too soft. You'll never amount to anything great. Speaking of which, haven't you noticed something off about this area? Now that it was mentioned, Shane felt it too. The whole district was eerily quiet. It felt like there wasn't a single living person around. Then a thunderous burst of combat noise rolled in from somewhere nearby. It was coming from Maple Forest Hotel. Shane ran toward it without hesitating. He was inside the hotel within moments. A female attendant stepped in front of him. "Good evening. Do you have a reservation?" The giant skeleton's warning came fast. "Careful, she's dead." Shane stepped back immediately and activated dark whispers. "How did you die? Why are you still standing?" "For his own comfort," the attendant said. "Our master killed all of us. He threaded our bodies together with special silk and uses a technique to control our souls, making us carry out his commands. Why haven't you attacked me? We are set to serve guests to the best of our ability. Our master is occupied fighting a strong opponent. He hasn't issued any new orders." "How many others have died here besides your group?" "All of them." "All of them meaning?" "This entire district, every single person, all dead." Shane's eyes went wide with horror. The building began to shake violently. The giant skeleton cut in. "They've taken the fight to the roof. Good. Use this chance to find room 707. Shane stopped thinking and ran for it. He reached the room shortly after and kicked the door open. What he saw inside stopped him cold. The room was packed with bodies. Some were even suspended from the ceiling by silk threads. He stepped carefully inside and activated dark whispers. "Does anyone here know me? Are there any living people nearby?" Voices came from all around. "No, never seen you." Then one voice stood out. "I know you. You're Shane. I was on shift when I saw what happened to you." The voice was coming from a young woman's severed head. Shane's chest tightened. "I'm sorry. You died because of me." "I'm already gone," she said. "That matters less now. This wasn't your fault. If you're willing, please get justice for us." "You have my word," Shane said. "As for your daughter, I'll do everything I can to make sure she grows up well. Please rest." The woman paused. "Daughter? What daughter?" "The girl who called me." Before he could finish, the room exploded around him. The entire hotel shook with a massive blast. While Shane was still trying to make sense of it, a furious voice rang out from above. "Who just ruined this?" The giant skeleton cut in fast. "Of the two fighting above, one of them has a very faint life force. They're falling toward you." A figure appeared, and Shane opened his arms to catch whoever it was. He recognized her as she fell. It was Mira. Mira stared at him in disbelief. "Shane, what are you doing here?" "It's a long story. Short version, I came to save you." Mira looked at him with something between disbelief and exasperation. "With your level of strength? You're a fool." But beneath that she thought, what terrible timing. "I had my injuries and my presence carefully suppressed to bait him in." The Skin Reaper was about to fall for it. Everything hinged on that one reversal. "And then this kid shows up and catches me. No plan survives contact with the unexpected. I'll have to use my strongest move." Before she could tell Shane to get out of there, he struck the back of her neck with a swift chop. As directed, all attribute points have been allocated to strength. Current strength 8.3. "My apologies," Shane murmured. "She's a great swordsman. Putting everything I have into that chop should be enough to knock her out." Mira's eyes rolled back and she was out. He had no other choice. Revealing his secret wasn't an option. He summoned the Link Realm's gate in silence. Then he stepped through, carrying Mira in his arms. The Skin Reaper arrived at the spot moments later. "Where did they go? Are they hiding?" "Playing hide and seek with me. How delightful. You probably don't know that every corner of this hotel has eyes for me." "I'll play along then. I'll start counting. 10, 9, 8. But when he finished, Mira was nowhere to be found. She was already in another world entirely, carried there by Shane. Shane asked the giant skeleton to find Mira some armor suited for a woman in this world. The giant skeleton produced a bunny suit. Holy bunny suit. Blue quality. Strength +1, agility +2. Swift as a hare, smooth as silk. Appears to offer no combat advantage, yet the most skilled and fearless sword fighters consistently favor exactly this type of gear. Special effect, the lighter the equipment, the greater the bonus to strength and agility. Shane turned on the giant skeleton. "Seriously? You couldn't find anything else?" The giant skeleton grinned. "It's the only women's outfit I found. I genuinely don't understand why your people wear things like this into battle. And for the record, I pulled it off a man's body." Shane rushed to the human camp. "Help! Someone help! She's in critical condition." The people inside the tent lit up when they saw him, pointing and calling out, "It's him, the boy who cheated death." They laid Mira on the bed to begin treatment. Even through her injuries, she radiated a sharp and formidable presence. "She's wearing the holy bunny suit. Must be a serious sword fighter. The wounds are severe. We're going to need high-grade holy runes." Shane pulled out a pouch of coins without hesitation. "I have money. Please treat her now." These were the coins Prince Norton had given him. "It should be enough." The healer stared at the pouch. "Isn't this the tuition His Highness gave you?" Shane frowned. "How do you know that?" "The pouch carries a royal crest. That alone is worth a considerable sum. Are you really spending all of it on her treatment?" Shane waved them off. "Stop talking. Take it all. Just hurry. I don't know how much longer she can hold on." The healers exchanged looks and broke into wide smiles. "Understood. We'll give her everything we've got." They gathered around Mira and channeled life energy into her all at once. Shane watched and felt a wave of relief. This many healers working together. Human medicine really was something else. A notification appeared. "Battlefield shift in an instant. As you fell silent, attention on you had been fading, and your reputation tag along with it. But in this moment, you returned to the battlefield, immediately saved a fellow human, carried her back to camp, and spent your own tuition just to bring her back. The royal coins you gave are worth 100 times the value of ordinary coins each. In other words, you spent thousands of times the standard cost of treatment to save one person without a second thought. From this moment on, people will speak of your nobility and generosity. Congratulations. You're famous again, boy who cheated death. Shane completely lost it internally. What did I just do? My money. I don't want this tag. The healers turned around beaming. All done, boy who cheated death. Shane forced himself to stay calm, his expression twitching. How is she? Couldn't be better. We use the finest techniques available. Her body's recovering rapidly. She should wake within minutes. The giant skeleton added its own commentary. Her life force is blazing. Human healing truly is something. Shane thought, after what I just paid, it had better be blazing. He picked Mira up and headed out. He had to get back to the main world before she woke up. The soldiers watched him go and shook their heads. Must be his sweetheart. Obviously, who else would spend that many royal coins on someone? If I had that many, I could take 50 wives. Not long after, Mira slowly came to. She saw Shane and startled. Her sword was out in an instant. The blade rested on his shoulder as she stared at him, face flushed. What did you do to me? Shane didn't flinch. A healing technique. It only works when the patient is unconscious. Mira paused. She checked herself. Every wound was gone. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Don't be. I'm the one who knocked you out without warning. But he's going to find us soon. Are you ready to fight? Shane's eyes went wide. Mira's tag had changed. The purple great swordsman had turned gold, now carrying the suffix Holy Guardian. Duration, 3 hours. I'm going to kill him, Mira said. Whatever you did, it's incredible. I've never felt this sharp in my life. Shane stared. Holy Guardian? What kind of tag was that? Could the treatment have given her some kind of special boost? He was right. After the two of them left, the healers had started talking among themselves. His Highness must think very highly of him to give him that many royal coins. Aren't we being a bit greedy taking all of it? The lead healer waved it off. Relax. While I was treating her, I slipped the extra coins into her suit. I only kept 11. That's fair payment. And I added a strength blessing as well. Lasts 3 hours. Consider it a token of respect. The others stared. You gave her a blessing too? The tent erupted. I added an agility blessing. I added a perception blessing. I added a mental blessing. You're all saying she received every single blessing? When all blessings are placed on one person at the same time, they combine into the highest tier amplification magic. Holy Guardian. Doubles the effect of all blessings simultaneously. Duration, 3 hours. Every one of them broke into a cold sweat. That was a supreme tier technique reserved exclusively for royalty. Using it without authorization was a serious crime. The lead healer forced a cough and tried to look calm. All we can do now is pray that the boy who cheated death keeps his mouth shut. Back with Shane, Mira spoke. I know who's behind all of this. Shane leaned in immediately. Who? Before she could answer, a voice cut through. Found you. It was the Skin Reaper. Well, Shane? What perfect timing. Mira glanced at Shane. If you don't have any real combat ability, I suggest you get out of the way. She thought to herself, I underestimated him before. Does he have something hidden? Shane was already moving. Yep, way above my level. This is all you, Mira. Do your best. Mira watched the door slam shut behind him and shook her head. That was fast. I suppose his gift is in healing. She turned back. Fine, I work better alone anyway. Right now she was terrifyingly strong. My dear little fish, you didn't run? Were you waiting here just for me? Mira skipped the words and swung. The sword energy reached the Skin Reaper in an instant. It surpassed anything Mira had ever done before. The force tore through the rooftop and shot straight up into the sky. But the Skin Reaper was still standing. Impossible, he breathed. You took wounds that should have finished you. How are you fighting at this level? Mira hadn't expected him to dodge it either. All it did was graze the corner of his eye. I see, the Skin Reaper said. Shane, was it? First someone blows apart half a building to bail you out. Then your wounds are fully healed. The curse failed. Every assassination attempt failed. That boy really is something. But Mira didn't think so. The force that tore the building open didn't feel like Shane's doing at all. The Skin Reaper began to unravel. Blood hissed from his wounds. None of that matters now. Nothing in this world is more compelling to me than you, little fish. Your resilience, your killing intent, I can't hold myself back. Look, the wounds you gave me are singing. Let's keep dancing like this, on and on. A torrent of blood threads shot toward Mira. She blocked them with her blade. But she noticed something. The threads were getting faster and stronger. Why? What was feeding his power? There had been a soft rustling sound the whole time. Where was it coming from? It had to be connected to how his strength kept rising. Mira tracked it to the wall beside her. She drove her sword through it. Severed heads were lined up inside, each one muttering an unbroken stream of incantations. The sight genuinely shook her. The Skin Reaper slapped a hand against the wall. Oh my, you found the gift I prepared for you. He was moved to tears by his own gesture. Listen, little fish, they're singing for us. He dropped to one knee and produced a diamond ring. This is our wedding hymn. Let us listen together to the curse of the blood fiend. The heads chanting swelled louder. The Skin Reaper's voice turned breathless with devotion. My dearest little fish, allow me to weave your wedding dress from my threads first. Countless blood threads surged in from every direction and closed around Mira. Mira swept her blade and cut through them. The next second her expression shifted. Her weapon was caught in the threads. The Skin Reaper was in front of her in an instant, seizing her hand. Little fish, let me put this ring on you myself. Mira drew a short blade from inside her longsword and drove it across his skull. It barely hurt him. How delightful. A blade hidden inside a blade? A shame though. Within the curse of the blood fiend? I am untouchable. His wound sealed over in an instant. Dark energy from the curse poured into him. Struggle, little fish. The harder the fight, the sweeter the prize at the end. The outcome was decided before we began. Mira slashed the threads free from her longsword. Don't be so sure, she said coldly. She gripped both blades, one long and one short, and channeled her energy into them. Then she snapped them apart into a wide stance. The Skin Reaper recognized it immediately. Two edges spread wide, long on the left, short on the right, driven by pure energy. The celestial eclipse. You've mastered this at your age. My beloved truly is extraordinary. Such a pity that sacred sword isn't in your hands tonight. What we could have been together. What a shame. Mira crossed both blades in front of her. Energy surged up around her in waves. Above her head, a vision of sun and moon shining together took shape. She drove both blades forward in one explosive strike. Die, you revolting freak! But facing that overwhelming assault, the Skin Reaper only smiled. Yes, that's it. Come at me just like that. Great two-headed blood serpent demon, I offer you the blood of tens of thousands of the fallen here. Answer my call. Mira's expression hardened. A monstrous creature materialized behind him. Sleep in my arms forever, little fish. It was at Mira in an instant. A summoned beast. No time to get clear. Then a voice rang out. Hey everybody, how's it going? After Shane had slipped away, he had run straight up to the higher floors. He had sensed the bodies throughout the entire hotel beginning to chant in unison. The Skin Reaper had to be behind it. He had to find a way to help Mira. He found the broadcast room, grabbed the microphone, and activated dark whispers. His voice went out across the building. Both Mira and the Skin Reaper flinched at the sound. Every corpse reciting the curse of the Blood Fiend went silent at once. Then voices began to break through one by one. Something's wrong. I can't take it. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please, someone help me. The creature the Skin Reaper had summoned tore away from him. What? My blood curse, it's been broken. Mira seized the opening and closed on him in an instant. She brought both blades down in a brilliant arc. The celestial eclipse drove straight through him. He let out a wretched scream as a cross-shaped wound exploded with blood. Mira turned her back to him and sheathed her blades. It's over, but she had let her guard down too soon. The Skin Reaper's body surged with blood energy. Beneath his coat was a crimson suit of armor. You can't kill me, little fish. Mira stared. A full-force strike, and he was still standing. Was the armor absorbing the damage? Then she heard it. The bodies had started chanting again. The Skin Reaper pulled himself upright. That meddlesome boy interrupted us. No matter. Let's continue. Then Shane's voice came over the speakers again. Hey everyone, do you know Happy Birthday? What do you say we all sing it together? The Skin Reaper stared at the ceiling in disbelief. This kid just never stopped. The dead answered enthusiastically. Of course we know it. Who doesn't know Happy Birthday? Alright then. 3, 2, 1, everyone together. Every corpse in the building burst into song simultaneously. The Skin Reaper completely lost it. What in the world is happening? My blood curse. Even Mira couldn't hold it together. A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. The Skin Reaper was past the point of reason. I'm going to kill you, Shane. He exploded off the ground and shot forward. Mira realized instantly. He was going after Shane. The giant skeleton's warning came through fast. Run. Something's heading your way. Has to be the Skin Reaper. Shane grabbed the microphone and ran. Friends, do you remember your favorite songs? Let's hear them all, one after another. Don't stop. Every corpse broke into a different song at once. Then the Skin Reaper dropped from above and landed directly in Shane's path. Found you, he said, his eyes pure murder. Before he could move, a sword flash cut in front of him. Mira appeared at Shane's side. I'll hold him. Run. Got it. You've got this. The Skin Reaper called out after Shane. Run and I'll kill your parents. Ignore him. Just go, Mira said. Shane was already gone. With Mira blocking him, the Skin Reaper couldn't follow. Fine. I'll kill your entire family. I'll eat them right in front of you. The only response he got was Shane's middle finger as he disappeared around the corner. Shane reached somewhere safe and paced back and forth, trying to figure out the next move. The giant skeleton tried to talk him down. I know you're frustrated, but hold off on that. You haven't learned any real combat techniques yet. You can't get involved in a fight at that level. What you did with Dark Whispers was an accident. Don't overestimate yourself. Shane let out a long breath. You're right, but I can't just stand here and do nothing. He turned to the giant skeleton. What about you? Could you beat the Skin Reaper? The giant skeleton scoffed. Who do you think you're talking to? At my peak, I could crush him with one hand. But that's irrelevant right now. I'm too badly damaged to do anything. Focus on how to get out of here. Shane smiled. Good. Then let's talk about something else. We have a contract, right? I want to make a deal. I help you get your strength back. You handle him for me. The giant skeleton's reaction was immediate. You'd restore me? I remember what you told me about how the undead recover. A special ritual to materialize a sacrificial altar, then drawing power from captured souls or living beings to restore yourself instantly. Exactly. As long as there's still a breath left in me, that method brings me back to full strength. The giant skeleton paused. Are you thinking about using the dead in this hotel? Would they meet the conditions for the ritual? Every soul here has been locked into its body by the Skin Reaper's technique. That makes them perfect for a power extraction. But I've lost my strength. I can't force those bodies to recite my sacrificial incantation. Leave that part to me, Shane said. The full ritual takes time, the giant skeleton warned. The moment he realizes what you're doing, he'll come at you with everything. Shane's expression was serious. I know. I'll buy time. The giant skeleton hesitated. So you're really set on killing him? I'm worried you won't make it out. Shane hadn't expected the giant skeleton to drag its feet like this. Why are you hesitating? Are you scared? If I die, just use your undead magic to make me your servant. You should have led with that. Deal. And I'm putting that in writing. The giant skeleton drew up a contract. Shane signed without a moment's hesitation. The agreement was binding. Shane pulled out his phone. Say the incantation now, I'll record it and play it back for them. The giant skeleton looked offended. We normally perform this live. Do you have to make it so utterly soulless? Shane mimicked the giant skeleton's earlier tone back at it. I know you're frustrated, but hold off on that. You're just ahead right now. You can't get involved in a fight at that level. If you tried, you'd get killed. Recording is the safest option. Don't overestimate yourself. The giant skeleton had nothing to say to that. Fine. For the sake of getting my strength back, I'll let it go. 3.5 minutes later, the recording was done. Shane allocated all his attribute points to agility. All right, time to put on a show. He ran out into an open area and grabbed the microphone. Everyone, please quiet down. I'm going to play a listening exercise. Listen carefully and repeat it back together. Not a single word wrong. Shadow of the abyss wandering at the bottom of the underworld, let the power of our bone spirits form an altar and help you cross the barrier between life and death. At this great feast of souls, merge with our throne and call upon the mercy of the Supreme Ones, the Dark Mother of Bones, Queen of Ghouls, the ruler of the underworld, Miktetikasiwa. Bestow your blessing upon me, that I may spread your majesty among all living things. Shane shouted into the mic. Playback complete. Can everyone recite that back? All together now. Every corpse in the building began to repeat it in unison. The Skin Reaper recognized it immediately. A sacrificial incantation. That boy is controlling the bodies. I have to stop him. As the incantation continued, wisps of soul flame drifted toward Shane from all directions. The giant skeleton's excitement broke through. It's working. The soul flames are rising. This is just the first step, but it's the most critical one. Now you have to stay away from the Skin Reaper. He will do anything to stop this. Follow the soul flames toward the roof. That's where they converge. The Skin Reaper appeared directly behind Shane. You little rat, what do you think you're doing? Shane hadn't expected him that fast. He pushed harder. The wall beside them cracked open. Mira burst through it. The Skin Reaper didn't flinch from the strike coming at him. He took it head on. Blood erupted from his back, but he used the force of the blow to propel himself even faster toward Shane. Mira's stomach dropped. He took the hit on purpose. All he cared about was getting to Shane, and he just used her own strike to close the distance faster. The Skin Reaper was directly above Shane. You're not getting away from me. Shane was pushing open a door. He dove through it. The Skin Reaper charged in after him, but Shane was gone. Where did that little brat disappear to now? The sacrificial incantation was nearing completion. The Skin Reaper felt something deeply wrong and couldn't shake it. Then Shane stepped out from a door somewhere else entirely. He ran past Mira. It's yours. Buy me a little more time. The Skin Reaper was seething. When did he get past me? He's going to pay for this with every piece of himself. As the final words of the incantation fell, a sacrificial altar materialized above the lobby. It's done. Now I need the souls to willingly pour their strength into me. Then I'll be restored. Shane grabbed the microphone. Everyone, the time for revenge has come. We have one chance. Give me your strength. Come together, all of you. Let's do this as one. Mira's voice cut through urgently. Shane, watch out. He had thrown everything aside to reach Shane. The Skin Reaper was spraying blood from every wound, one arm gone, and still he came. Die! The Skin Reaper's fist drove straight through Shane's chest. Mira's face shattered. Shane! But the Skin Reaper froze. The Shane in front of him was a phantom. It dissolved right before his eyes. The real Shane was already standing beneath the altar. Hear me, all of you! Let's take him down together! Every corpse in the building let out a roar. Revenge! Revenge! Wave after wave of soul flames surged toward the altar and poured into the ring where the giant skeleton waited. The Skin Reaper came charging. You think a handful of dead souls can kill me? Don't make me laugh, you're done. Then something hit him in the back with devastating force. A massive bone sword pinned him to the ground. Mira stared at what was unfolding in front of her. What is this? The Skin Reaper coughed up blood in great heaving bursts. He forced his head up to look. Towering over him was an enormous skeleton. Shane stood on its shoulder. I wasn't joking. When I say I'll kill you, I mean it. Every day I let this go on was my failure. Now die in front of everyone you murdered. The Skin Reaper was beyond fear. A catastrophe. You can summon a catastrophe? Mira's own thoughts echoed it. A catastrophe? Was this what he had been holding back? Shane's voice was flat. Finish him? The giant skeleton raised its bone sword for the killing blow. The Skin Reaper fired blood threads in one last desperate effort. The threads wound around the giant skeleton. It looked down at them with contempt. So these threads are what you're so proud of? Pathetic. A single subtle shudder, and every thread snapped apart. The Skin Reaper saw it and gave up all hope. For something as small as you, I won't even need to raise my hand. The countless souls crying out around me have been bound far too long. It's time to set them free. The ground beneath them erupted. Blinding light tore outward in every direction. The giant skeleton had activated resurrection. Every corpse in the entire building rose to its feet. They roared and converged on this one spot. Undead, the giant skeleton said. The time for revenge is now. The Skin Reaper realized with horror that the bodies were no longer responding to him. You stripped my technique from them. He fired a thread upward in a panic, trying to pull himself out from the encircling mass of bodies. The giant skeleton let out a cold sound. Running? It opened its jaw and released a technique that struck the Skin Reaper directly. His body locked in mid-air, completely immobile. Don't be alarmed. This is just a modest soul suppression technique. It creates a disruption between a living being's soul and body. temporarily removing the ability to move. It won't hurt you. After all, those around you are just as hungry for your living flesh as you were for theirs. Despair settled across the Skin Reaper's face. Beneath him, the mouths of the risen dead had all opened wide. He dropped into them. Every corpse that had once died at his hands tore into him with everything it had. Every last drop of their hatred had a place to go now. His screams rose from inside the massive bodies. "No, I don't want to die. Great deity, please save me. I will give you everything. Take it all." Shane's expression shifted. He hadn't seen this coming. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted upward. The bodies around him were blasted away with him at the center. "Thank you, Great One. Come down. Please descend and take everything I have." But the next second, the blood energy was pulled back. The Skin Reaper had not expected that at all. "Why? Why are you refusing me?" Shane called out immediately. "He's trying to cast something. Pin him down now." The giant skeleton activated soul suppression technique again. Shane leaped from the giant skeleton's shoulder with knight in hand. "Take this, Skin Reaper. I'm going to avenge every single person you killed with this blade myself." Mira spotted something wrong. "Shane, watch out!" The Skin Reaper's face lit up as Shane charged. "You fool! The great deity didn't come himself, but his shadow still shields me!" Shane's body was cut in two by the blood energy, but again, it was only a phantom. The real Shane was still on the giant skeleton's shoulder. "2 for 2. You fell for the exact same trick twice." He drew his gun. "You sick freak, eat this!" The shot hit a nearby corpse. The giant skeleton stared. Shane cringed. "Sorry, I haven't actually practiced with a gun, but that doesn't matter." "Farron, flame attack, finish him." The giant skeleton's bone sword drove through the Skin Reaper. Undead fire erupted along the blade, and in an instant, the Skin Reaper was reduced to charred remains. But at that moment, a mass of dark energy seeped from the Skin Reaper's body and shot straight toward Shane. The giant skeleton reacted instantly. "Shane, move!" It drove its bone sword into the ground and deployed White Bone's Embrace, a high-level undead defensive technique sealing all the dark energy out. The moment the Skin Reaper died, something left his body. "An unknown presence tried to strike you. If I hadn't used that technique in time, you would be dead." Mira pointed ahead. "Look, something's happening to him." The dark energy gathered itself around the Skin Reaper's remains. Then it took the body and tore out through a window. Mira went after it immediately. "You're not getting away," Shane called out. "Wait, Mira." He turned to the giant skeleton. "Why aren't we going after it? At full speed I can't carry you. If I leave you here alone and that thing circles back, I won't be able to reach you in time. Keeping you alive comes first." Shane let it go. "What exactly was that shadow?" Shane asked. "Was it also the thing that blew apart the building earlier?" "No, that shadow was working with the Skin Reaper. Whoever blew the building apart was helping Mira, not him, which meant there was still a third party involved." "Don't overthink it," the giant skeleton said. "Whoever helped Mira doesn't seem hostile. Why not use the broadcast to ask?" Shane leaned into the microphone. "Whoever helped us earlier, we'd really like to meet you. Please show yourself." No matter how loud he called, only silence came back. Then the sound of the motorcycle engine came from outside. The Ghostfire had returned. "How did it go? Did you get the girl to the Mortal Martial Arts building safely?" The Ghostfire reported back. "Mission incomplete. Target was lost. The target left mid-route. She landed safely on the street and then vanished. Her whereabouts are unknown." Shane's expression darkened. The giant skeleton chimed in from the side. "A motorcycle moving that fast, and she got off mid-ride without getting hurt. She's definitely not ordinary." "Ha! I told you not to go helping random strangers. Lucky she didn't come after you." At that moment, a message arrived from Mira. "This is the truth I got out of the Skin Reaper earlier. I've only had a chance to send it now. Take a look." Shane opened the video immediately. In the video, a girl stood by a railing. Someone asked her, "Selena Curtis, what kind of person do you hope to be with someday?" The girl's voice was soft and clear. "Someone to be with? I've never really thought about it. But I remember when I was little, I visited the Yates family once. My sister and I were being chased by a really vicious dog, and Shane was the only one who stepped in to stop it. He was kind. I've never forgotten him. If I ever looked for someone, I'd want someone like him." A faint trace of longing crossed her face as she said it. The video cut. Men's voices came through. "Who is this Shane?" "We looked him up. Nothing remarkable. Their paths would never cross again naturally." "Can you be sure of what Selena wants? What if she goes looking for him?" "Handle it. I don't want that Shane anywhere near my Selena." "Consider it done. Something this small doesn't even need our personal attention. Hire someone. Make it look like an accident. Have people mess with him a little. Think of it as a small lesson." Shane said nothing for a long time after the video ended. A small lesson. He had run through every possible reason. He had suspected someone targeting the Yates family, or that the original Shane had stumbled onto some secret. But this was the one possibility that had never crossed his mind. The risen dead gathered around Shane. "Thank you, young man. Thank you for ending that monster. You got justice for us. We saw him die with our own eyes. Thank you. I just wish I understood why that man killed all of us." Their words weighed heavily on Shane. Those assassins had come for him, and all these people had paid for it. "If there's any way," he said, "I hope you can find somewhere better to be reborn. I hope in whatever comes next, you get to live with dignity. Not like this. Not helpless and humiliated, leaving people behind to grieve. Please don't worry anymore. Let go of everything here. One day when I'm strong enough to see this through, I will find whoever is behind all of this and I will kill them." I swear it. But the weight of it settled on him immediately. He was too weak right now. He hadn't been able to keep up with Mira to chase the shadow. He had needed the giant skeleton to stay and shield him. One of the risen dead placed a hand on his shoulder. Whatever happens, thank you for being willing to fight for us. Take care of yourself and keep living. That's right. The monster is gone. We can finally rest. All the risen dead gathered around him and offered their blessings. May you live long and in good health. May you grow strong enough to bring down whoever is pulling the strings. We'll be watching over you from wherever we go. As the last words faded, the duration of resurrection ran out. Every soul departed from its body. Shane stood among the fallen and said nothing for a long time. The giant skeleton stepped forward. The technique holding them is gone. They've returned to where they belong. Mira returned not long after. She told Shane she hadn't been able to catch it. She suspected the shadow might be connected to a catastrophe. Provoking something like that would be catastrophic. A catastrophe has the power to level a city. That shadow radiated a presence that belongs outside this world. She glanced at the giant skeleton. Similar to the presence around your friend here. Mira's holy guardian tag still had an hour and 30 minutes remaining. Whatever you did for me, it brought me a lot of clarity. Thank you, Shane. Once this is behind me, I'm going to find somewhere safe and start pushing my strength further. I watched the video you sent, Shane said, but there are things I still don't understand. Can you walk me through it? Mira went quiet for a moment. I've pieced it together, but this goes deep. It's not something we can get involved in. Then who are they? Just go. I won't tell anyone you were here. Shane didn't move. Who are they? Mira's expression fell. Sons of the major noble clans. Beyond that, I couldn't trace it further. You're from a noble clan yourself. Are you telling me you don't know who they are? Not all noble clans are equal. The Yates family you were born into and the Fletcher family I come from are nothing in front of theirs. Insects under a full moon. The worst they'd face is a scolding. Maybe grounded for a while. Perhaps some token gesture of apology toward you and the Fletcher family. You don't believe that, and neither do I. They went after me and missed. Then your brother got killed in the process. From here on, they'll do everything they can to erase both of us before this gets any messier. A deep helplessness crossed Mira's face. These are the most powerful noble clans in the world. I can't do anything alone, and the Fletcher family won't back me on this. If the Skin Reaper hadn't been the kind of person who only cares about his own obsessions, we never would have found out the truth at all. Any other assassin would have taken it to the grave. The entire crew is dead. I think that's enough to give my brother some peace. I should go. Watch yourself. Shane watched her start to walk away. If you had the power to kill every last one of them, he called out, would you do it? Mira stopped. Don't joke about that. Their families are the pillars that hold up human civilization. If I made a move against them, my family would be. Shane cut across her before she could finish. Forget all that. I'm only asking one thing. Can you live with it? My friend is dead. Your brother is dead. Tens of thousands of people in this district are dead. Every one of them had a life ahead of them. They were butchered, and then their bodies were used, forced to endure the torment of that blood curse. And all of this, in their own words, was just a small lesson. Just a bit of fun. Mira's body began to tremble. What do they think lives are worth? Shane's voice rose. I won't accept this. I'm going to make every single one of them pay. Mira's sword came out in one motion. A slash of sword energy tore out from the hotel, carrying every ounce of her rage with it. She stood there without a word, but tears slid quietly down her face. She said nothing more and vanished. What was that about? The giant skeleton said. You made the girl cry and run off. Shane didn't answer. He jumped down from the floor above. It's over. Time to go back. So what are you going to do about all this? The giant skeleton asked. I thought someone had a blood feud with me. Turns out it was just a game to them. So there's nothing to overthink. Life's too short not to enjoy it. But since they want to play, let's play. One by one, until every last one of them is gone. As an offering for every innocent soul lost today. And as payback for myself. When that day comes, I'll be genuinely happy. I might even feel like this life was worth something. He returned the giant skeleton to the ring. Then he spoke to the empty space around him. Since you're not showing yourself, that's fine. Whoever you are, thank you. In a place Shane couldn't see, someone watched him ride away. It was the girl who had called him for help. She blew a bubble and said quietly, Shane's grown up too. She rose from where she had been sitting on a tower 100 meters up. A strange energy wrapped around her and her body began to shift. When it settled, she was no longer a little girl. She had become a young woman around Shane's age. She murmured to herself, he's gotten even more reckless than when we were little. She stood still in the rain, as though lost somewhere in the past. A voice came from her earpiece. He really is a bit of an idiot. But aren't you going to see him? He did just save you. Even sent his motorcycle to take you safely. This whole mess was your sister Selena's doing. She did nothing about it, and then you came rushing in to help, and nearly got me exposed in the process. Now isn't the right time to see him. Stop complaining, I almost got exposed too. How about I take you out for beef noodles to make up for it? The voice perked up immediately. I want an egg, and a good drink. Wait, are you about to ask me for a favor? You know me too well. Help me erase every trace I was here. Don't let anyone know I showed up, especially my sister's people. Wipe all of Shane's involvement from the scene too. Leave nothing for anyone to find. There's still one person who knows, the voice said. That girl with the sword. If she talks about tonight. She won't, the young woman said. She won't give Shane up. A surge of red energy rippled across the earpiece. A red transparent creature with enormous eyes materialized from it. Its eyes snapped wide open. The red energy spread outward. It blanketed the entire district. Moments later, it was done. The earpiece nudged her eagerly. It was ready for those noodles. Just then, the young woman received a voice call on her phone. A woman's voice came through. Yelena, where did you disappear to? There's a party tonight and I can't handle it alone. Get back here. The earpiece grumbled immediately. Great, your sister's calling, so what's it going to be? The party or the noodles? Noodles, obviously, Yelena said. I made you a promise and I'm keeping it. The earpiece was touched. That means a lot. But are you sure skipping the party is fine? My sister thrives at things like that. I'm not like her. Everyone knows Selena Curtis's little sister Yelena is completely useless. You? Useless? That's genuinely the funniest thing I've ever heard. Meanwhile, in a room somewhere else, several bodies had been twisted together and suspended in the air, draining. Below them was a bathtub filled with blood. A man suddenly surfaced from inside it. He stared at his surroundings in disbelief. Am I actually alive? He climbed out of the tub. Great deity, was it you? Did you bring me back? A voice responded from across the room. You really are a fool. The man dropped to his knees immediately. Incomprehensible and great one. Thank you for not abandoning your most faithful servant. Across from him loomed a dark shadow radiating terrifying energy. The shadow of the great deity. According to the terms of our agreement, I paid the price in full, but you could have descended earlier. Why did you pull back? Red light flickered in the shadow's eyes. Mortal, are you questioning me? Dark tendrils shot through the man's body. No, I would never dare. I was simply confused. Please forgive me. The shadow released him and explained. There was someone concealed nearby whose nature I could not read. It was not convenient for me to appear. The man trembled uncontrollably. Forgive me, Great One. I sense no one else at all. Your power is barely a flicker. Of course you sense nothing. At first I found your world weak and tedious, not worth a second thought. Then the curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits I granted you was turned against its purpose and stripped of all its power. Then you were defeated as well. That was when I realized your world holds genuine interest. There are even others like me who have descended here and operate from the shadows. The man looked around the room. Great One, where are you? The door swung open. In walked Zoe Bryce, the very girl whose head he had removed and sewn back on. The man went pale. How is that possible? You were— No. It's you, isn't it, Great One? The great deity's shadow had taken Zoe's body as its vessel. The preservation work you did on this one is quite good. It will serve my purposes well. The man pressed his face to the floor. Eternal and Great One, it is my greatest honor. My servant, guide me through your world. Let me see what secrets it holds. And I want to find that boy named Shane. I want to know how he broke the curse idol of the ruler of fallen evil spirits. That idol held power I gathered over countless years. I want every bit of it back. I crossed an immense distance to descend here, and I spent more of it reviving you. Now I need souls to replenish what I have spent. You must be feeling it already. The unbearable suffering running through your soul, that is the flesh puppet at work. I used it as the vessel to bring you back. When it grows hungry, it torments your soul. At your current soul strength, you cannot let it starve for long or it will consume you entirely. Go hunting, kill 1,000 people, I will feed on their souls. What remains of the flesh is yours. The Skin Reaper's excitement was immediate. 1,000? As you command, Great One. He was practically salivating. Finally, a proper feast. Meanwhile, Shane rode back to the Mortal Martial Arts building. He pulled off a smooth sideways stop, then he sat down on the ground, completely drained. Back here, he finally let himself breathe. His mind kept replaying everything that had just happened. The original Shane had helped 2 girls as a child, and that was the root of all of this. So many people dead, and to those noble clan kids it was just a bit of fun. Absolute scum. Then his phone rang. The Yates family. A man's voice came through. Shane, it's your uncle. Shane remembered Seth Yates, the one who handled the family's day-to-day affairs, and had always looked at Shane and his parents with the most contempt. What did he want? There's something I need to discuss with you. Do you remember when you'd come back for the new year and other noble clan members would visit? You were difficult back then. You caused a lot of trouble. I'll arrange a time. Come back in a few days and apologize to the noble clan members in front of everyone. Shane almost laughed. Apologize for what exactly? This is for your own good. You offended too many people when you were young. A public apology now buys their forgiveness and reflects well on the Yates family, understand? Shane saw through it immediately. If he went and apologized, it meant all of this was his fault. The deaths of tens of thousands would have nothing to do with the noble clan members. He would become the one to blame. The Yates family would earn goodwill from those clans, and Seth would probably pocket something for himself in the process. And the attempts on Shane's life wouldn't stop. His death would become something they could justify openly. His parents could get caught up in it too. Mira as well. So this was what for your own good looked like. Shane kept his voice even. I don't recall offending anyone. Could you give me some specifics? Who exactly, how exactly, and when exactly? Seth didn't take the bait. You don't need the details. Just do as I say when the time comes. Uncle, there's something that's been nagging at me this whole conversation and I can't seem to get past it. What is it? Who exactly are you to be giving me orders? The other end exploded. You little brat, you don't have a choice in this. Do you think you can defy your grandfather? He hung up. Shane stared at the phone. Already? I was just getting warmed up. Another call came in immediately. A video call this time. The call connected to a group of girls in bikinis. Hi Shane, we're the Anderson sisters from Phoenix Island. Want to come to our midnight pool party? The sight hit Shane like a freight train. The girls on the other end kept at it. Wow, Shane, you're pretty cute. There are a lot of us here and everyone wants to meet you. Shane put on his most awkward expression. I don't know, it's already pretty late. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go out. Come on, do it for us. We'll send someone to pick you up. I really can't. My mom always told me boys shouldn't go out alone at night. Gotta stay safe. I appreciate the thought though. Besides, with that many of you, I'd be worried about getting cornered. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. He ended the call without a second thought. He tossed the phone aside. The major noble clans always had the best intelligence. They had clearly heard about everything. There would be more calls like that. They all wanted to look at the kind of person the most powerful noble clan's daughter had feelings for. Calling him up like this, treating it like entertainment, trying to drag him out for a show. If he himself were a catastrophe, who would dare talk to him like that? A notification appeared. Special reminder, 10 minutes to midnight. The first time you enter the gate in a new day earns you a tag. You currently have a chance to unlock a special hidden ability. Unlock condition, earn the insider tag a third time. Since you have already earned it twice, you will receive key prompts during your attempt. Remember, this is your only opportunity to obtain this hidden ability. Shane sat up immediately. He knew he couldn't afford to wait around. Whether it was pushing back against the family's plans, or killing those noble clan members one by one for everyone who had died, it all required power. The kind of power that could sweep everything aside. He had to go after this chance and unlock that hidden ability. He summoned the door, and stepped into the nightmare realm. The giant skeleton burst out of the ring the moment they arrived. What are you doing? Shane asked. It's time for us to part ways. Shane felt a pang at that. Right, you can move freely now. I need to return to the undead. There's too much unfinished business. I can't keep wasting time like this. Alright then, this is where we go our separate ways. The giant skeleton held the spatial ring out to Shane. You've done a lot for me, kid. I can see you don't even have a storage item of your own. Take this ring, something to remember me by. They said their goodbyes. Shane watched the giant skeleton walk away. He shook his head. Only had it a few days and now it was back in the wild. Hard to say if it would make it. The words had barely left his mouth when something stirred in the trees ahead. The next second, a massive explosion erupted in the direction the giant skeleton had gone. Even the shockwave was enough to throw Shane off his feet. Then the giant skeleton's screams reached him from that direction. Shane's stomach dropped. It can't be. It walked away 5 seconds ago and already ran into something, and now it's quiet? With its strength, how did it go down without even one exchange? That kind of power, I never saw anything like it even during the fight with the Skin Reaper. If I go in there, I'm basically already dead. The smart move is to not be here at all. A notification appeared. Key prompt triggered. You have been detected. Retreating now will affect your evaluation and prevent you from earning the third insider tag. Shane wavered. They say you never leave a friend behind. He supposed he should at least take a look. Out of loyalty, obviously. Definitely not because of the tag. Before he could move, Bone Spike shot up in a ring around his feet. They locked together into a cage around him in seconds. An undead figure in a purple cloak appeared, holding the giant skeleton's skull in one hand. Well now, quite a good haul today. Shane's mind raced. Play it friendly, figure it out from there. He raised his voice. What did you do to my brother Farron? The cloaked undead tilted its head with interest. Your brother? I wasn't aware humans called the undead their brothers. The giant skeleton sent a private message to Shane. The assassination mission at the elven village that you helped me with. Not only did it fail, those other undead ended up dead because of how it went. Now the others have come to settle the score. This is bad. Shane had his angle in an instant. He put on his most passionate face and shouted at the cloaked figure. Of course he's my brother. Farron saved my life. I've made my decision. I'm with him now. We're going to bring down the human empire together. 2 of you are going to bring down the human empire. Do you take us for fools? Bone claws charged with energy aimed directly at Shane. Shane pulled out the medal Prince Norton had awarded him. Wait, look at this first. Farron and I have almost made it into the upper levels of human leadership. This is the proof. That got the cloaked figure's attention. I'll humor you. It pulled the medal over and examined it. This commendation medal is awarded to the last surviving member of the Rhine territory. When held by its bearer, the effect Sacred Manifestation activates. Awarded to the boy who cheated death. The Holy Violet Empire. Candidate for the next heir of the human empire. Prince Norton. That hit the surrounding undead like a thunderclap. A medal from Prince Norton himself. The human was actually telling the truth. The cloaked figure lowered its guard slightly and dismissed the cage. Where did you get this, boy? Talk. Shane got his first look at the tag above the cloaked figure's head. A purple tag. Death Star Omen. No wonder it had taken down the giant skeleton so easily. Tags really did make all the difference. Shane kept talking. Farron and I already have a plan. We're going to infiltrate the human empire and find an opening to assassinate the king. Death Star Omen wasn't buying all of it. Idiot. The medal is real, I'll give you that. But you think 2 of you can pull off assassinating the human king? Shane produced the letter of recommendation for the Imperial Military Academy. We have a way in to the highest levels of human society. Death Star Omen snatched it and compared the handwriting against a captured order from Prince Norton it had seen before. Identical. Unbelievable. Who exactly are you? Shane straightened up. Why don't you start by telling me why you went after my brother Farron? Fair enough? During the assassination mission at the Elven Village, the rest of the team was captured. He was the only one who abandoned the mission and escaped. That cannot go unpunished. Shane burst out laughing. Then Death Star Omen grabbed him by the face. It lifted him off the ground. What's so funny? I'm laughing because you're all idiots. Farron was the only one who saw through the elf's trap. That's why he got out. He even saved me in the process. And you want to kill him for that? The giant skeleton chimed in from where it lay. The village's female chief wasn't there. It was the elven high priest holding the fort, and he was ready to wipe out every last one of the infiltrators. Shane gave the giant skeleton a silent thumbs up. Don't take my word for it, go verify it yourselves. My story is spread through every human camp. Everyone knows I was in the elven village. Death Star Omen set him down. You're really that well known? Obviously. A prince wrote me a personal recommendation letter and named me the boy who cheated death. The undead soldiers standing nearby had all started to believe him. Could it actually be true that Farron was the only one sharp enough to sense the danger and pull out in time? Death Star Omen ordered its soldiers to go verify the story, then turned back to Shane. If you've lied to me, I will make sure you regret being alive. Shane met its gaze without flinching. Good, go check. I want you to. Death Star Omen studied him. You've got nerve, I'll give you that. It's almost convincing. But why would a human betray his own people? Because I'm sick of being exploited by capitalists. Death Star Omen stared blankly. Capitalists, what are those? Simply put, I'm poor. I have no means of production or wealth generation of my own, so I'm forced to sell my labor to those who own the means of production, the capitalists, and in doing so I produce value that gets extracted from me entirely, leaving me with just enough to barely survive. Death Star Omen and every soldier around it stared blankly. Shane shook his head. Maybe read more. You can't even follow a basic explanation. Embarrassing. Boss, did you actually understand that? Obviously, why else would I be in charge and not you? Our boss is incredible. Death Star Omen pressed on despite understanding nothing. So how exactly did these capitalists torment you? What made you hate them this much? Shane put on his most pained expression. They worked me on a 996 schedule. Death Star Omen could tell from his face that this was something awful. My goodness, but what is 996? Work starts at 9 in the morning, work ends at 9 at night. Less than an hour's break for lunch and dinner combined. Over 10 hours of work a day, 6 days a week. That's brutal. Then it got worse. They put me on a 007 schedule. Midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, no days off. That's what they call 007. Death Star Omen and the soldiers around it froze in collective horror. Good heavens, that sounds absolutely miserable. Death Star Omen pulled Shane into an embrace. Let me hold you, you poor thing. I think I'm starting to understand you. How did you survive in conditions like that? Shane leaned all the way into it, putting on his most pitiful face and spinning his story. I remember the day. Snow was falling from the sky. I was freezing and starving. All I had on me was a box of matches. A notification appeared. The undead have decided to spread word of humanity's 996 and 007 practices. You are set to become the central figure in this campaign. Your new tag, the little match boy, is likely beginning to take root here. Shane's composure cracked internally. The boy who cheated death was already stuck to him like glue, and now the little match boy was sprouting? Absolutely not. He pressed on with the story. Just when I was about to freeze to death, Farron found me. Farron saved my life. I will not stand by while you slander it or do whatever you like with it. The scouts returned. Report. We verified everything. The elven high priest was indeed hiding in that village, prepared to eliminate our entire team in one sweep. Every undead turned to look at the giant skeleton. Farron is innocent. Not only did Farron avoid the elven trap, it actually turned a human boy who holds a human commendation medal and has a guaranteed place at the Imperial Military Academy. That's a major achievement. Death Star Omen found itself in a difficult spot. The order from above had been to eliminate Farron, but clearly that was out of the question now. If it carried out that order, it would chill every soldier under its command. And sooner or later, the higher-ups would do the same thing to it, toss it out as a sacrifice to calm the crowd. The senior undead above would gain prestige while it became a stepping stone. Protecting Farron openly would cost resources. No matter how it looked at it, the trade wasn't worth it. Not spending a coin on this, it made up its mind and cleared its throat. Well then, Farron, it appears you are a courageous undead warrior who never lost sight of your mission. This medal is yours. You have earned this honor. It then turned to Shane with a thumbs up. And you, boy. From now on, we'll call you the Little Match Boy. That name can serve as cover for your boy who cheated death identity. A notification appeared. Your new tag, the Little Match Boy, has begun to take root. I am genuinely proud of both of you. We're reporting this immediately. The rest is up to you two. It left without looking back. Shane called after it. Hey, you beat him half to death and you're just going to leave him here? Stop yelling, the giant skeleton said. I told you, when one of us gets hurt, we're left outside to fend for ourselves. That's how it works. The good news is my power wasn't lost. It's sealed in the skull. Once the bones grow back, I'll be fine. You didn't throw away the fish tank, did you? I paid good money for that thing. When we get back, I'll order more calcium supplement for you. The giant skeleton thanked Shane sincerely, then grew visibly troubled. Do humans really have something as terrifying as capitalists? We do, but not in your world's version of humanity. Why are you worried about that? You don't know how things work here. Every race in this world tends to pick up human practices. If humans have capitalists, the undead will develop them too before long. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Shane was about to respond when another notification cut in. Key prompt triggered again. You have been detected once more. Take note, this is the critical moment for completing your third insider tag. You must not run. The next second, a shout rang out. Nobody move. A unit of human soldiers had found them. A human traitor caught red-handed meeting with the undead. Then a familiar voice cut through. Is that you? Boy who cheated death? It was Prince Norton, with his men behind him. Prince Norton's expression was stone cold. Explain yourself. Don't bother lying. Any false word will be detected on the spot, and I will deal with you personally. Shane slipped straight back into performance mode. Your Highness, allow me to introduce my informant. Farron, field collector of the 5th Battalion of the Skeletal Legion. We've had an ongoing arrangement. Farron provides me with undead intelligence in exchange for compensation. We have a contract. Prince Norton wasn't ready to accept that. A contract? Between a human and an undead? How is that possible? The older man beside him spoke up. He's telling the truth. I've been running a continuous arcane arts scan on his words and soul this entire time. That set the soldiers murmuring among themselves. He turned an undead? The boy who cheated death really is as extraordinary as the stories say. The Grand Mage stepped around to face Shane. You actually obtained undead intelligence from it? I did. Already passed it to the Shadow Hand. The Grand Mage turned to Prince Norton. Your Highness, I believe him. Soul techniques are my specialty. I am acutely sensitive to corrupted souls. His soul is remarkably pure, full of anger and conviction. He is not the undead's puppet. Prince Norton pressed further. Why would an undead agree to a trading arrangement with you? Well, it suffered some serious injustice among its own kind. Life has been very hard for it. Something clicked in the giant skeleton's mind at those words. It cried out immediately. 996! I was put through 996. Prince Norton blinked. 996? What is 996? I have suffered so many injustices. You humans may not be aware. There are capitalists among the undead. Capitalists? Is that a new type of undead? Simply put, I am a poor and lowly undead. I have no means of production or wealth generation, so I am forced to sell my labor to those who own the means of production, the capitalists, and in the process the value I produce is extracted entirely, leaving me just enough to barely get by. The older man stroked his beard thoughtfully. The undead don't die and don't tire. As a labor force, they are the perfect subjects for exploitation. They don't even need to eat to keep working, which means capitalists save enormously on overhead. Prince Norton frowned. And what exactly is 996? The giant skeleton made itself look as pitiful as possible. Work begins at 9 in the morning. Work ends at 9 at night. Less than an hour's break for lunch and dinner combined. Over 10 hours of work daily, 6 days a week. Prince Norton let out a sympathetic sigh. That is rather harsh. And then it became 007. Midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, no rest. That is what they call 007. A collective shudder ran through the crowd. Good heavens, the capitalists among the undead are truly monstrous. Prince Norton stepped forward and pulled the giant skeleton into an embrace. Oh, you poor thing, let me hold you. I think I'm beginning to understand. How did you survive under conditions like those? The giant skeleton's eyes filled with something like tears as it seemed to drift into memory. I remember the day. Snow was falling from the sky. When I finally escaped, I saw him. The boy who cheated death. Freezing, starving, with nothing but a box of matches. Shane jumped in. Everyone please ignore the part about the matches. The giant skeleton raised its voice firmly. No, the matches are important. He struck those matches. He lit a fire to keep me warm. He showed me human kindness and warmth for the very first time. And so I chose to rebel. I had no choices before, but now I want to be someone good. Shane stood there in a daze as a notification appeared. Congratulations, you and your partner have spoken out against capitalist exploitation. This has caused the new tag, the Little Match Boy, to grow stronger. Congratulations for what exactly, Shane thought. Was there not a single normal tag available? And now it's growing to match the boy who cheated death. Prince Norton turned to the giant skeleton. Do you have anything to verify your identity? The giant skeleton produced the white bone emblem. The older man stepped forward and examined it with arcane arts. Information surfaced from it. Awarded to Farron, field collector of the 5th Battalion of the Skeletal Legion, undead battle General Terrence. Only the genuine recipient of this medal can ignite soul flame from it, the older man explained. Your Highness, everything they said is true. Prince Norton was genuinely stunned. An undead defecting from its own kind to serve under a human. Nothing like this had ever happened in recorded history. Was this what it felt like to witness something historic? He placed a hand on Shane's shoulder. Boy who cheated death, you sustained such severe injuries in battle that you lost your original name. As Prince of the Holy Violet Empire, I must bestow a name upon you. The soldiers erupted. A naming ceremony. A name from the prince himself is one of the greatest honors possible. With that, you're set for life anywhere in the human kingdom. He's barely a teenager. If he goes on to earn real achievements, the possibilities are unimaginable. Boy who cheated death, you shall be called Har. Shane cut in before he could finish. Please, Your Highness, not that one. Anything but something starting with that sound. I am sincerely begging you. Prince Norton smiled and relented. Very well. What about Raleigh? Shane stared. Lowly? That's barely better than the first one. The prince noticed his expression. You don't seem thrilled with that either. In human history, there are two legendary children of the divine. It is said that when overwhelming catastrophe descends, they appear in the world to protect the faithful. One is named Raleigh, the other is named Paige. Since Raleigh doesn't suit you, Paige it is. The name hit Shane immediately, and dragged up an image from Blue Star of a pink cartoon pig on a merchandise label. The naming ceremony began. Soldiers stood holding their swords, golden light radiating from them in solemn formation. Prince Norton stood before them, his voice grave. "Swear it, Paige. From this day forward you will never betray humanity. Should you break this vow, your soul will shatter instantly. With this oath, you become a hero respected by all. Earn enough in battle, and you may one day be consecrated as a saint." Golden light gathered around Shane in waves. He was genuinely moved despite himself. A saint? So right now I'm essentially a saint in the making? Alright, that's not a bad deal. He raised his voice. "I, Paige, hereby swear, no matter what comes, I will never betray humanity." A burst of intense golden light erupted. The silhouette of an enormous golden sword rose from within him. The light faded. The ceremony was complete. The older man turned to Shane. "Congratulations, child. The ceremony is complete. From this day forward, you are no longer simply Paige." Shane's heart lifted. "I'm not? You get a new name after the ceremony? What is it? Tell me." Everyone spoke at once. "From now on, you are Saint Paige." Shane's face went blank. He could not escape the pink pig no matter what he did. And now it was Saint Paige. Prince Norton leaned in and lowered his voice. "I'm treating today as something I never saw. You and your partner need to be more careful going forward. Don't slip up. Come to me in advance if anything comes up. If you deliver results, I won't be stingy with rewards." He handed Shane an envelope. "This is enchanted paper. Anything written on it appears simultaneously on my copy. It is reserved for royal intelligence use. Use it to reach me if you have important information or something urgent comes up." Shane accepted it and gave a sharp salute. "Loyal to humanity until my last breath." Inside, he was barely containing his excitement. This was a windfall. Undead intelligence, and the giant skeleton had to have plenty of it. Prince Norton reminded him once more to stay careful, and turned to leave with his men. Before she left, the Grand Mage pulled Shane aside. "Saint Paige, let me tell you something. The name Paige actually carries a secret." Shane looked up. "What kind of secret?" "In the legends, the divine child Paige's weapon was constantly shifting, sometimes a blade, sometimes a spear or bow, sometimes weapons that humanity had never even seen. Those who carry this name tend to develop extraordinary proficiency across all kinds of weapons." Shane stared flatly. "So Paige, as in a medieval page, a squire who trains with every weapon there is. That's the idea?" The Grand Mage beamed. "Exactly as expected from Saint Paige. You catch on immediately. Now live up to the name. Master every weapon you can." "Are there many people named Paige?" "Quite a few. I personally know 5. Old Page, Little Page, Red Page, Big Page, and Fat Page. But you are certainly the most remarkable of them all. You are the only Saint Paige bestowed by royalty itself. Work hard. The prince believes in you." Everyone said their farewells to Shane. Once they were gone, the giant skeleton turned to Shane. "Time for us to go too, Paige." Shane's response was immediate. "Say that again and see what happens." He raised his hand and summoned the door. "Call me Shane, not Paige. Remember that." Shane stored the giant skeleton back into the spatial ring, and steps toward the door to return to the real world. But something shifted. Time itself seemed to stop. Shane felt the strange force around him. He looked back. The world had frozen at the exact moment he had been about to store the giant skeleton away. He never could have predicted this. His door had gained the ability to stop time. Then the evaluation for this trip arrived. As a physically weak human, you reversed a situation of complete encirclement through wit alone, turned enemies into allies, and moved freely between opposing sides. That is the fundamental reason you have earned this tag. Congratulations, you have earned the tag Insider for the 3rd time. You are an ordinary person who has received the same out-of-eligibility tag 3 consecutive times. This should be impossible. You did it. Congratulations. Your door has unlocked a hidden ability, Basic Time Stream. When you pass through the door, you may freeze time on one side for 3 seconds while the other side remains unaffected. Once used, this ability cannot be activated again for 1 week. Time is measured relative to you. Furthermore, the next time you break through your evaluation tier and earn a blue remarkable tag or above, your door will gain a new ability. The notification ended and time resumed. Everything returned to normal. "That's it?" Shane muttered. 3 seconds feels incredibly short. The giant skeleton inside the ring hadn't noticed a thing. He consumed the insider tag, gaining 3 attribute points. Current total, 10 points. He fell into bed and tried to get some sleep, but the moment he lay down there was a knock at the door. It was Manager M1. "Get up. We're boarding the airship to the exam site shortly." Aboard a luxurious airship, Shane had barely settled into the sofa and was drifting off when his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Zoe Bryce. "Shane, I got into the top 3 high school entrance exam too. We should meet up." She had attached a photo of herself. Shane stared at the screen. Zoe? How did she qualify for this exam? Something felt off about her. Was it the purple hair? He turned to Manager M1. "There's a girl from my school who also qualified. Did you know about that?" Manager M1 let out a quiet sound. "Zoe Bryce, right? I only just found out myself. Word is she has extraordinary talent. The Archaeological Association has been keeping her under wraps until now. They're one of the most powerful organizations in the world. They excavate ruins, recover human history, and track down ancient inheritances, weapons, and combat techniques left over from the old ages. Enormous influence. But Zoe never seemed like someone with that kind of connection. Mira has been investigating all of this though. She has a clearer picture of what's going on. You should ask her. Shane went quiet. He thought back to the last time he had seen Mira, when she had walked away in tears. He wasn't sure she'd even pick up. But for the sake of finding out the truth, he called her anyway. Mira's clear voice came through quickly. Shane, what's up? Hey Mira, do you know someone named Zoe Bryce? What came back made his skin crawl. I know her. She's dead. You arrived too late to see it. Shane sat bolt upright. What? Dead? She just messaged me. Mira's voice sharpened immediately. Are you sitting for the entrance exams too? We'll talk when we meet up. But Shane, listen to me carefully. Do not meet with Zoe alone under any circumstances. She is extremely dangerous right now. They ended the call. Manager M1 spoke up. At 3:25 this morning, a sword energy burst straight into the sky above the White River outside the city. After investigation, it was traced to Mira Fisher of the Fletcher family. Kent has confirmed she broke through in her sword technique. After the breakthrough, she performed 49 sword forms alone on a peak above the river, then walked across the water with her blade and disappeared into the distance. She used the Holy Guardian boost to break through, Shane thought. It worked. He turned to Manager M1 with a more serious look. How does she already know sword techniques? We're in the same year at school and all we cover is basic physical conditioning. Manager M1 answered without surprise. Noble clan members start training their instincts and resonance from childhood. You won't even touch that curriculum until high school. Comparing yourself to them is pointless, but it's fine, Shane. You are a noble clan member yourself, even if you never received a single benefit from your family and they only ever made things harder for you. But you have the Mortal Martial Arts group. We will support you through this exam with everything we have. The group is your family. Shane smiled awkwardly. This old man is manipulating me, he thought. He's worried I'll leave the group and go back to the clan. That's the only reason he said any of that. Shane was settling back in to get some rest when his phone buzzed again. Zoe again. Shane, I'm about to head out for the exam. Want to travel together? Shane stared at the message. Are you dead or not? I just want to sleep. Please stop messaging me. He typed back a lie. You go ahead. I'm hanging around North River right now. Won't be heading out until the day after tomorrow. He attached a random photo of himself sitting on a lawn. The reply came almost instantly. What a coincidence! I'm in North River too. Where exactly are you? Zoe had appeared at the exact location in his photo. Shane went blank. There was no way that was a coincidence. He typed again. Oh, what a shame. A friend just came to pick me up. We're heading to South Mount T Temple. But Zoe appeared there too. Huh. I was just planning to visit South Mount Temple myself. Almost there, actually. Dinner together tonight? Shane's expression went cold. That's impossible. South Mount T Temple was 100 kilometers from North River. She had responded within minutes. How? The exhaustion finally won. He tossed his phone aside and stopped responding. Whatever she was, she couldn't reach him up here. He needed sleep first. At that moment, dark clouds had gathered above South Mount Temple. An airship drifted past overhead. Inside the temple, a girl stared at her phone without a word. Beside her, a man was noisily chewing on a body on the floor. The once sacred temple was splattered with blood in every direction. The girl stood among the bodies and looked up at the sky with cold, sharp eyes. Do you really think you can run from me, Shane? What belongs to me, I will take back with my own hands. In his sleep, Shane dreamed of himself as a young boy, laughing and playing with sparklers. Then a cry for help broke through. 2 little girls were being chased by a vicious dog. Young Shane threw himself forward without a second thought. He put himself between the dog and the girls. The dog's jaws snapped at him. When he opened his eyes, his parents were hovering over him with worry written across their faces. The doctor told them he had dozens of bite wounds and that a few had come within an inch of being fatal. The 2 girls came to see him the moment he woke up. Shane, this is for you. Thank you for saving us. We have to go home now. The time we spent with you was really happy. Young Shane pulled out 2 cards of his own and handed one to each of them. Then he watched them walk away. Shane was pulled out of the dream by Manager M1's voice. Shane, up you get. I'm taking you to eat. He pressed a hand to his head and dragged himself upright. 10 years. He wondered what those 2 girls looked like now. The 2 of them made their way to the airship's dining area. Shane's eyes went wide at the spread in front of him. This is incredible. Manager M1 didn't even look up. Obviously, this is the most advanced luxury airship in operation. Shane helped himself enthusiastically, a braised pork knuckle in one hand and skewers in the other. He was happily stuffed when a boy appeared at the edge of the table. Sorry to bother you, the boy said, a little awkward. Those skewers, are you done with them? Go ahead, help yourself. The boy thanked him and ate without looking up. Shane looked at Manager M1. The organization he's with can't even feed him properly. Look at how hungry he is. Manager M1 shook his head. Don't underestimate anyone. This airship is carrying candidates from 11 provinces. Alongside our group, there are recruits selected by the Colonial Hunting Equipment Research Institute and the Eternal Life Technology Federation. The boy in front of them was one of the Eternal Life Technology Federation's picks. Just then, a bald man appeared. Yale Griffin, what are you doing over here? Well, if it isn't Ralph. What's your lucky streak this year? You actually found a recruit? 6 more boys in matching gear stood behind him. Manager M1's expression shifted. Rex Hale, 7 at once? Rex gave Manager M1 a look. Manager M1 understood immediately. He turned to Shane. You kids go find something to do. The adults need to talk. Yale waved Shane over and said he knew a good spot on the airship. The 2 of them ended up in the activity lounge. Yale pulled out a card. The reason I came asking for your food earlier, it was actually for this. The card showed his active mission. Eat food from 7 candidates for free. Current progress, 3 out of 7. What is this? Shane asked. You don't know? Your parents must not be professionals. It's fine. I can show you. Give me your hand. A card materialized in Shane's hand the next second. Not a trick, Yale said. This is the top 3 high school newcomers deck, produced by the Tower of Tarot. You helped me complete a mission, so I'm letting you in on it. Text appeared on Shane's card. To establish yourself in the newcomers deck and become one of its cards, complete the following tasks. First, without any promotion, get at least 6 candidates to voluntarily join an activity you lead. Second, get at least 12 candidates to join a separate activity you lead. How do I already have a mission? Shane asked. Complete it, and you become a reserve card in the deck, Yale said. That's what I've been working toward. What's the point of becoming a card? Yale looked at him in disbelief. You really have no idea about any of this, and you still showed up to the exam. Respect, honestly. The Tower of Tarot is the body overseeing this exam. The deck is their auxiliary system for it. Through your card, you can access exclusive exam information, and the deck hands out missions like these at random. Completing missions raises your rating. If your rating gets you onto the rankings, the benefits are significant. Exam bonuses for starters. Ongoing attention from major organizations. More leverage in later exams and school selection. More presence among other candidates. Some even land sponsorships and become names everyone knows. Shane had heard enough. The Tower of Tarot was more interesting than it sounded. Time to figure out how to get these missions done. He looked around the lounge. His eyes landed on the ventilation cover up on the ceiling, and an idea clicked into place. Hey, see that vent up there? Nothing better to do anyway. Want to see who can reach it? That lit something up in Yale immediately. Yale lined himself up for a running start, then launched himself forward. He kicked off the wall and pushed upward, stretched with everything he had toward the vent. Still well short. Yale landed frustrated. So close. Shane held his hands wide apart behind him. That wasn't close at all. That was a warm-up. Let me go again. Shane stepped up. 1 turn each. My go. He ran at the wall. He pushed off as hard as he could and didn't even reach as high as Yale had. Yale erupted with laughter. The commotion drew looks from everyone nearby. They turned to watch and started talking. Look at those two, trying to reach the vent. That's way up there. One of them spoke up. That height's tough for you two, but give me a longer run and I could reach it no problem. Full palm, no sweat. His friend called him out immediately. You're bluffing. The first boy stepped forward to prove it. More and more boys drifted over, each wanting a turn to show what they could do. Before long, every boy in the lounge had joined in. Shane's first task was already complete. Boys really are this easy, he thought. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 6 or more candidates to voluntarily participate in an activity you led, without making any direct request. Now complete the second task. Get at least 12 candidates to join a separate activity you lead. Something sparked in Shane's mind. He grabbed some paper and a pen from the front desk and called out to the room. Hey everyone, listen up. The Mortal Martial Arts Group has something for you all. Every head in the room turned. To protect you all and make sure nobody gets played during the best years of your lives, Manager M1 of the Mortal Martial Arts Group has personally authorized me to deliver a free session on how not to get manipulated in relationships. The crowd exchanged looks. A session on relationship manipulation? What's that? What's written on those slips? Lines people use on you, Shane said. A boy raised his hand. Wait, a girl once told me she didn't believe I actually had abs. Shane raised an eyebrow. And did you lift your shirt to prove it? Yeah, I didn't think. After that, she wouldn't leave me alone. I regret it, but I had no idea what to do. Shane adopted his most serious face. Remember this. Girls know exactly what they're doing, never show skin that easily, and always check whether she's got her phone out. A ripple of alarm went through the boys. Does that actually happen? The first boy nodded solemnly. She took quite a few pictures. Shane clutched his chest dramatically. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Your body is precious. If those photos end up online, who are you going to complain to? Do you want to spend your whole life knowing someone out there is holding that over you? Brothers, I speak from personal experience. Being this good-looking comes with its own risks. You've all clearly stood out from the crowd, so from now on, watch yourselves. Protect yourselves. The room was hanging on his every word. What do you do if someone keeps messaging you and you don't want to make it awkward because you know them? Just keep replying with haha, wow, that's amazing, nice, really? And oh, I see, rotate them. What if that still doesn't work? Tell them you're going to take a shower. Conversation over. The room reacted like they had just witnessed a revelation. The boys swarmed in like they had found a lifeline, each one raising their own situation. Shane threw his arms up with full conviction. Remember this, brothers. Always figure out whether she actually likes you as a person or just wants something from you. And even if things do get serious, keep records. If she ever turns it around on you with no evidence, you'll never clear your name. We have to look out for ourselves. Every boy in the room responded. Exactly right. That's the truth. Band of hunks, we have to stand up for ourselves. I feel like Band of hunks doesn't hit hard enough. What do you all think? What about Band of conquerors? Now that's it. That's the one. The card notification appeared. Congratulations. Challenge complete. You are now a member of the newcomers deck. Manager M1 and Rex stood on the upper level watching the chaos below. Their eyes settled on Shane. Your boy started all of this. Look at him. That expression means he completed something. Clever little move. Best recruit I ever had made it to 4 stars in the deck. Didn't think you'd ever bother taking one on. What do you think of him? Looks like you might actually surpass your 4-star student. Forget me for a second. Why did you recruit 7 at once? And a great catastrophe broke out across 8 southeastern provinces. A lot of strong people died before it was finally contained. All 7 of my recruits lost parents in it. Strong kids, every one of them. The government decided to give them a shot. Worst case, they get guaranteed placement at a provincial school. Manager M1's expression grew uncertain. Everyone who makes it to this exam is among the best in the world. The noble clan candidates especially. Killing isn't allowed during the exam, but accidents have happened every year. If something goes wrong with those 7, I hear you, Mon, but that's beyond what either of us can do anything about. I'm just following orders. Shane slipped away to the deck of the airship by himself. His card had been changing. A skull image was slowly taking shape on it. The next second the card settled on an image of Shane with a wide grin, arms around a skull. He looked exactly like a villain. A notification appeared on the card. Mortal Martial Arts Group Candidate, Reserve Card, no star rating. Note: all newcomers enter the deck as reserve cards. Your rating will rise with your performance. Reach 1 star to become an official card. Current access, basic information on other newcomers. As a reserve card, you may now query basic details related to this selection exam. Shane asked what becoming an official card actually meant. Any candidate who holds official card status through to the end of the exam is guaranteed admission to one of the top 3 academies. Shane stared. Guaranteed admission just for being an official card. That was essentially a guaranteed placement. Everyone must be fighting over these slots. How many official cards are there in total? The card answered 54. 54 slots. How many candidates are sitting this exam and how many are in the deck? Total candidates this year, 3,579. Reserve card holders, 1,708. Of those, 1,603 are noble clan members, all of whom have cards. The remaining 179, ordinary candidates. The gap between people in this world was staggering. 54 spots, and 1,603 noble clan members already in the pool. Those 105 ordinary candidates almost certainly had no way through. Then something occurred to him. If all noble clan members had cards, she had to be in here too. The card shifted. An image of a girl with a sword appeared. Mira Fisher, Fletcher family, power rating 5 stars, official card, undisputed top swordsperson among all candidates. 5-star access details are not available to you. You must reach 5 stars to unlock them. Shane looked at her card image and felt the envy hit him all at once. 5 stars. And she got to stand alone on a river crossing in a wide-brimmed hat with a sword at her side, looking effortlessly cool. Meanwhile, his card had him hugging a skull. The card asked if he wanted to add her as a contact. He selected yes without hesitating. Contact added. Hold the card and call her name to connect directly. A message from Mira arrived quickly. Shane, you're in the newcomer's deck too? Yeah, nothing to do on the airship. Someone showed me how it works. It's a Tower of Tarot thing. There are real benefits to having it. I was going to fill you in once we met up. Speaking of which, why does your card make you look like a villain? No idea why it generated this image. I'm hoping it can be changed. It's auto-generated. Anyway, if you have time, check the newcomer rankings. Get a feel for what everyone else is working with. We'll go over the rest when you get here. They ended the conversation and Shane pulled up the rankings. Mira was only 5th. The name at the top was Silas Newman, and Shane found himself genuinely curious. The next second, the profile loaded. Eldest son of the Newman family, heir to the ancestral lineage, power rating 6 stars, undisputed number 1 of this year's cohort. Shane saw the profile picture and felt his face go warm. 6 stars. Girls these days were on a completely different level, talented and, wait, it hit him. Eldest son. That was a guy. Shane was completely thrown off. Why does a guy have to look like that? Full historical costume, white robes, holding a fan, 6 stars. Good for you. Then he actually read the rankings. Silas was the only 6-star. Every 5 and 4-star below him was a noble clan member. He needed to find a way to move up fast. Shane got into position and prepared to run through Frostmoon's shockwave. He drew a slow breath and steadied himself. His figure began to blur. He moved fast across the deck, then drove a kick upward toward the sky. He finished with moonlit deer stride and landed cleanly on the railing without a wobble. The card evaluated the performance. Although incomplete and uncertain in execution, this appears to be a technique long thought lost. Should this lineage resurface fully, it will introduce considerable unpredictability to this exam. You have advanced to 1 star. You are now an official member of the deck. 1-star access once per hour. You may decline a challenge from another candidate. Shane couldn't help but grin. It worked. The card image shifted again, now showing Shane laughing with the skull raised above his head. Mortal Martial Arts Group Candidate, newcomer card, 1 star. Shane looked at it and cringed. He really did look insufferable in that image. 1 star and already acting like he owned the place. 2 friend requests came in. 1 from Yale Griffin, 1 from Xavier Zeller. Shane accepted both. Their reactions were more excited than his own had been. You hit 1 star that fast? That's insane. Bro, you're built different. When we land, let's explore together. Their enthusiasm made Shane a little embarrassed. It was just 1 star. Still, he agreed to meet up with them. Then manager M1 came rushing over looking just as excited. Shane, you're a 1-star official newcomer. Shane stared at him. Yeah. Is 1 star really worth getting this worked up over? Manager M1 threw an arm around his shoulder. Absolutely. Once you've been on the board, even if you get knocked off later, you've already put yourself on everyone's radar. Getting here this fast is well beyond what I expected from you. Well done. This is exactly why I picked you. Manager M1 pointed ahead. Look, we're here. Islands floating in the sky, stretched out in front of Shane's eyes. The sight stopped him cold. Where is this? How have I never heard of a place like this? This is Mount Cloudport, Manager Moan said. It used to be the outer boundary of an ancient ruin site. Once the excavation of that area was complete, it became a port city. Over there, those are ruins that still haven't been fully excavated. Unknown dangers everywhere inside, extremely difficult to work in, and one of the world's top 3 high schools, Blue Veil High, is located right in the middle of them. A school inside ancient ruins in the sky? Exactly. That's what earns it the title. Blue Veil students and faculty study the ruins above. They search for inherited knowledge and buried history. The best of humanity carry the responsibility of uncovering the past. One day history will tell us the truth of this world and where we come from. As the words settled, points of light appeared in the sky. They streaked down like shooting stars and landed on the airship. One landed in front of Shane. Manager M1 explained without surprise. That's your exam pass. The moment you enter MT Cloudport, you're issued one and placed under observation by the examiners. By the end of tomorrow night's banquet, you'll be evaluated based on how you perform throughout. Higher evaluations earn you advantages and rewards during the exam itself. Are the rewards actually worth anything? Of course. After the banquet tomorrow night, all candidates are transported directly into the exam. So before that happens, you want to push your evaluation as high as possible. Better evaluation, better chances inside. What's the format of the exam? How long does it run? Hard to say. It changes every year. One year it was a written test, 45 minutes. Another year it was wilderness survival. 3 months. Shane went blank. 3 months? How is anyone supposed to prepare for that? Manager M1 was unbothered. Look on the bright side. You're already a 1-star newcomer. You'll get some kind of advantage going in. Just don't ask me what. It's different every year. The exam pass and the card began to merge together. Newcomer deck membership detected. Merging now, they fuse completely within moments. First bonus mission, take the Azure Dragon for a ride across the South Sea. Return only after flying 50,000 kilometers above the clouds. Shane stood there completely lost. A dragon? Walk a dragon? What kind of mission is this? A brand new 1-star is supposed to fly a dragon for 50,000 kilometers? The card added, to abandon this mission, swipe across the card with one finger. Don't get thrown off by that, Manager Moan said. Those are legacy missions from the Tower of Terror's ancient records, not worth paying attention to. Completing one would get you an extraordinary evaluation, but almost nobody ever can. Almost nobody, meaning some people can. Noble clan members. They have the resources to pull some of them off and use them to boost their evaluations. Shane felt the frustration rise. That's genuinely unfair to ordinary candidates. He swiped to the next mission. It was somehow worse. Hunt demons and slay monsters, return in no less than 10 years, minimum 3,000 monster heads required, hand copy 800,000 volumes from the archive, taste the excrement of 1,000 monsters and analyze their composition. Shane's expression went completely flat. What is wrong with these? Is there not a single mission a normal person can do? Then his expression shifted. He had found one. Sparring, win 1 match. Can rapidly advance star rating. This mission cannot be declined except by spending star-level privileges. Manager M1 immediately shut it down. Forget it. That's one of the missions I was talking about that belongs to noble clan members. They gear up with their family's best equipment and specifically hunt ordinary candidates to farm evaluations off them. Shane let out a long exhale. Of course it is. Manager M1 pointed to the side. A boy in full armor holding a long spear had his boot on the chest of another boy who was in very bad shape. Shane recognizes the guy getting beaten. It's Xavier Zeller, the same person who just messaged him, barely off the boat and already unrecognizable. A red-haired young man sends Xavier flying with a single kick. He drops his fighting stance and sneers. What a waste. He doesn't even count as a newcomer. My rating didn't go up at all. What rotten luck. Shane's instinct is to step in, but Manager M1 throws out an arm to stop him. Relax, Ralph says. The medical team is on standby. Regular injuries heal fast. He'll just hurt for a while. But if someone actually gets killed, that's a different story. They'd lose their exam eligibility and possibly face jail time. So drop the naive idea of fairness. The evaluation started the moment you arrived. Only the strong rise to the top and earn respect. I wasn't planning to bring you here this early, but people are trying to kill you, and this exam site is under tight surveillance. It's much safer for you here than out on the streets. Then Shane's card flashes a notification. Rating acquired. The drowning man. You are in constant danger of being killed, yet you remain completely unaware. This is what it means to be the drowning man. Shane breaks into a cold sweat. Didn't Ralph just say killing is prohibited inside the exam grounds because of surveillance? So why is the card handing him a rating like that? I'm in danger of being killed at any moment, but who wants me dead? Those noble clan kids playing games with me? Can they dodge the surveillance and get to me? Or has a new assassin already slipped into the exam pool? Then the card sends another alert that makes Shane's chest tighten. Someone has issued you a challenge. Challenger Mira Fisher. This challenge cannot be declined. Shane frowns. Mira Fisher? Why would she challenge me? Just then someone calls his name. It's Mira Fisher. Wearing her golden great swordsman title like a crown, she smiles and waves him over. Come with me for a bit. Manager M1 grins and waves them off. I'm not playing third wheel here. Talk later. Shane spins around. Hey, your mind is in the gutter. Mira and I are just friends. Pure, clean friendship. Shane catches up to Mira and immediately asks why she challenged him. Let's find somewhere to talk, she says. Follow me. She leads him toward a small soundproofed arena. As they walk and chat, the wall ahead suddenly explodes inward. A girl is sent flying through it and crashes to the ground. Shane nearly jumps out of his skin. What the? Mira doesn't even flinch. She just glances to the side. The girl, covered in wounds, shakily pulls herself upright. You have all those powerful techniques and a great weapon. Why are you picking on me? The heavyset guy across from her, wearing boxing gloves, shrugs. I'm just grinding ratings, not my problem. His buddies crowd in. My turn, we finally found a 1-star. Let's make this count. Shane recognizes the big guy from the deck rankings, A 4-star newcomer ranked number 17. The big guy notices Shane. His face lights up. Oh hey, another 1-star. Today is my lucky day. The next second, a longsword lands in the ground between them. Mira's voice drops to ice. He's mine, don't touch him. The big guy senses this girl is not someone to mess with. He huffs. Fine, you go first, but the next one's mine. Mira doesn't even look at him. Did you not hear me? He is mine. The big guy loses it. He throws a punch straight at her. You think you can hog them all? Trust me, you won't last long playing it that way. Right before his fist connects, Mira calmly slides her longsword back into its sheath. In that same instant, razor-thin waves of sword energy wrap around the big guy's entire body. The next second, his clothes are sliced to shreds. He goes flying backward. The whole group goes dead silent. He isn't even scratched. Not a single mark on his skin. Mira's swordsmanship is surgical, every cut precise enough to shred fabric while perfectly avoiding flesh. The big guy wraps his arms around himself, shaking. You're Mira Fisher, ranked 5th. Mira closes her eyes and says one word. Leave. The big guy grabs his 2 friends and they bolt, one of them running bare through the hall. Shane looks at Mira. So, are we actually going to fight? Worried? She says. Don't be. I won't hurt you. At worst, you end up like him. Shane's face goes red. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he's almost a little curious. Then Mira turns back with a playful smile. Kidding. The real reason, as long as we're locked in combat, no one else can challenge you. Shane deflates. That's disappointing. Mira holds up her card. See, it says in battle. As long as this doesn't end, you're off limits. Shane frowns. Wait, isn't that a loophole? Can't everyone just do this? Not exactly, Mira says. Anyone can forcibly break our duel if they beat me first. Shane's face lights up. Then I'm not worried at all. Combined, we're 6 stars. Who's brave enough to come at us? Mira gives him a look. Shane notices the silence. Wait, someone's actually going to challenge you, aren't they? No, that won't happen, she says. What we're doing isn't exactly clean. Not every noble clan kid is willing to sink that low. A beat. You also haven't been farming ratings yourself, from what I know. The top-ranked newcomer Silas Newman hasn't either. He's too proud for that kind of thing. Shane tilts his head. So what happens if the people farming ratings overtake you two? Mira smiles confidently. Simple. Beat them and take it back. Shane gives a big thumbs up. Spoken like a true powerhouse. They enter the sealed, soundproofed training arena. In here, no one can hear us, Mira says. This kind of high-tier battle space is only accessible to noble clan members, licensed professionals, or 5-star newcomers. Shane looks around, impressed. Nice setup. I should apply for one of these sometime, Mira says dryly. An ordinary person like you would probably get turned away at the door. Shane's blood pressure spikes. Does this whole world belong to the noble clans or something? Mira shakes her head. Let's drop that. We need to talk about something serious. It's about Zoe Bryce. Shane goes serious immediately. You said she's dead, but she sent me a message. That day, Mira says, Zoe was the one who led me to find the Skin Reaper. Right after she was killed. Remember the shadow that carried away the Skin Reaper's body? Zoe's body was almost certainly taken by it too. Shane's face drains of color. Zoe came back to life, which means the Skin Reaper might have too. Very likely, Mira says. And you said she's coming to take the exam. You need to be careful. Stay far away from her. She is no longer human. Shane breaks into a cold sweat. This is serious. Someone should report it to Kent. Isn't it a super AI designed to handle exactly this kind of thing? Mira's expression doesn't change. I already reported it. No response. Don't count on it. No one cares about the life of an ordinary person. Shane thinks back to last night. He called for help when he went to find the little girl. That did nothing either. Someone made a deal with the Skin Reaper, Mira says. Wherever it fights, all communications get cut. Someone is running cover for its kills. Shane stares at her. The noble clan behind the Skin Reaper has that kind of reach? There's more, Mira says. This morning, several noble clans came to my family's door. They want me to get engaged to an elder from one of the major clans, in his 50s, recently widowed. Shane's expression twists. That's disgusting. Please tell me you said no. Mira's face goes quiet. I said I needed a few days to think about it. What? Why didn't you just refuse? She stays calm. Because I'm not strong enough yet. I can only stall. Once I get into one of the top 3 high schools, I won't come back out. Not until the day I'm strong enough that they can't touch me. Shane lets out a long breath, relieved. But a deeper unease settles in his chest. The Yates family is pressuring me to apologize, and the Leo family, Mira's clan, is being crueler still, trying to destroy her outright. She's trained in swordsmanship her whole life, and she still has to play along to buy time. Meanwhile, I don't even have one solid technique to my name. Mira seems to sense exactly what he's thinking. Have you decided which high school you're aiming for? Not really, Shane admits. I know nothing about the top 3. Mira draws her sword. Then forget the high school question for now. Let me give you something more useful. Before you enter high school, ordinary people can't get access to proper combat techniques, but I can share some from my family's collection. The next second, a wave of sword energy cuts straight toward Shane. Mira's figure flickers through the room at blinding speed. She appears behind him, then slides her blade back into the sheath. That was the Leo family's ripple blade technique. Want to learn it? I can teach you. Shane's reaction surprises her. The ripple blade technique. Wait, will sharing your family's technique cause problems for you? Mira blinks. She didn't expect that. Do you have any idea how many people would lose their minds trying to get their hands on a noble clan technique? And your first thought is whether I'll be okay? Shane gives a small smile. I don't want to drag you into trouble. Mira's heart does a little flip. She turns away quickly, cheeks burning. It's fine, she says. No trouble. But inside she thinks, yesterday, if he hadn't stepped in, I would have been at the Skin Reaper's mercy. Now I'm offering him this to repay him, and his first thought is whether I'll be okay. What an idiot. Lost in thought, she hears him say, I'd love to learn, but I don't have a sword. Mira frowns. You were holding one yesterday when you fought the Skin Reaper. Oh, that was a decorative prop from the hotel, already gone. Mira thinks for a second. I should have grabbed one from home, but going back now would attract too much attention. Not a good move. Shane waves his hands frantically. Absolutely not. What if your family notices the sword and tracks it to me? That's a death sentence. Mira nods, dropping the idea. Fair point, the sword technique is off the table then, but I do have other options. Shane's eyes light up. Other techniques? Of course. Hong leg, 7 kills handblade, thunderclap, and close combat, 16 forms. Take your pick. Shane's head snaps up. Wait, did you just say thunderclap? Right. Strike like a lightning bolt, impact like a thunderclap. That's thunderclap. Only 7 noble clans hold the manual. The Leo family is one of them. Shane's mind races. Thunderclap. That's one of the techniques the mysterious voice told me to collect. I already have Moonlit Deerstride, Shadow Technique, and Frostwind. Thunderclap is the last piece. But the voice said the thunderclap came from the Nightmare Realm. So why does Mira know it? He asks carefully, where did this technique come from? It was found in the Sky Ruins. Mira says. Our ancestors discovered it in an abandoned loft while excavating the Sky Blue Veil ruins. Looks like you've heard of Thunderclap's reputation. It's notoriously hard to master. Without strong insight, you'll never bring out its real power. I've memorized its forms and principles. I'll run through it for you. Watch closely and focus everything you have. Shane focuses completely and dumps every available attribute point into insight. Since you have never developed or trained your insight, your base insight is 1 point. Attribute points added. Current total insight 11. Mira launches into a full demonstration, thunder crackling with every strike. She moves through every form of thunderclap in the enclosed space. When she finishes, she turns to him. Well, catch any of it? Shane is quiet for a moment, then says, it looks kind of underwhelming. Or, did you mess up a part? Mira stares at him. Kind of underwhelming. An ordinary person who masters this could land a professional job and never worry about money again. And you're saying I messed it up? Shane raises a hand. You said the strike channels energy through the governing vessel, the thoroughfare vessel, and the belt vessel, converging the whole body's force between the metacarpal joints of the left hand, then using a snapping motion to call upon the 5th banishing incantation of the supreme thunder scripture. Your force landed on the radiocarpal joint, not the metacarpal joints. Shouldn't it look more like this? Shane fires a single palm strike. The air itself splits open. A shockwave bursts outward several times stronger than anything Mira had shown. A vacuum forms where his hand passed. Mira stares, unable to speak. Then quietly, she pulls a manual from her sleeve. I specialize in swordsmanship. I've never actually practiced palm techniques. I didn't expect you to follow my explanation closely enough to spot an error. Your insight is remarkable. She holds out the manual. Thunderclap manual. Read it yourself. System. Thunderclap manual. Quality. Excellent. Novice mastery requires 5 insight. Adept mastery requires 9. Master mastery requires 12. Grandmaster mastery requires 15. Shane stares at the manual. Green means excellent. She just handed me an excellent quality technique. Mira is genuinely incredible. So that's what insight is for. No wonder noble clan kids mastered deep techniques so young. They must cultivate insight from childhood, as Shane reads and practices. System. Congratulations. Your exceptional insight has brought the Thunderclap manual to adept mastery. Mira's eyes light up. Thunderclap really suits you. You learned it that fast. Quick. Check your tarot card. Your power rating must have changed. Sure enough, the card updates. You mastered Thunderclap in a remarkably short time, demonstrating exceptional insight. Star rating upgraded. You are now a 2-star newcomer. In addition to basic access, you may now customize a figurine, hairstyle, outfit, and personal slogan. Shane sees the hairstyle option and immediately tries it. His new look, a completely shaved head with a skull necklace around his neck. Shane slams the card onto the floor. What kind of garbage is this? Mira bursts out laughing. The card is messing with you. Once you hit 4 stars, it'll start treating you better. One warning though, if you treat it poorly, it might affect your ratings. Shane frantically picks the card up and gives it a kiss. Sorry, you're my treasure, okay? Shane glances at the time. It's already 11. Ralph Moan is expecting me tonight. Mira nods. Go ahead. I'll stay here and practice. Come find me whenever you want. Shane pauses at the door. One more thing. Can I ask you to keep investigating the Skin Reaper's background? No problem, she says. I'll keep digging. They part ways. Shane heads back to his room alone. Once inside, he can't wait. He needs to unravel the mystery the mysterious voice hinted at, collect all 4 techniques, and something will happen. He runs through all 4 in sequence. Nothing happens. Shane frowns. I knew it. This thunderclap must not be the same one from the Nightmare Realm. That's when the giant skeleton in his ring stirs. I'll tell you something. How are you always drawn to garbage techniques? You've somehow managed to collect the worst skills from every major race. Shadow technique. Even the undead themselves refuse to learn it. Don't even get started on humans, beastmen, or elves. Frostwind? 0 offensive power. Useless against ranged attacks or multiple enemies. No one in the human race bothers with it. Moonlit deerstride? Standard footwork for rank-and-file elven soldiers. Any elf who's earned real merit learns something better. And Beastman's thunderclap? Barely anyone learns it. Difficult, barely does damage, and Beastmen are terrified of thunder in the first place. I've lived ages and never seen anyone collect all this junk together like you. Go figure out a way into the Imperial Military Academy and learn something actually worth knowing. Shane is stunned. Then something clicks. Wait, collect all 4? You mean I do have the real Beastman's thunderclap? Obviously. But why would techniques from the Nightmare Realm show up in this world? The skeleton groans. I don't have a brain. Literally. Don't ask me. Shane frowns, lost in thought. Farron confirmed it's the real thunderclap. So why didn't anything happen? Last time I completed a set, I gained the partial Frost Moon shockwave. Then, something erupts inside him. His body feels like it's about to tear itself apart. The next instant, blood bursts from every orifice. He collapses to his knees, choking up blood. His body goes limp. He hits the floor. His breathing turns ragged. His consciousness begins to fade. Is this what dying feels like? Am I actually dying? His awareness sinks into absolute darkness, spiraling downward, and then snaps back into his body. The cold is beyond anything he has ever felt. So deep it seems to freeze every drop of blood inside him. But it's this cold that pulls him back from the edge. He can breathe again. He understands. He's learning a new breathing method. This breath, carrying its icy thread, is what keeps his consciousness from being swallowed by darkness. He holds on to it with everything he has. If the rhythm breaks, he dies. Gradually he masters the rhythm. He can feel it moving through every organ. His heart, his blood, his nerves, his cells, everything flows through this breath. There is no way to describe how right it feels. If he had to try, 4 words, one with the cosmos. He realizes for the first time that every breath he's ever taken before was clumsy and crude. It kept his body running and nothing more. But now, it's like breathing in pure celestial energy. He's almost intoxicated. Then his eyes snap open wide. He's seeing something impossible. Strange. He's never seen it before. And yet a voice inside him speaks clearly. This is the Dharma realm. His body slowly comes back to full sensation. System, congratulations. You have gained the Dharma realm ocular technique and the moonlight divine gaze. Shane's pupils ignite with a deep, mysterious violet light. This ocular technique is the foundational inheritance of the moonlit lineage. The Dharma realm and all high-order arcane forces become fully visible to the user. Nothing can be concealed. All base attributes increased by 3%. Base resonance increased by 8%. All moonlit lineage resonance increased by 20%. Shane gets to his feet, stunned. His body is completely healed. All base attributes up by 3. He feels power coursing through every part of him. And resonance, what even is that? 8 points just like that? Current stats, strength 4.3, agility 6.1, spirit 4, insight 4, resonance 9, moonlit lineage resonance plus 20, unallocated attribute points 10, vision unlocked. New prompt, when all base attributes reach 20 points, the title of Adept becomes available. Shane blinks. Adept level title? What does that mean? And that vision of the Dharma realm, this world has layers of mystery stacked on top of each other. Then another surge of power floods through him. Your partial Frost Moon Shockwave has evolved into its complete form. The true Frost Moon Shockwave is now available to you. Frost Moon Shockwave, Dharma realm, first layer. Moonlit lineage, secret scripture, quality. Unique. Frostwind evolved into Frostbite. Moonlit Deerstride evolved into Flowing Moon. Thunderclap evolved into Thundershock. Shadow Technique evolved into Heavenly Shadow. Frostbite, Kick Technique. Send enemies and their weapons, even their techniques, flying. Carries an ice attribute that slows whatever is struck. Flowing Moon, Movement Technique. Weaves together dodging, advancing, and sidestepping. Leaves flowing after images as you move. Thundershock, Palm Technique. Carries the might of Heaven's thunder. Shatters all corruption. Devastating destructive power. Heavenly Shadow, Arcane Technique. Conceal yourself within the shadow of a person or object. Undetectable, unless the opponent specializes in shadow-type abilities. Special Enhancement, all Moonlit Lineage Resonance increased by 20%. All Moonlit Lineage techniques deal triple damage. Shane is absolutely thriving. He was worried sick about having no offensive techniques. And now in one moment, a kick, a movement skill, a palm strike, and an arcane technique all unlock at once. And under the moonlight divine gaze, everything hits 3 times as hard. The surge of power is intoxicating, a unique quality scripture, the rarest possible, worth every detour through 2 worlds. But who could have buried the Frost Moon Shockwave inside 4 different races like this? No leads, no way to figure it out. This world is too complicated. First priority, wash off the blood. Shane heads to the bathroom and washes up. He stares at himself in the mirror. Nearly died. Gained a new eye technique. And now I'm back. Without the bloodstains, I think this was a dream. His eyes do look sharper. He's still studying his reflection when 2 lines of violet text appear on the mirror's surface. The 2 titles he earned in the other world, by cleverly playing the undead and the humans against each other, appear before him now. Boy Who Cheated Death and The Little Match Boy. These titles are of uncommon origin. They can only be obtained through high-difficulty gateway missions. I can see their full descriptions now. Must be another effect of the moonlight divine gaze. But then he notices something wrong. A red thread is coiled around his neck. He has no idea when it appeared. System alert, otherworldly deity technique. When you appear within 500 miles of the caster, they can sense your location and teleport instantly to your position. Meanwhile, in a high-end casino, 5 noble clan children sit around a card table playing a card game. Their conversation is all about the failed assassination of Shane Yates. Blondie tosses his cards down. A bunch of useless hired hands. Can't get one thing done. I fold. Consider it my apology for the trouble. Another shakes his head. This mess is the Assassin's League's fault, not ours to eat. He leans back. Neural system. Connect to Assassin's League headquarters. A holographic figure flickers to life above the table. Good evening, future pillars of the world. I am the director of the Assassin's League. Call me Wilson Graham. Straight bangs waste no time. Wilson, explain yourself. One of your assassins leaked a client's identity. How? Wilson's reply is immediate and deferential. My sincerest apologies. That assassin was once the strongest in our organization, but he was obsessed with a certain artistic pursuit and it often cost him his focus. He has been dealt with. I personally ended him. As a ride port, the exam starts soon. You won't fail again, Wilson. Wilson bows to the group. I give you my word. Shane Yates will disappear permanently. If there is any further failure, I will personally cut off my own head and deliver it to each of you as penance. The group makes a dismissive sound but accepts the terms. The call ends. Straight Bang speaks up. One of our families should send a top enforcer to oversee this personally. Cap nods. Agreed. Those assassins can't be trusted alone. Blondie waves a hand. Let me ask our family's grand protector. He's always spoiled me. He won't say no. Straight Bangs nods. If he steps in, there's nothing to worry about. But internally, his thoughts turn darker. Shane Yates. Playing with women. And now daring to target Selena Curtis, and those commoners thinking they can push back. This is what happens. People without status know their place or they get crushed. Meanwhile, at the Assassin's League headquarters, Wilson Graham stands perfectly, still in a dark room, eyes closed. A red thread appears around his neck. The next second, his head is severed cleanly. The one who did it steps forward, the Skin Reaper. Disgusting. Assassins carry injuries their whole careers. By old age, the damage never stops. But those noble clan children, raised in special herbal baths from childhood, bodies full of resilience, their flesh must be extraordinarily tender. Wilson's blood and organs are gone. And it doesn't stop there. The Skin Reaper slaughters everyone in the headquarters. In the center of the control room, a mass of dark, malevolent energy begins to coalesce. From within it, Zoe Bryce emerges, possessed by a god of darkness. The Skin Reaper bows deeply. Welcome, my master. Zoe's eyes are cold as stone. You made a promise just now. The Skin Reaper freezes. I was only speaking casually. I would never. Zoe cuts it off. No explanations. My servants keep their promises, even when wearing another face. Understood, my master. The Skin Reaper says. I will deliver the old man's head to Amcloud Port immediately. The promise will be honored. Zoe Bryce then gave the Skin Reaper her orders. Those mortals had just confirmed that Shane Yates was at Amcloud Port. That place was going to be their new hunting ground. She asked whether he wanted to feed on the sons and daughters of the great noble clans. The Skin Reaper trembled with excitement from head to toe. He told her he had been going absolutely mad with hunger. The deal was the same as always. The flesh was his, and the souls were hers. She told him she would join the hunt this time, as she needed more souls to recover the power she had spent crossing into this world. He said he was deeply grateful for her generosity, but insisted that she did not need to get her hands dirty. As her servant, he was more than capable of handling everything himself. She told him that the technique she had placed on Shane had just been detected. That meant he not only had an undead at his side, but there was likely someone else nearby who was not to be underestimated. To prevent it from being traced back to her, she had lifted the technique. With his current strength, if he ran into that person, he would be reduced to ash in an instant, and even she would not be able to bring him back. This time, she was going not just to harvest souls, but to see for herself what kind of being was lurking behind Shane. On Shane's end, the thread around his neck snapped at that very moment, and a notification appeared before him. The current technique had registered his awareness of it. The technique had been lifted. At some point, its master would use it again. The world he inhabited had no way to comprehend this kind of technique. Shane's heart sank. That thread had the Skin Reaper written all over it. He had actually come back. So that was why the card had labeled him the Drowning Man. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the card in his hand began to change. Rating updated. Prey lingering before the trap. You now knew your fate, and you had grown your own claws and fangs. But could you escape the fate of death? Shane stared at it in disbelief. This thing was actually that sensitive? It could read his situation in real time? Then the card changed again. Mortal Martial Arts Group Candidate. Power rating 5 stars. Top 3 high school newcomers deck ranking 11th. The fastest improving candidate among all examinees, without question. Shane gasped. He had jumped straight from 2 stars to 5. 5-star benefits. 1. The final rating before the exam begins will grant you a special power to draw upon during the exam. 2. You may conceal your true rating and continue to appear as a 2-star candidate. Special note, due to your awakening of the Dharma Realm ocular technique, all other performance metrics have been overridden, and your rating has been forcibly elevated to 5 stars. This message is visible to you alone. Shane chose to hide his star rating without a second thought. The last thing he needed was to stand out, not with a pack of noble clan heirs still gunning for him. The card reverted to how it had looked when he was a 2-star. While concealed, his standing on the rankings would be calculated as a 2-star. Shane understood one thing well. Your hidden cards were never meant to be shown. According to the rankings, there were few noble clan heirs left who could genuinely threaten him. But a battlefield could turn in an instant, and numbers on paper meant nothing. There was no shortage of cases where the underdog had come out on top. On top of that, The resurrected Skin Reaper and the possessed Zoe could come for him at any moment. The most pressing thing right now was to keep getting stronger. Just then Ralph Moan called him. The moment the call connected, Ralph's voice came roaring through. He demanded to know what Shane had been doing. He had been unreachable all day. If the building's entry log had not shown Shane going into his room, Ralph would have already sent people out to search for him. Shane quickly apologized. Ralph told him to head up to the training hall on the 63rd floor, saying he had some new knowledge to pass on. When Shane arrived at the training hall, Ralph told him that the goal for this exam was to get into one of the top 3 high schools, so he needed to start by laying out the basics. The 3 schools were Blue Veil, Abyssal, and Verdant High, and each one had its own focus. Blue Veil High placed the greatest emphasis on combat power and was built within the ruins of a sky island. Abyssal High pursued the history of humanity and was located deep beneath the ocean. Verdant High blended elements of both and was situated deep underground. Shane asked whether they were truly the strongest schools in the world, and whether there were any others. Ralph explained that all 3 had evolved from ancient sects of the old world. Their lineages ran deep, and their foundations were unshakable. No other school could come close. Blue Veil High was the strongest of the 3. It dealt directly with the techniques of gods in the Dharma realm, and it was the most prestigious. Most noble clan heirs ended up there. Abyssal High leaned toward uncovering secrets and archaeological research. It was said that history had been severed at some point before their time, and the ruins of those pre-severance civilizations lay beneath the sea. As a result, its graduates were the most broadly learned, though the school's exposure to pre-severance knowledge came with a cost. Many of its alumni ended up becoming disciples of one religious order or another. Verdant High sat beside a vast underground burial complex, the very birthplace of human historical scholarship. Its culture leaned heavily toward practical combat, because the creatures lurking underground were both plentiful and terrifying. It was also the wealthiest of the 3, since every part of those creatures, their limbs, their hide, along with the rare minerals and spirit herbs found underground, could all be turned into enormous profit. Ancient techniques and equipment could also be found down there, though very few people were actually able to use them. Most held research value above all else. Shane asked why so few could use them. Ralph said it came down to resonance. Passed down from the ancient world were not just techniques, but all manner of divine weapons, armor, and rare tomes. To use any of them required an extremely high level of resonance, which was also why resonance was sometimes called approval. Shane felt like something was clicking into place in his mind. Approval? Ralph confirmed it. You had earned their recognition. Put another way, the Dharma realm had acknowledged you, granting you the right to wield them, and they were willing to serve you in return. Shane was taken aback. Acknowledged by the Dharma realm? What even was the Dharma realm? He recalled that when he first awakened the moonlight divine gaze, he had caught a glimpse of something called the Dharma realm. Ralph whipped out a stack of technique manuals and explained that the Dharma realm was the source of all power, and also the standard by which strength was measured. But that was all too advanced for now. No need to overthink it. He had a collection of techniques that the Mortal Martial Arts group had specifically prepared for Shane, but when Shane looked at what was on offer, his face immediately fell. The 8 Swords of Solitude, River's Endless Kicks, the Chrysanthemum Cannon, Palm of the Milky Way, a Tiger's 17 Strikes, Twin Suns, Fist of Eastern Divinity. What even were these? And then there was the Heaven-Devouring Mouth Art. Was that some kind of secret technique? Ralph explained. The Heaven-Devouring Mouth Art was a taunting technique designed to provoke the opponent into a rage, making them sloppy in combat. Shane had nothing to say to that. He asked about the Chrysanthemum Cannon. That one used chrysanthemum petals as hidden projectiles to attack enemies. According to legend, at its highest level, the flowers would release a fragrance capable of inducing hallucinations in anyone nearby. Shane broke into a cold sweat and quickly pointed to the Fist of Eastern Divinity, asking whether it had something to do with the northern stars. Ralph shook his head. Not at all. It had been discovered in a ruin found at the far eastern edge of the northern region. That was simply how it got its name. The entire excavation had actually been completed, and everyone was getting ready to leave. But one senior archaeologist had a nagging feeling that something was still there, and just kept staring at that one spot. Then a voice suddenly came out of nowhere and asked what he was looking at. He thought someone was messing with him, and on instinct he pointed right back and shot back that he was looking at whatever he pleased. The manual then fell out on its own. It was actually a demonstration of resonance. The technique had approved of him, and so it had chosen to reveal itself. Shane's first reaction was that this world was absolutely insane. It really was one giant circus. Ralph went on to say, that was what it meant to have a compatible nature, a true alignment. And that alignment was what earned you the gift of the ruin. Some people had very high resonance but still could not earn the approval of a divine weapon. Meeting the resonance threshold was just the entry requirement. Getting past it still left you needing to be recognized. Ralph told him to pick one to study, so he would have something to fall back on if the exam turned into a fight. Shane stared at the manual and thought to himself that the name barely even made sense. But the next second his eyes went wide. A prompt had appeared in front of him. Fist of Eastern Divinity, green. Shane's mood flipped immediately. Every other technique on the table was rated white and basic. Only the Fist of Eastern Divinity had come up green and excellent. Maybe this thing actually had something to it. He picked it without another moment's hesitation. Ralph said Shane had a decent eye. He had picked the most powerful one of the lot. Normally they would not hand out something this good, since the better a technique was, the harder it was to master quickly. But if he managed to pull it off, his power rating might just go up. Shane casually asked whether it was possible to jump straight from 2 stars to 5. Ralph's hand came down on his head. He told Shane that was pure fantasy. He had never once heard of anyone jumping from 2 stars to 5. Shane thought to himself that the Moonlight Divine Gaze and Frost Moon Shockwave must really be something else. Ralph then ran through a demonstration of the Fist of Eastern Divinity, while Shane, having put every attribute point into insight, was sitting at a value of 14, with that level of insight. Picking up this technique felt almost effortless to him. That said, it would serve a purpose. He could use it to handle lower stakes fights. That way, he could better conceal his true strength. After the demonstration, Ralph wiped his forehead and said he was done. He asked if Shane had got it, then noted it was already past 4. He said they would wrap up for the day and told Shane to get some rest, and not to forget the banquet that evening. Shane thanked Ralph out loud for the guidance. Privately, he thought that had been the most half-hearted lesson he had ever seen. Without his extraordinary insight, there was no way he could have picked any of that up. But he kept smiling and said thank you all the same. A message arrived through the card from Mira Fisher. She had tracked down some information about the Skin Reaper and asked him to meet her at the gym. He said he was on his way. Shane headed toward the gym, but he stopped short. Something caught his attention. An old beggar was making his way along the street asking passersby for money. With a shaky voice, the old man told Shane to have a heart. He had not eaten in 2 days. Shane immediately started digging through his pockets. He flipped the old man a coin, apologizing that it was all the change he had. He turned to leave. Behind him, the old man's walking stick slipped from his hand, and Shane felt it. A surge of dangerous intent. The next instant, his head was pierced clean through by that same coin. A direct hit. And yet the old beggar sighed and muttered that he was getting old and losing his edge. Shane had used Flowing Moon to slip out of the way at the last possible moment. What had been struck was nothing but a scrap afterimage. The old man looked at Shane standing a short distance away and gave him a nod of approval, remarking that it was impressive how casually he had dodged the attack. Shane shot back that he was not old at all. He was young enough to pull cheap tricks like a backstabbing coward. At the same time, Shane activated the Moonlight Divine Gaze to scan the old man. He found that the old man had an invisible sword strapped across his back. Without the Moonlight Divine Gaze, Shane would never have seen it at all. The old beggar let out a puzzled sound. He had sensed Shane probing him. His hand moved toward the hilt of that invisible sword, and Shane's pulse jumped. Shane immediately darted back to put distance between them. The old man watched him move and pointed at the sword on his back, genuinely surprised. He asked whether Shane could actually see it. Shane dropped any pretense of politeness. He told the old man off. He had given him money out of goodwill, and the man had turned around and tried to knife him in the back. He was clearly carrying a powerful weapon, so acting this way was just contemptible. The old beggar fired back, saying that for someone so young, Shane spent more time hanging around girls from prestigious families than he did on his training. That was exactly why he'd wanted to teach him a lesson. Shane bristled. He asked if the man was talking about Mira. That was slander. Pure slander. He said they were both people of the world. Why get hung up on social standing? And besides, they had been through life and death together. There was nothing dirty about it. Then he froze. Above the old man's head floated a vivid purple rating, Celestial Fire Sovereign. Breakthrough just achieved. This rating granted by the Dharma realm. Taking in that rating, Shane put the pieces together. He told the old man he had figured it out. He was from Mira's family. The Fletcher family was honestly pathetic. They had stood by and let Leo Fletcher die horribly, and now they wanted to destroy the one person trying to get him justice. The old man was clearly powerful, yet a young girl in their own family was about to be handed off to some old man as a trophy wife, and he did nothing. Instead, he had traveled all this way to ambush a 15-year-old middle schooler. It was laughable. No wonder Mira was desperate to get away from the Fletcher family. Shane's words visibly irritated the old man. He stroked his beard and slowly stepped forward, saying it was quite something. He never thought the day would come when the Fletcher family would be mocked by an outsider like him. The old man's eyes snapped open, and his body exploded into motion. In the blink of an eye, his palm was already in front of Shane's face. He seized Shane by the head and shoved him backward. But the old man spun around in surprise. Shane had appeared behind him out of nowhere, lightning crackling around his hand. It was Thundershock, the evolved form of Thunderclap. What the old man held in his hand was nothing but a scrap afterimage. Shane drove Thundershock into the old man's body, and a deafening thunderclap burst outward. It sent the old man flying, but it did not cause any real damage. The old man looked at the lightning still popping around his hand and admitted that was a decent move. Shane's outline blurred as he said with a quiet laugh that it was better than decent. Before the words were even out of his mouth, his entire body had already slipped into the old man's shadow. That one caught the old man completely off guard. He thought to himself that this kid could actually hide inside a shadow. Shane lifted his right foot and drove a frostbite kick straight into the old man. The old man blocked it with one arm. Then something happened that genuinely shocked him. His entire body was flung 25 meters through the air, completely beyond his control. He was baffled. With Shane's level of strength, there was no way he should have been able to knock him back that far, and his body had frozen over. What on earth was that technique? Shane's abilities had now genuinely piqued the old man's interest. His presence flared, and the ice coating him melted instantly. He asked Shane why his strength and agility seemed to keep fluctuating. What exactly were his stats? Seeing the old man getting serious, Shane kept his voice even and told him to guess. Internally he was shaken. That had been Frost Moon Shockwave at triple power, and it had done nothing to this man. The old man's power was now peaking. Fluctuating strength and agility, a staggering variety of unusual techniques, and on top of all that, an awakened ocular technique. That pressure made every muscle in Shane's body go taut, but he kept his mouth going. He told the old man to stop muttering and reminded him that Kent had eyes on this place. If he killed Shane, there would be consequences. Internally, he had already made his plan. The moment the old man moved, he would open the door and use time stream to freeze 3 seconds and run. Then, unexpectedly, the old man's tone softened. He stroked his beard and said quietly that it seemed the adults were the ones who had gotten it wrong. Just as Shane braced for an attack, the old man turned away and said goodbye, that he was leaving. He vanished on the spot, leaving a completely dumbfounded Shane behind. He stood there alone in the wind, struggling to process what had just happened. What was that about? He just left? Who on earth was that old man? At that moment, on a nearby airship, a figure streaked toward it like a meteor. The next second, the old beggar landed cleanly on the deck and ordered the rest of the family to set course for the Gold Coast immediately. He was going on a holiday by the sea. He told them to pass the word. From this point on, no one was to have any contact with any of the other noble clans. He was immediately met with objections from the others. One of them told him to wait. The Bryce family had been pressing hard. If they did not hand Mira over soon, no one would be able to contain the fallout. It would damage their relationships with the other noble clans, and their business. He did not get to finish. A fist caved his face in. The old man's voice was ice cold. He said that ever since these people had taken the reins of the family's affairs, the Fletcher family had done nothing but grovel for scraps of power, crawling to whoever smelled richest. And now they wanted to hand over the most gifted member of their family to be treated like property. What they were throwing away was not just Mira's future. It was the Fletcher family's future. Without another glance at their terrified faces, he leapt upward. He landed on top of the airship. Standing against the howling wind, he murmured to himself that in the eye that sees mountains and rivers, in the body that holds the worlds, a 15-year-old with an awakened ocular technique, every core attribute at 10 or above, movement and palm techniques both at the unique tier. No one like this had appeared in 500 years. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. A small flaming sword condensed in his hand. He sent it flying off the airship. From a distance, brilliant as the morning sun rising through clouds. Up close, blazing like a lotus blooming from still water. He thought of his granddaughter and said that no matter how he looked at it, he could not stand by. No one in the Fletcher family would ever be looked down on. Not on his watch. Meanwhile, Shane had arrived at the training arena where Mira was. Mira was going through her sword forms with focused precision. The entire room was filled with the sword energy she had released, accompanied by the constant ringing of her blade. But Shane noticed something was off. The blade's cry was fierce, and her technique was devastatingly powerful. Yet the flow of her sword felt overburdened. She was forcing the forms rather than flowing through them, and every motion carried the weight of a struggle. The rating above her head had not changed, which meant her strength had not made any further progress. His raised insight was letting him read far more than before. At the same time, he activated the Moonlight Divine Gaze, and a prompt appeared regarding Mira. As a swordswoman whose technique had already broken past its conventional limits, she was still searching for her own path. Only by finding that path would she earn a Dharma Realm recognized rating. Shane stared at the prompt, his confusion deepening. Dharma Realm recognized? Wait, did that mean these ratings were certifications of strength issued directly by the Dharma Realm itself? What exactly was this Dharma Realm? While he was still turning it over in his mind, Mira walked over to him, apologized for keeping him waiting, and said she was ready to share what she had found on the Skin Reaper. The Skin Reaper had once been a senior figure within the Archaeological Association. During a major excavation, he caused a catastrophic incident. It was an altar that had been sealing away something of extraterrestrial origin. During the dig, he broke the seal, releasing the unknown entity and triggering massive casualties. After that, he vanished. When he surfaced again, it was as an assassin. The majority of his history was a blank. What she had found was that he once had a wife and a daughter. Before the altar incident, both had died under unknown circumstances. The case file stated that their bodies were found in the sewers, stripped bare, covered in wounds, and showing signs of severe abuse before death. The sewer, where the bodies were found, lay in a small town under the jurisdiction of a minor noble clan on the edge of the continent. That clan, along with every person in that town, later died. Mira believed the two incidents were connected. Shane asked what the sealed entity actually was. Mira shook her head and said the altar incident was classified at an extremely high level. She did not have the clearance to pull the full files. What she had shared was everything she had managed to find. She then looked at him with a serious expression and told him to be careful. They would likely find out soon that he was sitting the exam at empty Cloudport, and they would come for him. Shane nodded and thanked her. Just then, Mira's phone rang. She answered. It was her aunt. She said she understood and hung up. After she hung up, Mira's face went quiet and distant. Her family was calling her back home. Someone's uncle was coming to deliver an engagement gift. Shane asked whether her parents had agreed to the arrangement. Mira told him her mother had passed away long ago. After her brother died, her father collapsed from the shock and had been in a coma in the hospital ever since. She had run out of reasons to stall. If she kept putting it off, the family would start coming after her directly. Shane was furious. He said it was the noble clan heirs who had done wrong, and yet she was the one being sacrificed to make peace. Mira said helplessly that everyone in the family was terrified of drawing the wrath of the major clans. With her father unconscious, they felt they had no choice but to offer her up. Then Shane surprised her. He called out her name and said that if she was willing, he wanted to invite her to dinner and introduce her to Ralph so she could join the mortal martial arts group. That way she would be free from the family's control. Mira was visibly moved. She asked whether he was afraid of offending the powerful clan that wanted to marry her. Not only that, but her own aunts and uncles would resent him too. They would find ways to come after him. Shane said he was not afraid of anything. Anyone who encouraged someone else to walk into a nightmare deserved what was coming to them. He told her he had just run into an old man from her family who had ambushed him and said some things that made his blood boil. He told her to come with him and leave that worthless family behind. Looking at Shane's intense expression, Mira felt something stir in her chest. His background was completely ordinary. So why was he always this fearless? It was the same now as it had been during the fight with the Skin Reaper. She was only just noticing that he was actually quite good looking. His hair was a complete mess, sticking out in every direction, but it gave him an effortlessly unpolished kind of charm. His eyes were sharp and cutting, not exactly approachable, more the kind of face that said, "Keep your distance." But when he spoke, he was surprisingly gentle. Mira felt her face go warm, and she agreed. She asked where they were going and what they were eating. Shane admitted a little awkwardly that he had no idea. Ralph had never mentioned the location. He just figured they would work it out together. Mira immediately objected, saying he had invited a girl somewhere without even knowing where he was taking her. Shane scrambled to say that his intentions were completely sincere. They would figure it out when they got there. Mira said she was not the kind of person who agreed to just anything. Just then, her phone rang again. She looked at the screen. It was a message from her grandfather. "Walk out of the gym and look east." Mira's heart jumped. Her grandfather had come out of seclusion? That meant the old man Shane had run into must have been him. She headed straight for the exit and told Shane to stay put. She would be right back. That left Shane standing there, slightly at a loss. Had she run off because his invitation came out of nowhere? He sighed. He really had no experience inviting girls this beautiful anywhere. Mira stepped outside the gym and looked up. A streak of light came shooting toward her. It plunged into her body, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of power flooded through her. Her grandfather had passed the Leo goddess down to her. Later, Shane rode Ghostfire with Mira to the evening banquet. They found Ralph waiting for them at the entrance. The moment they walked in, they spotted the noble clan heirs with their predatory eyes. A 4-star newcomer who introduced himself as Javier Weber stepped forward and announced he wanted to challenge Shane. Mira drew her blade and left him with a freshly shaved head in one stroke. She warned him sharply that she was in the middle of a duel with Shane. Anyone who wanted to challenge Shane would have to go through her first. Javier immediately backed down. Afterward, Lady Anne, the aunt of Selena Curtis, sought Shane out and made him a proposal. If Shane agreed to stop pursuing Selena from this point forward, she would guarantee him a direct placement into one of the top 3 high schools. The Curtis family would also cover all of his expenses throughout high school. Lady Anne's offer immediately set the room buzzing. So Shane had some kind of connection with Selena? He was a disgraced second-tier kid. How did he have the nerve to reach so far above himself? Shane just let out a quiet laugh. He turned to Lady Anne with bright eyes and asked if all he had to do was stay away from Selena. He said that was easy, just give him that guaranteed placement, and he had absolutely no problem with it. Lady Anne looked pleased. She said that settled it. But then Shane said there was actually one thing he needed her help with when it came to keeping his distance from Selena. Could she give him a photo? He did not know who Selena was, and he could not remember what she looked like. Shane's words brought the entire room to a standstill. A nearby reporter was already scribbling furiously, muttering that this was breaking news. Shane appeared to be suffering from amnesia. Javier pointed at him and challenged him, saying he had to know Selena. They had met when they were 4 or 5 years old. Shane put on his most innocent face and said he genuinely did not remember. He added with a smile that Javier had an impressive memory, because he could not recall anything from that age. The crowd began to murmur. If that was true, he could not have deliberately set up the dog attack on Selena, and he could not have used it to manufacture a connection with her. For the most powerful family to target an ordinary person over something like this, and this was the great Curtis family? Seeing that his point had landed, Shane immediately put on a confused and apologetic look. He said he worried he had said the wrong thing. He told Lady Anne they could forget about the guaranteed placement. Since he genuinely did not know Selena, it did not feel right taking anything from her. Lady Anne heard the whispers ripple through the room, and her expression darkened. This boy was proving to be far more difficult to handle than she had expected. Her voice went cold. She asked him plainly whether he was really turning down the guaranteed placement. He did not remember Selena. She was the eldest daughter of the Curtis family. Lady Anne was her aunt. Shane scratched his head and said he did not know either of them, and that all of this must have been a misunderstanding. In that case, he really could not accept the placement. But then his tone shifted. He said there was actually something he wanted to bring up. Someone of Lady Anne's stature and reach might be able to help. He told her honestly that not long ago, after barely surviving a serious illness, a detective from the Fletcher family had told him he would be protected, and then died. His closest friend had died too. And then tens of thousands of people lost their lives at Maple Forest Hotel. The misfortunes kept piling up, and he was deeply troubled by it. Did she know who was responsible for all of it? Someone of her standing could surely find answers far more easily than a middle schooler. She must know something. Could she see to it that justice was done for them? It was tens of thousands of lives, after all. Lady Anne finally understood exactly what he was doing. He was using her and this banquet to broadcast everything to the room. But her expression stayed composed, and she said she did not know much about it, though she believed the detective's sister was already investigating. She then tried to redirect the conversation toward Mira. She said she wanted to offer her congratulations. She had heard Mira was engaged. She asked what Mira was doing here with him then. Mira greeted her politely, and then stated clearly that she was not engaged. Lady Anne pressed on, saying she had heard otherwise, but Shane cut her off before she could finish. He said she had a habit of going on about things she had only heard. First it was him, now it was Mira. Spreading rumors like that was not a great look, though there was one thing she had gotten right. Mira and he really were investigating the matter together, and they had made significant progress, but the full truth was not something they could share just yet. Shane's words wiped the composure from Lady Anne's face entirely. Her eyes went wide and cold, fixed on this completely unruly boy standing before her. Ralph and everyone nearby were breaking into a cold sweat. They could not believe what they were watching. Shane, did he have any idea what he was playing with? Never mind himself, was he really trying to drag Mira down with him and make enemies of every noble clan in existence? Just as the room locked into a tense standoff, a voice cut through. The Fletcher family's daughter was a young woman of grace and good sense. She would not go around throwing baseless accusations like some troublemaker. As for the matter of marriage, she was young and perhaps unaware of what the family had already arranged. But she was in fact engaged. Lady Anne's manner softened when she saw who it was. She recognized Elijah Fletcher and asked what had brought him here. Elijah turned to Mira with barely concealed irritation and demanded to know why she had not gone home when he had told her to. Mira glanced at him and replied coldly that she needed to sit for the exam. That was why she had not gone. Elijah reached out and tried to take hold of her, telling her firmly that the engagement was a family arrangement. Lady Anne meant well, and Mira should not take it the wrong way. He told her to come with him. The next second, Mira slipped past his reaching hand and told him she was not going anywhere. That made Elijah furious. He could feel the humiliation in the room. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist and repeated that he had told her to go home and go through with the engagement. Mira stood her ground. She asked whether her grandfather had agreed to this. What about her father? Had he agreed? And what about her? Had she agreed? The energy from both of them erupted at once, and they stood facing each other down in the middle of the room. Elijah then explained that the family head would be informed soon enough. As for her father, he was still unconscious, but that was fine. If he knew about it, he would only be pleased. Mira looked at him with contempt. Her father would be pleased? He would more likely be furious enough to drop dead. She asked Elijah whether he dared to tell everyone in the room exactly how old the man she was supposedly engaged to was. That question made Elijah visibly tense. He grabbed Mira by the wrist and demanded she stop making a scene in front of everyone. He told her to come with him. Mira remained perfectly calm. Her grandfather had not agreed, her father had not agreed, and yet he had the nerve to make decisions for her. At that moment, Shane noticed something. The rating above Mira's head had begun to blur. Then a sword intent of absolute overwhelming sharpness erupted from her entire being, and the rating above her head came into sharp focus. 2 words, nothing more, Sword Sage. Rating effect, resonance with sword energy increased by 10 points. All attributes increased by 5 points. Sword technique lethality doubled. 1,000 truths, 10,000 saints. She had just stepped through the door. Shane stared in awe. Mira's rating had changed. That meant she had found her path and committed to it. The sword intent pouring off her was overwhelming. This was what a sword sage felt like. Elijah felt the shift in Mira too. His hand went straight to the hilt of the sword at his back. He told her to rein in her killing intent and asked whether she could see the Leawater. It was the symbol of the family's grand steward, a sacred weapon held in reverence by the Fletcher family. If she dared to defy him before this sword, he would invoke family law and use it. He did not finish. A beam of sword light came straight for him. In an instant, the hand gripping the Leawater was severed. The force of the blow sent him flying through the air. He crashed hard into the wall of the banquet hall. The impact was so powerful it left a deep crater in the stone. Mira sheathed her blade and said coolly that a man consumed by greed and self-interest wielding a sacred weapon could not even survive a single strike from her. He had arranged a betrothal for a family member without informing her parents, and without the family head's consent. He no longer deserved to wield it. She then turned to the Leawater lying on the floor and asked quietly whether it was willing to come with her, to be a companion to her own blade, Frostblade. The Leawater answered. The entire blade began to tremble faintly, humming with a low resonant ring. Then as gasps rippled through the crowd, it rose from the ground and floated before Mira. Mira reached out and took it with both hands, and the presence radiating from her surged upward once more. At the same moment, the rankings shifted. On the pyramid-shaped leaderboard, Mira's name jumped upward to share the very top with Silas Newman. Tied for first place, the entire banquet hall erupted. People shouted that Mira had reached the top. Was this the power of a divine weapon? Some muttered that her raw ability was the same as anyone else's, and that she had only climbed through the weapon, but Shane knew it was not that simple. If Mira had not broken through to the Sword Sage rating, the divine weapon would never have chosen her. The leaderboard was not limited to raw personal power. Equipment, resources, potential, and even will all factored into the card's evaluation. Ralph came up beside Shane and told him that the sword-choosing Mira meant the authority of the Fletcher family now rested in her hands. From this moment, she was the one in charge. At her age, the future ahead of her was limitless. He gave Shane a hard pat on the back and told him there was nothing to be envious about. She had the resources of her family behind her. Shane, on the other hand, had climbed to 2 stars on nothing but his own effort. For an ordinary person, that was a genuine underdog story. Shane felt a little embarrassed by the praise and told Ralph it was all thanks to his guidance. Privately, he thought that if Ralph ever found out he was actually a 5-star, the man would probably lose his mind. Now the new head of the Fletcher family, Mira spoke up and said it was time to get to the point. What Shane had not been able to say earlier, she was now in a position to say, and that was the truth she had uncovered. The ones responsible for so many deaths were none other than the major noble clans assembled in this very room, led by the Curtis family. Every noble clan representative in the hall went pale. The room exploded. People could not believe what she was saying. Had she lost her mind? Lady Anne's expression turned murderous. She warned Mira to choose her words very carefully. The wrong words could get people killed. Mira pulled out her phone without flinching. She told Lady Anne that based on her investigation, everything traced back to her niece Selena. Selena had been playing the noble clan heirs against one another, and to avoid being locked into an engagement, she had told everyone she had feelings for Shane, using him as a shield. Driven by jealousy and rivalry, the noble clans had slaughtered tens of thousands of innocent people just to get to him. All of this was backed by video, photographs, and documents. It was airtight. If a single detail proved false, she would accept whatever punishment they saw fit. To sacrifice one's dignity in pursuit of a girl, and to treat human lives as though they meant nothing. Lady Anne? She asked how thorough her investigation sounded. With Mira's evidence out in the open, Shane jumped in with enthusiasm. He told Lady Anne she really had a gift for reading people. Mira had come through with everything. He then turned to the room, and offered to let everyone see the videos and photos, warning them it was explosive, but a little graphic. Then he called out to the camera crew and reporters, telling them to get their lenses ready. Selena was about to make a heartfelt public declaration of her feelings for him. That sent the camera crew and reporters into a panic. One of them cried out that his camera had somehow caught fire and he could no longer record anything. Another said his notebook, camera, and phone had all caught fire too. Both of them, practically in tears, turned to Lady Anne and told her their equipment had all been destroyed and every recording was gone. They begged her not to blame them. Lady Anne waved a hand and declared it was all fabricated. The videos and photos had to be doctored. Selena would never harm anyone. She was widely recognized as a role model of her generation, the student council president of Bluevale High School, and countless noble clan heirs could testify to her character. The noble clan heirs all chimed in. They said Selena would never say she had feelings for someone like him. He was a nobody. He was clearly smearing her reputation. He must have lost his mind, thinking someone like her would ever look at him. Shane did not lose his temper. He let out a long, tired sigh and said that even with all this evidence laid out, they were still throwing a tantrum. These noble clans had grown up with access to every kind of divine inheritance, sharpening their insight and resonance with every advantage handed to them. By rights, it was people like them, the ones with all the resources, who should have been driving the world forward. But the only thing he had ever seen them do was crush ordinary people and slaughter the innocent. As far as he was concerned, they did not deserve to be called human. Shane had barely finished speaking when someone in the crowd snapped. He was told to shut his mouth and asked who he thought he was. The speaker introduced himself as Quentin Bryce of the Bryce family of East River. He turned to Lady Anne and said that someone of her standing should not have to deal with someone like Shane. He asked her permission to teach Shane a lesson on her behalf. The next second, a beam of sword energy came straight down onto his face. The force of it pinned him against the ceiling. The one who had struck was Mira. She said calmly that Shane had not finished speaking. For someone from a noble clan, he was embarrassingly ill-mannered. Just then a round of applause broke out. A young man with a mushroom-cut hairstyle stepped out from the crowd, saying he had long heard that Mira's swordsmanship was peerless, and seeing it today confirmed every word. He congratulated her on acquiring the divine weapon and reaching second place on the rankings. He introduced himself as Zach Nile, the 4th-ranked 5-star newcomer, and said he wanted to test himself against her. Mira was genuinely curious rather than bothered. She asked whether he really wanted to fight her knowing she had just taken second place. Zach told her that of course he did. That was the spirit of the noble clans, always pressing forward against stronger opponents. If he beat her, his evaluation would improve. But Shane's moonlight divine gaze had already caught something off. Something was very wrong with the person standing before him. A venomous snake was coiled around his body. Shane quickly stepped in front of Mira and told Zach to hold on. They were still in the middle of a duel, so he could not challenge her. Internally, Shane was on full alert. No one else seemed to be able to see the snake, which meant Mira would be at a serious disadvantage if she fought him. There were so many powerful figures at this banquet, it was impossible that only he could see the snake. Yet no one said a word. and no one moved. He thought to himself that this had clearly been approved by everyone in the room. Zack sneered and said that if they were too scared to fight him, why bother making a scene? They would do better to kneel in front of Lady Anne and apologize properly. Just then, Shane's card appeared before him and changed. The message on it read, "Dead man. You have offended several noble clans. Your death is certain." Shane felt a wave of helplessness. Even his own card was writing him off. Out loud, he said he gave up and conceded. The duel was over. Shane had forfeited and Mira had won. Zack immediately puffed up and laughed, telling Shane he was smarter than he looked. He told him to crawl off to the side like the coward he was, before he got caught in the crossfire of his fight with Mira. But then a notification arrived on his card. "You have received a challenge. Challenger Shane." Shane fixed Zack with a steady gaze and asked who told him the concession was meant to clear the way for a duel with Mira. Mira looked at him with alarm and asked whether he had lost his mind. Zack burst out laughing as if he had just heard the best joke of his life. He asked whether he was hearing this right. A 2-star nobody was seriously challenging a 5? He said that someone like Shane was not even worth getting his hands dirty over. His killing intent alone was enough to scare him to death. As he spoke, the venomous snake coiled around him launched itself at Shane. Shane stayed completely calm as the attack came in. He thought to himself that Zack had some nerve, talking about scaring him to death while secretly sicking a snake on him. If he had not been able to see it, he really might have dropped dead from fright. The next second, a thunderclap strike shot out and sent the snake flying. The rest of the room was completely baffled. What was Shane doing? Why was he punching at thin air? But among the older figures watching, several went pale. Impossible. He could see it? Was that real? Zack stared at him in disbelief and stuttered that Shane could see it. How? Shane settled back into his stance. The only difference was that his eyes were now faintly glowing. Ralph was trembling with excitement. The Dharma Realm ocular technique. Shane had awakened it at 15 years old. Zack's mind raced. This kid could see dark shadow? No. That was impossible. Only someone who had awakened the Dharma Realm ocular technique could see it. He pulled a rod out of his pocket and silently ordered Dark Shadow to flank Shane from behind. He thought to himself that even he could only estimate Dark Shadow's position through years of experience fighting alongside it. This commoner had probably just been startled by his presence and swung wildly in the right direction by pure luck. With Dark Shadow attacking from behind, there would be no more lucky guesses. Zack raised his rod and brought it crashing down at Shane, shouting at him to try blocking this if he thought he was good enough. But faced with attacks from both sides, Shane did not flinch. He activated Flowing Moon and slipped out of the way at blinding speed. Before Zack could react, Shane coiled the power in his legs. A single frostbite kick sent Dark Shadow flying. The others watching from the sidelines were stunned. They had no idea what was happening, but the way Shane was carrying himself made it look like he was completely dominating. The noble clan heirs in the room looked like they had all bitten into something rotten. Mira finally understood why Shane had stopped her. He had awakened the Dharma Realm ocular technique. No wonder he had not let her step in. She could not see Dark Shadow at all, and fighting blind would have put her at a terrible disadvantage. Shane looked at Zack with contempt and told him that without the snake he had nothing. Zack was furious. He told Shane his arrogance was going to cost him dearly. He began spinning the rod around himself and reminded Shane that he was the 4th-ranked 5-star newcomer. Shane was nothing by comparison. The force generated by the spinning rod was strong enough to make some of the weaker people in the room struggle to keep their footing. Once the power had fully built up, Zack charged straight at Shane. He drove the rod straight into him with full force. Shane looked as though he had failed to dodge, taking the blow dead on. Mira cried out his name in alarm, but when the dust settled, Shane was still standing exactly where he had been. What happened next left Zack completely speechless. Shane had caught the full force of that devastating blow with a single hand. When Zack had begun charging up, Shane had quietly redistributed every attribute point into strength. His current strength value was 14.3. Zack threw everything he had into wrenching the rod free, but it would not budge. He could not believe it. His full force strike had done nothing? Impossible. His own strength was 8.7. No newcomer below 5 stars should have been higher. He started to say Shane had to be bluffing and forcing himself through it, but the words never finished. His entire body tipped forward without warning. Shane grabbed him and yanked him in, seizing him by the collar and lifting him clean off the ground. Zack hammered Shane's arm with his fists, demanding to be let go and telling him not to touch him with his filthy hands. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Shane ignored Zack's ranting entirely and said calmly that if Dark Shadow took one more step forward, he would twist its head off. Dark Shadow had already crept silently behind Shane. Zack immediately started yelling at Dark Shadow, asking if it was there and ordering it to come back and kill Shane. Shane glanced sideways at him and said he could not even see his own snake. He asked whether that 4th-place 5-star ranking had just been bought by his family's money. Zack kept shouting at Dark Shadow to attack, insisting Shane would not dare do anything with so many people watching. Dark Shadow tensed to move. The next second, Shane drove a fist into Zack's face and knocked his teeth out. He said it was laughable that anyone thought he would hold back. That punch was for the girl from before. He told Dark Shadow not to move and asked whether it really wanted him dead. And as an aside, he told Zack not to even think about forfeiting. He was not done yet. The punch filled Zack with a burning sense of humiliation. He called Shane a lowborn nobody and told him he would pay for daring to look at him like that. He said he would kill his friends, his family, everyone around him. The next second, a notification appeared, special condition activated. Your Fist of Eastern Divinity has received a boost under these special circumstances, upgrading to blue. Remarkable quality. Shane felt his fists fill with power. He thought to himself that the Fist of Eastern Divinity had this kind of use too. He drove another punch straight into Zach's face and said he was looking at him because he felt like it. The notification appeared again. Dual special conditions activated. Your Fist of Eastern Divinity has received a further boost under these special circumstances, upgrading to blue. Excellent quality. That sent a wave of pure satisfaction through Shane, and he stopped holding back entirely, landing punch after punch directly into Zach's face. The others watching from the side went wild. They said it was brutal. His own mother would not recognize him. They cheered Shane on and said he was getting revenge for all of them. 2 minutes later, Shane stopped. Zach's face was unrecognizable. Tears were streaming down Zach's face against his will, and then he realized something that chilled him to his core. The person in front of him actually intended to kill him. Shane looked like a demon to him now, and yet his voice was perfectly gentle as he asked whether Zach had rested enough, because he was ready to keep going. At that, Zach abandoned every shred of pride he had left and started screaming for help, begging anyone to save him. This nobody was actually going to drag him down with him. He did not want to die, but his cries went unanswered by any of the noble clans. Everyone watched in cold silence. Lady Anne had already decided to let Zach die. She reasoned that if he died at Shane's hands, the 3 major schools would step in together and make an example of anyone who murdered a candidate. When that happened, everything, Selena's reputation, the noble clan heirs who had hired killers, the tens of thousands of lives lost, the entire mess of tonight would all be swept away and buried. Every noble clan member in the room shared the same thought. Zach, go in peace. After you die, your father will be supported in taking the head of the family. Your greatest value right now is dying at Shane's hands. Zach understood at that moment exactly what they wanted from him. He stopped struggling, resignation washing over him, and let his hands fall limp at his sides. But then Shane let out a quiet laugh, and then he could not stop laughing. He said they must think he was an idiot. He told Zach not to be afraid. He was not going to kill him. He asked whether Zach could see it now. They had thrown him away. The two of them were just sparring, but the people in this room genuinely wanted him dead, because if Shane killed him, they would have a legitimate reason to deal with Shane. And just like that, every scandal surrounding the noble clans would vanish into nothing. Shane's words finally made Lady Anne's composure crack. She immediately snapped that it was enough and that he could not be allowed to keep talking. A man in glasses immediately broke from her side and charged at Shane. He struck at Shane with his palm, but Shane sidestepped it with flowing moon. In doing so, he had also successfully freed Zach. He turned to Shane and said that sparring was one thing, but this had gone too far. He introduced himself as an invigilator from Bluevale High School and told them both that the fight had been impressive. He was confident the rankings would reflect that. Shane had nothing but contempt for the man. He thought to himself that the invigilator had only shown up once it was clear he would not kill Zach. At the same time, a notification arrived. Duel forcibly terminated. This duel will not count toward your evaluation. Lady Anne then pressed a medicinal pill into Zach's hands, telling him to take it and recover quickly. The exam was about to begin. Just then, a sphere of light blazed to life in the sky above and sent countless beams of light streaming down toward the hall. The time had come. All final ratings and rewards for the new candidates were now being distributed. The beams of light landed on the tower of tarot cards held by every candidate in the room. Mira received her pre-exam rating. As a 5-star newcomer, your final rating is Bearing of the Sword Sage. After acquiring the divine weapon, you hold an overwhelming advantage in solo combat. You are therefore granted the power of Team Leader, enhancing your effectiveness and coordinated teamwork. Team Leader. Effect 1. Any member you invite to form a team will be instantly transported to your side upon accepting. A team formed this way allows you to perform at double your normal strength. Effect 2. When no one is on your team, all of your strength is reduced by 70%. Effect 3. If you transfer the team leader role to another member, you will retain your normal strength, while that member gains effect. 1. All effects are now active and will persist until the exam ends. Shane's rating was also delivered. As a 5-star newcomer, your final rating is the Unyielding. You brought this upon yourself, making yourself the meat on someone else's table, but that same unyielding will is exactly what has allowed you to survive every time. In keeping with this, you are granted the power of meat, enhancing your ability to survive. Meat effect. When faced with lethal attacks, you may be struck up to 3 times before dying, or before becoming suitable meat for others to consume. All effects are now active and will persist until the exam ends. All candidates will receive the essential exam survival item, Candle Flame. Description: it is inextinguishable. Without it, you will be unable to see anything in the exam grounds. Congratulations. You have been cleared to participate in this year's 3-school joint exam. A 3-minute rest period will begin before transport commences. But then something strange happened. The small flame above Shane's head vanished. Your candle flame has been stolen. The culprit is a fellow candidate bearing the exploitation rating, who used that power to take your light. You will be unable to see anything in the exam grounds. Shane felt a jolt of panic. The exam had not even started, and someone had already stolen his flame. Seeing this, Zach, now recovered thanks to the pill, jumped right back in. He told Shane that losing his candle flame was only the beginning of what he got for standing against them. Before long, Shane would collapse under the weight of everything they could throw at him. A single pill was all it took to undo everything he had worked for. They were born at the top of the mountain, and Shane was nothing but an ant at the base. What did he amount to? He told Shane to wait and see. Shane, his family, everyone close to him, not one of them would be spared. They were all lambs waiting for slaughter. Resistance was pointless. In the face of Zach's taunting, Shane spoke calmly. A person of true character does not fear what life brings, but holds to their convictions and keeps walking forward without pause. He then addressed the room. He said he was sorry that everyone here had been forced to see the truth about the noble clans ahead of schedule. All they ever thought about was how to enslave others, kill others, and take everything that belonged to others. This time they had come after him. Next time, it could be anyone in this room. It was true. They did not have the resources those clans had. No rare treasures, no inherited techniques, no divine weapons. But greatness was never something you were born into. They were not inferior, and they should never have to endure being crushed under someone else's boot. The card had given him the final rating of the unyielding. Even if he stood completely alone, he would walk that road to the very end. Every commoner-born candidate in the room felt something ignite inside them as they heard Shane's words, as if a force had been poured directly into their souls. They turned to face the noble clan heirs with steady, unwavering eyes. The noble clan heirs said nothing. After a moment of silence, Zach said quietly that he would give Shane exactly what he was asking for. Then every candidate received a notification: candidates, prepare for transport to the exam grounds. The exam begins now. Shane had just been transported into the exam grounds when he was immediately set upon by several noble clan heirs. But with his candle flame stolen before the exam had even started, Shane was plunged into complete darkness. Even so, his instincts caught the danger. He activated Flowing Moon immediately and evaded the attacks. Shane said with contempt that all the noble clan heirs ever knew how to do was hit people from behind. But the next second, a sharp spear punched straight through his chest from behind. A cold voice said that if he had lost his own flame, who was there to blame, and told him to die. Shane spun around and sent the attacker flying with frostbite. At the same time, a notification appeared. Meat effect activated. 2 uses remaining. Shane was now severely wounded and had nothing left to fight with. Zach and the others moved in for the kill while he was down. Zach told him this was what he got for going up against them. With no other options left, Shane shouted out for the skeleton of catastrophe. The next second, a ghostly skull radiating a terrifying aura materialized out of Shane's body. Zach and the others recoiled in alarm. They asked what that death-soaked presence was and warned each other that he might still have something up his sleeve. What they did not know was that Shane was completely bluffing. The giant skeleton was sweating with anxiety, telling Shane to find a way out. Its power was nearly spent, and the best it could do was rattle them for a moment, just as despair began to close in on Shane. A notification arrived on his card. You have received a team invitation from Mira. Shane accepted without hesitation. You have accepted Mira's team invitation. You will be instantly transported to the team leader's location. Shane vanished from right in front of them. Zach and the others were left standing there completely baffled, asking where he had gone. They realized too late that he had been bluffing the whole time, and that he had gotten away. Mira saw Shane materialize in front of her and immediately went to him. She asked what had happened and why he was injured. Shane caught his breath and told her he had been ambushed by some noble clan heirs. His wounds had already healed. Right, that was the card's effect. Shane then asked Mira why he had appeared beside her specifically. She explained that it was her card's effect. The first time she formed a team, any member who accepted would be transported directly to her. There was another effect too. Once a team was formed, the team leader's combat power would double, and because they were now a team, the candle flame could be shared. Shane could finally see again. He found that they were still on the Sky Island where the banquet had been held, but everything around them had changed. An empty cloud port below had vanished, replaced by the stage for the second round of the exam. The objective of the first round was simply to find a way to get there. Mira then asked him directly whether he had awakened the Dharma Realm ocular technique. Shane said he was not sure. He could see things that were hidden, and if that was what it was called, then apparently so. But what exactly was it? Mira explained that the Dharma Realm ocular technique was a symbol of being recognized by the Dharma Realm. The Dharma Realm was the source of the universe, the origin of all power and existence. Many mysterious and formidable things could only be seen after awakening it. The knowledge surrounding the Dharma Realm was far too vast and complex. That was the extent of what she knew for now. Hearing Mira's explanation, Shane began to piece together what had been happening to him. So that glimpse of the Dharma Realm he had caught before was the source of the universe itself. And those seemingly worthless technique manuals the mysterious voice had made him collect, combined, they were actually this powerful. He could not help feeling a little smug about it, and said it sounded like he was actually pretty impressive. Mira looked at him with a smile and said that was a bit of an understatement. But before either of them could say another word, Shane felt a strange and unsettling presence wash over him. He spun around in alarm and found that the presence was coming from 2 figures standing not far away. The next second he grabbed Mira's hand and told her to come with him, now. He pulled her with him and jumped off the edge of the Sky Island. Mira cried out in shock and demanded to know what he was doing. Shane explained that there had been 2 people behind them, and he had felt a murderous intent from them that was unlike anything normal. Getting away first was the smarter move. Besides, the whole point of the first round was to reach the island below. He snapped his fingers and recited the line, 10 steps to take a life, 1,000 miles without a trace. That was the signal to summon Ghostfire. The two of them rode Ghostfire down and cleared the first round of the exam. Of the two figures who had been watching, the taller one apologized and said that seeing Mira had made him lose control of his presence for just a moment. The other told him not to blame himself. He had not expected Shane to be that perceptive either. The kid was no pushover. It seemed they would need to make proper use of the curse idol's power, though when Shane had been attacked just now, he had already sensed that the undead power behind the boy was burning on its last embers. He said for them to move. They were heading down too. The other candidates all received a notification. 4 candidates have currently cleared round 1. The room erupted. Only a few minutes had passed and 4 people had already made it through. How was that even possible? One person spoke up and said it was interesting. Someone had beaten him to it. It seemed his first place standing was going to take a little more effort to hold on to. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man, none other than Silas Newman, the top-ranked candidate in the entire exam. He snapped his fingers. 4 beams of light appeared around him, and 4 ghostly handmaidens materialized. They told him to sit comfortably. They would carry him down. Silas settled into a sedan chair with a glass of wine in hand. The next second he was carried through the air toward the second round's arena, watched by a crowd of deeply envious eyes. The remaining noble clan candidates started pulling out their own methods for getting down, and Xavier stared at all of it with quiet exasperation. Every one of these rich kids had something up their sleeve. What were people like him, who could not fly, supposed to do? Yale told Xavier to get on him. He would take him down. To Xavier's complete amazement, Yale transformed from a human being into an entirely different creature. Xavier could not believe it. He could turn into a wolf? Xavier climbed on, and the two of them headed toward the second stage. By then, Shane and Mira had already arrived on Ghostfire, the first ones there. The moment they touched down, their cards displayed a notification. You have entered round 2 of the exam. This round is non-combat. The objectives are as follows. The tide of wailing approaches. Scattered across the island are numerous deity statues. Candidates must find a suitable deity statue and earn its protection in order to safely survive the tide of wailing. Failure means elimination. As you are operating as a team, you need only find a single deity statue. Your candle flame has already lifted the surrounding fog. Before long, they came upon a massive severed stone head. Mira looked at it and asked whether these scattered remains were the deity statues, and how exactly they were supposed to earn one's protection. Before the words had even finished leaving her mouth, the statue slowly opened its eyes. A voice came out of it. It addressed Mira as a pure young maiden, and told them that if they wanted its protection, they would need to help it reassemble its body and restore its divine power. In return, it would require a drink of her companion's blood, and she would need to remove her clothing and dance for it. Mira asked with some discomfort whether there was any other option. At the same time, a card notification appeared. Statue of the god of lewd dance. This deity has already fallen. Shane thought to himself, god of lewd dance? So it was some dead, degenerate deity. The next second he drove his blade straight into the statue's eye socket. He told it exactly where it could go. The god of lewd dance screamed in pain and asked why he had to get violent just because they said no. Shane wrenched his blade back out and demanded to know who it thought it was. Drink his blood? Make her strip? It had some nerve. Faced with Shane's reaction, the statue fled outright, cursing humans and telling them to deal with the tide of wailing on their own. Mira watched with some concern and said they probably should not attack the statue so casually. They represented deities after all. Shane was having none of it. These gods were dead, he said. Nothing left but stone. And besides, that did not make them decent. Back where he was from, a god like that would have been cast down from the heavens and turned into a pig. He then pointed ahead and said there was a stone horse just lying there on the ground. He liked a deity that kept it humble. They walked over to it and Shane asked it directly. The tide of wailing was coming. Could it protect them? The stone horse replied that just as he said, it was nothing but a horse lying in the grass. All it knew how to do was lie there. If they wanted protection, they needed to find the one who wrote it. It then looked at Mira and said the young woman beside him used a sword, which was exactly the kind of person its writer favored. As long as they showed proper respect, he would almost certainly agree to help. Shane's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked where this writer was. But before the stone horse could answer, it was sent flying by a sudden attack. The attackers were the two figures who had radiated that terrifying killing intent at Shane earlier. They said it was good to see him again. Both reached up to their own faces and tore off their disguises. It was the Skin Reaper and Zoe Bryce, both of whom were dead. Shane stared in shock at the sight of them. The Skin Reaper and Zoe. He turned to Zoe and demanded to know why she was still coming after him. He thought it was over between them. Zoe paused at those words. Then she broke into heaving sobs and told Shane she was already dead. Shane had quietly activated dark whispers while she was distracted. But the next second, the great deity inside Zoe shattered the technique. It cursed the undead ability. Shane stared blankly. Mira had been right. The thing in front of him was not Zoe. Mira was already on full alert and told Shane to run. She could feel that they were significantly stronger than before. But before either of them could move, threads began encircling them from every direction. The Skin Reaper told them not to expect the same escape they had managed last time. Zoe dissolved herself through blood-red threads and reappeared directly in front of Shane in an instant. She forced his mouth open with both hands and said in a cold, flat voice that it was time to reclaim what belonged to her. Shane realized with horror that he could not move. He thought that it was over. But just as Zoe was about to enter Shane's body, everything changed. She was thrown back by an unseen force. Both Mira and the Skin Reaper stared in shock, and then, before anyone's eyes, she vanished into the distance. A notification immediately appeared. This round is a non-combat assessment. Private combat is prohibited. The attacker has been banished to the edge of the exam grounds. Any further violations will result in complete expulsion from the exam. The Skin Reaper saw this and did not linger. He had not expected the exam grounds to have rules like this. He said he would let them live a little longer, but not by much. He told them he could come for their heads at any time, and then dissolved through his blood threads and vanished. Before he left, he wound a single blood thread around Shane's neck. Otherworldly deity technique. Description: when you appear within 150 miles of the caster, they will sense your location and immediately teleport to you. The world you inhabit has no way to comprehend this technique. Shane pressed a hand to his neck with a groan of irritation. That move again. Mira looked at him with concern and asked whether he was hurt. He told her, right, she could not see it. They had just placed a thread on him. Through it, they could track his location at any time and teleport straight to him. This round did not allow combat, so they were safe for now. But the next round was another matter. Mira said that meant they needed to get to the next round as fast as possible. Shane asked why. She explained that even if they wanted to strike at the earliest opportunity, they still had to follow the rules and complete each round until combat was permitted. The location and rules of each round were unknown in advance. If they could reach the next round first, they would have the initiative and time to prepare. Shane thought that made complete sense, and immediately got moving. He said they should find the statue the stone horse mentioned first, but Mira stopped him. She looked at him with steady eyes and told him she would not let them hurt him. Shane felt a warm smile cross his face. He told her he was counting on her to protect him. Meanwhile, 2 other candidates were on their knees before a statue, desperately pleading for an alternative demand. They pointed out that they were only 15 years old, but the deity statue flatly refused. It said not a single one of the 2 testicles could be spared. It had originally demanded all 4, and bringing it down to 2 was already doing them a favor. It needed the vital yang essence of young men to restore its power. Without it, they would receive no protection, and would be swallowed by the tide of wailing. The 2 young men were in a desperate bind. Their families had taken on massive debt to get them here, and had even married off their sisters as concubines to curry favor with wealthy backers. This exam was their only chance to turn everything around. One of them steeled himself, pulled out a dagger, and said they had no choice. 1 testicle each. At worst, they could spend the rest of their lives calling themselves warriors of solitude. He had also heard of a technique manual called the chrysanthemum cannon. Supposedly, the fewer testicles you had, the stronger it made you. Maybe losing them would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. With that, the 2 of them were about to help each other go through with it. But at that very moment, a foot appeared in front of the statue's head. A frostbite kick sent the head flying. It was Shane, and he was furious. He told the thing to go to hell. Fallen Yang Dragon deity statue. This deity has fallen. The faint remnant energy that remains instinctively craves vital yang essence. Shane stood with his hands on his hips and said these degenerate things were getting more outrageous by the minute, always demanding someone's blood or flesh. Every last one of them could go jump in a lake. Then Mira called out to him and he leapt away, leaving 2 completely bewildered young men behind. One of them muttered that he had actually attacked a deity, and yet he had not been expelled from the exam. Something clicked. The point of this round was not to satisfy the statue's demands. It was to find the right one. When Shane reached Mira, she told him to come look. She had found something. It was the only statue with any connection to a sword, though she was not sure if this was the one the stone horse had mentioned. Crouched on a rock was a headless, one-armed figure gripping an enormous sword. A system notification appeared. Dragon's head, gold inlaid bronze soul-warding sword. Sword spirit residing within. Mira stepped forward and addressed it respectfully. She introduced herself and said she wished to request its protection to see them safely through the tide of wailing. She asked what kind of offering it required. After waiting for a moment, the statue gave no response at all. Mira said it was not working. Shane activated the Dharma Realm ocular technique. He found that the enormous sword in the statue's grip was giving off a faint glow. He pointed at the sword and told her she had been addressing the wrong thing. It was the sword she needed to speak to. Mira turned to the sword and introduced herself again with the same courteous tone. She asked it to protect them through the tide of wailing and told it to name whatever offering it needed. This time the sword responded. The entire blade began to tremble. Then it shook with a sharp burst, shattering the stone crust around it and revealing the ancient heavy blade beneath. It then scratched its demands into the ground 1 stroke at a time. Strike with me 10 times, thrust 10 times, and swing 10 times. Mira picked up the sword, hardly believing the conditions could be so straightforward. She steadied herself and began to wield the enormous blade. Shane watched her in quiet awe, and everything finally made sense to him. He now understood what the objective meant by a suitable statue. The core of this round was testing each candidate's resonance. Mira's Sword Sage rating had granted her 10 points of sword energy resonance. That was why the statue she needed had to be connected to a sword, and this particular sword's resonance with her had to have crossed some threshold. That was why it was willing to stand by her through every trial ahead, because the sword knew that Mira was a true sword sage. A notification appeared. You have earned the sword spirit's recognition. It will aid you through the tide of wailing. In addition, it has passed down an ancient sword art to Mira. As a member of her team, your resonance with the sword is also considerable. The sword spirit wishes to express its gratitude to you as well. Shane stared at the notification in delight. He was getting something out of this too? Your blade is unlike most. It is suited to an assassin's hand. The sword spirit passes on to you 1 technique of absolute simplicity. White. An execution technique. A finisher. This is the ultimate move of the Azure Lotus sword art. In exchange for abandoning all regard for your own safety, You commit everything to finding the single angle from which you can kill your enemy in one strike. A selfless form. A blade that kills. Shane could barely contain himself after reading the description. A one-strike kill technique. It was exactly what he needed. Paired with the meat effect, the combination was almost perfect. He mentally thanked the sword for the timing. Mira had finished working through the technique the sword had passed to her. It was a far more refined and subtle form of sword control than anything she had practiced before, but it placed an enormous drain on mental energy. As she was right now, she could not fully harness it. Just then, a notification appeared. 5 minutes remaining until the tide of wailing begins. From this point forward, the thick fog will clear. You will no longer need the candle flame to see. The great sword scratched new words into the ground. You must find a solid and reliable shelter immediately. After reading the notification, Shane said he wanted to go find a statue suited to him and pick up another reward. They were going to need everything they could get to deal with Zoe. With 5 minutes left and better visibility now, he thought there was still time to find one. He moved at once and told Mira to find shelter while he searched for the statue. They would regroup shortly. His moonlit technique resonance was currently at 29 points. But what exactly was the moonlit technique? While he was still turning this over in his mind, Mira caught up to him without hesitation. He asked what she was doing there and reminded her he had told her to find shelter. She said he might run into danger alone, so she was going with him. She asked what area his resonance was linked to. She would help him search. He said he was not sure exactly, but probably something to do with the moon and the night. While they were talking, Zach and his group appeared ahead of them. Zach said he had finally caught up to Shane. They charged straight at them. Zach said this time he was going to finish Shane off. They were all immediately bounced away by the exam's rules. Shane laughed and called them a bunch of idiots who never bothered reading the rules on their cards. He got back to searching with urgency. Those idiots had cost him precious time. Where on earth was a moonlit technique-connected statue? Then his gaze locked onto something. The current of a small river nearby had caught his attention. He stared at it and felt a pull, as if there was something inside that water. Right, when he had first awakened his ocular technique, he had seen flowing water, and his movement technique was called Flowing Moon. The statue connected to the moonlit technique might be in the river itself, but the tide of wailing was only minutes away, and the current was fierce. He thought it over and said out loud that he had not spotted anything connected to him. No leads at all. He said time was running out and they should just go find shelter, but Mira was not having it. She said he was not fooling anyone. His statue was clearly in the water. She told him to go. She would handle everything else. Shane could not help but marvel at how perceptive she was. A few extra glances at the water and she had already figured it out. He told her he would be quick. Then without another moment's hesitation, he jumped into the river. A notification appeared. 30 seconds remaining until the tide of wailing arrives. With each passing second, dark and suffocating waves of energy began to spread across the exam grounds. Mira drew her blade and took control of the great sword at the same time, her expression set with resolve. She told the sword spirit it was time. They were going to buy him a little more time.